It so happened that the whole world was consumed by despair, and this came as a great surprise to everyone. Humanity has never encountered anything like this before. People fell into unprecedented chaos, encountering terrible creatures that had never been seen before. The mysterious civilization demanded that the citizens be handed over if they wanted to live, but the UN refused this demand. The US leadership stated that the monsters want to use people as food. They should not give in to them. People began to call the creatures that appeared out of nowhere the attractors of misfortune. In order to deal with an unfriendly enemy, people began to use nuclear weapons. But for the monsters, it was a mere trifle. Like a bright firework, they did not suffer from it. The monsters began to take revenge, and in response to nuclear weapons began to dance on the ruins of destroyed cities. And when all hope was lost, when every man was waiting for the hour of his death, they appeared. 13 constellations. 12 were chosen by the gods and were called saints. Each of them used the powers granted by the god who chose him. And the 13th was an awakened one. He was not chosen by any divine being. It was Li Gang. They came to the Demon Tower to defeat Red Eye, who was considered the root of all evil. Li Gang and the 12 other constellations clashed with Red Eyes because they understood that there was no other way out of the situation. The journalists were very surprised because not everyone returned from the trip to the demonic tower. They wondered if something terrible had happened to the Korean hero, Li Gang. A disheveled man with a bandage on his face said that Li Gang sacrificed himself for the good of humanity. The young man did risk his life, but he did not sacrifice himself. Li Gang, although with difficulty, was able to defeat Red-Eyed, but the 12 comrades who were with him turned out to be real bastards. They actually ran away and left Li Gang alone, even though he was able to win. The young man was very disappointed by this action of the 12 constellations, because they all went to the Demon Tower together. One of the escaped scumbags stabbed Li in the back with a dagger and left him to die in some hole. The young man was not lonely, because a nasty creature was assigned next to him. Li Gang was very badly injured. His left arm was cut off, and his right arm was very badly injured, and it would have been easier for him to die. But the young man is not so easy to sink, and he will not die just like that. Li Gang knew that he would live until he found everyone who dared to betray him, and he would come for them very soon. There were some delicious breaded drumsticks on the table, and a young man turned to Li Gang and asked him to listen to him carefully. The holy sign of Sagittarius Hugo Otis told the boy that he was destined to die tomorrow. Li Gang was very surprised and asked the guy if he really had such a low opinion of him. The guy took a chicken drumstick in each hand and said that he was talking to him like that because he had taken both legs for himself. The man looked at Li Gang and told him that he was saying his name wrong. Li Gang replied that he understood the reason for the boy's worries and told him not to worry, because he definitely would not die. He took a bite of the meat and said that he had killed more misfortune-attracting creatures than all 12 constellations combined, and asked the boy if he really thought Li could die. The man who was sitting opposite the boy folded his hands in front of him and looked closely at the young man. The Demon Tower is the home of the strongest monster that can bring death to all of humanity. It all started on the last day of the 20th century. A powerful temptation of misfortunes drove humanity into a corner with its overwhelming power. They left behind only chaos and pitch darkness, and it was during this period that the 12 gods appeared, who called themselves sacred beings. They vowed to give humanity the power to fight off all monsters and chose 12 people who was granted indescribable power. But something happened that no one expected. The 13th awakened appeared, without the blessing of a single sacred entity. He was so strong and so incredible that everyone was shocked by his abilities. The surprising thing was that even among the 12 saints he had no equal, and this fact made them very angry. And who was so strong, incredible, and unique? Of course, a young man named Li Gang. The guy thanked Gan for the fact that thanks to him, they were able to organize an attack on the Demon Tower. He sat down on a rock and said that words were not enough and he wanted a free supply of fried chicken for 5 years, and the other asked if Gan was tired of eating only chicken. Li mispronounced the young man's name. The boy told him this with a laugh, but Li only became angry. The girl said that after defeating Red Eyes, they would most likely receive a worthy reward, and the fat man said that they should demand $100 million. And Li noted that it would be better to ask for 10 years of free accommodation in a 7-star hotel somewhere in Hawaii. The boy noted that because of Red-Eyed, a huge number of countries are on the brink of crisis. The plump guy with a sarcastic smile asked Li if he wanted to collaborate with them and added that he needed to set the bar higher. The fat man asked if Gan wanted to take out the mutilated body and face, and Lee thought about how they were called saints, but in reality they were scum who cared about their own skin. The man said that it was enough to rush to everyone's aid, and a few victims would only increase their price, and the reward would only increase. Lee said he didn't care, but he thought he was surrounded by disgusting scum. He hoped he wouldn't see them after they dealt with the red-eyed man. The young people froze in place. They were very surprised. Beads of sweat appeared on their faces. They looked up and saw the Lord of the Demon Tower, red-eyed, standing before them. Li Gang stood to the side and thought that only by looking at him could one feel the terrible pressure. At this time, Red Eyes opened his mouth. It glowed with fire, and his crazy eyes glowed red. A very strong wind arose, and the young people who were watching all this were seriously scared. The ground beneath the young men's feet was crumbling, and Lee folded his hands in front of him and watched everything that was happening. A strong wind whirled the powerful people around in a whirlwind, and they screamed loudly in horror. Red-Eyed was very angry, because uninvited guests had come to his territory. The entity gritted its teeth, gnashing them, and fiery lava burst from its mouth. The girl's face was covered in beads of sweat. Her pupils became like dots. She was shaking with fear. She was telling everyone to run away. And the young people began to run headlong. They were very scared, and someone was shouting loudly that they needed to save themselves. The young men wondered if it was possible to fight something like this, and Lee looked at it all and was only surprised that these sacks of shit were only called saints. The guy squeezed the weapon in his hands and thought that all this had no meaning for him at all. The young man decided that he would be the one to kick Red Eye's ass. Li Gang did not retreat, but fulfilled the promise he made to himself. And in the end, those who were with him stabbed him in the back. He thought about how things were in the outside world and cut up the monsters that haunted him. Lee found himself in a place that was a special trap, in which more and more hordes of monsters were constantly appearing. But Li Gang could not be taken by something like that, which his traders were counting on. The guy continued to fight and promised himself that he would survive and would definitely deal with the traders. Gan promised himself that he would tear to shreds all those scumbags who dared to betray him. 20 years have passed since then. A terrible monster appeared in front of the young man, which surprised him greatly. Gan asked how he managed to get here and then noted that he was the last one. The monster screamed at the top of its lungs and began asking if there was anyone left there. Li Gang told him that the monster could scream as much as he wanted, but it was already over for him. The monster called for help, but the guy dealt with it very quickly. He stood over the monsters and sighed heavily. Li Gang had beads of sweat on his face and said that it was finally over. The guy started walking towards the exit and happily said that now he would be able to get out of here. The city was completely destroyed. There was not a single intact house. Not a single intact road. Voices could be heard. The young man was telling the other that he had chosen a less than ideal path, and the other replied that he had been told that it was safer today than usual. The boys were very surprised that they ran into high-ranking monsters that were running after them. The young man noted that they were in deep shit and said that the fortune-teller told him that today he would meet a monster with whom he should not associate himself. The monster approached the guy. He became covered in beads of sweat and began to scream very loudly. The boy fell after the blow. He lay on the ground and groaned in pain. He felt very bad. The guys were surrounded by a huge number of monsters and they felt in danger. The young man began to rise and thought that if Li Gang had been able to return from the demonic tower, then the monsters would not have dared to even show up here. And then, as if on cue, the doors of the demonic tower began to open very slowly. The young people looked at everything that was happening with horror. Beads of sweat appeared on their faces. The boys could barely stand on their feet. A strong wind was blowing in their direction, and dirt and sand were flying straight into their faces. Suddenly, a fiery tornado appeared from which smoke and sand were pouring out. It was a terrifying sight. The young people fell to the ground. They were crushed by huge boulders. The guy asked his friend what it was. He didn't have time to answer. The young man was very surprised. He told his friend that someone was coming out of the destroyed tower. Everything was in smoke, and it was very difficult to understand who was coming out of the destroyed tower. The boy stood in front of the tower, folded his hands in front of him, and said out loud that he had been hit in the back and left to rot in this hole. Lee noted that only cattle do this, but now they won't get away with it and will pay for everything. The young people watched everything that was happening, their eyes wide open in surprise, and could not understand what was happening. And this young man, who had just left the tower, dealt with the monster very easily. The guys couldn't believe their eyes. They were surprised that Li had dealt with the dog without any difficulty. But Li Gang wasn't going to stop there. He began to destroy other monsters. The young man dealt with the monsters very quickly and was very pleased with himself. And the guys who were attacked by the monsters watched everything that was happening from the side. A few seconds later, Li Gang was already near the young people and grabbed them by the hair. They screamed in fear and pain. The guys began to ask Li not to attack them. They stuttered from fear, and Gun was very surprised that he met people. He immediately thought that they were monsters. The young man looked around and noted that the work here was finished, and the guys breathed a sigh of joy that they remained alive. One guy told the second that the man came from the tower and that it was a real sensation. The second noted that it was impossible. The man was nearby when it began to collapse. The young people would have continued to quarrel for a long time, but suddenly, completely unexpectedly, it became dark as night. A huge monster suddenly appeared behind Li Gan, its eyes glowing red and saliva dripping from its mouth. The boys were very scared. They were covered in sweat and shouted that it was the leader of the pack. Li Gang, who was not afraid at all, calmly told the young men that they should run away. The leader of the pack began to scream very loudly. Fire burst from his mouth, and the boys clenched their teeth and grabbed their heads with their hands. After a few seconds, but to the guys it seemed like it lasted forever, it was all over. The guys were very happy that they were alive. They were very scared and could not come to their senses. They opened their eyes wide. Beads of sweat appeared on their faces. The young men looked ahead. The man who had just recently advised them to run away was standing there as if nothing had happened. Compared to the guys who were holding their heads, the man was, as before, absolutely calm. The young men looked ahead and thought that the stranger had protected them from the monster. The guy with a sly smile on his face told the dog that she was a lousy mongrel. And then, literally a few seconds later, he rose up to deal with the dog. The guy made a fist, beat the monster, and said that it was an obedient little dog. Li Gang didn't put in much effort, and after a while, the dog didn't pose any danger to them. The young people who were watching all this opened their mouths and eyes wide in shock. But the guy just smiled cheerfully. There wasn't a scratch on him, and he didn't look tired. He stood in front of the young people and looked very small against the backdrop of the huge monster. The guy told the boys that he had finished his work, brought his hand to his nose, and thought that it stunk. He said he tried not badly, and then he called the guys. They were very scared. The guy looked closely at the boys and began to say something unintelligible. They were very scared. Beads of sweat appeared on their faces from fear. They asked again what the man was saying. The young man laughed cheerfully and told the boys to buy him a lot of food. The guys looked at the young man. They certainly didn't expect such a turn of events. He was silent for a moment and said that he also needed clothes. The young men looked at the stranger in surprise. And the young people decided to fulfill the guy's request because he saved them, and they took him to a cafe. A few minutes later, he put an empty plate on the table with a loud bang. The young men took the bill that the waitress brought them and opened their eyes and mouths wide. The stranger ate $1,000 worth of food. The guy said the order was small because they said they didn't have much money. The guy told the boys that they themselves said that they could treat him to anything. This was the price for their lives, and ordered another portion of noodles. One of the young men approached the stranger and asked him who he was, a Templar or a bishop, and asked him what he was doing near the tower. The guy took a toothpick out of his mouth and said that he was inside the tower and then came out of it. This surprised the guys, and the stranger also wanted to ask something. The man noted that they looked like ordinary townspeople, but for some reason they emanated a magical aura. One of the guys replied that his partner was a Templar, and noted that the man was most likely also a Templar and had received the blessing of a sacred entity. The stranger took the spoon. He became angry and replied that he would not wag his tail in front of some entity. The young man wanted to add something else, but stopped mid-sentence when he saw his reflection. Beads of sweat appeared on his face in surprise, and his eyes narrowed to become like dots. He got up from the table and started shouting that he needed a mirror, and the waitress frightenedly pointed out where it was hanging. The guy took off his t-shirt, stood in front of a huge mirror, and began to look at himself carefully. He was surprised to note that his body was completely healed. The man even looked into his own mouth and noted that his old wounds were so terrible that they simply could not be healed. He looked at his left hand and finally realized that it was whole and fully functional. The guy began to carefully examine the pattern on his palm and could not understand what it was. He began to look closely, and after a while he saw a silhouette that looked very much like a snake. The guy grabbed his left hand with his right hand, clenched his teeth, and a system message appeared in front of him, saying that he had experienced death and accomplished an impossible feat. Lee also realized that all his skills were inherited by the new body, and the achievements would be converted into experience points. He received a divine skill. The system message also informed him that all skills and traits had been inherited and transformed, and that the power of the Ophiuchus was available to him. The young man saw Ophiuchus in front of him, touched him with his hand, and received strength from him. Literally a few minutes later, the guy found himself in a cafe and was sitting on the floor in bewilderment. The guy's face was covered in sweat from bewilderment, and his pupils became very narrow. The guys approached the stranger. One of them began to touch his hands and asked with fear if everything was okay with him. He asked the boys if they had ever imagined a huge snake, and they looked at the guy in bewilderment. One of the boys said that they hadn't seen anything like that. The man suddenly took off his clothes and ran to the mirror, and then began to scream and squeeze his wrist. The boy said that other people don't see it, and the guys thought that the longer they look at him, the weirder he acts. The guy was very surprised, because he saw in front of him a message that he had become the owner of the constellation Ophiuchus. He stood and saw in front of him a huge number of system messages and read each one carefully. The boy folded his hands in front of him and thought about how his body had changed due to the super regeneration skill. He had never heard of other saints seeing something like this. The young man thought about the fact that he did not feel the energy of sacred beings. The guy understood that no matter what, he was happy with this turn of events, because his body had fully recovered. The man thought that now he needed to track down the traitors who had left him to die, namely the bastard who had stuck a dagger in his back. He laughed and said that his body began to tremble from such thoughts. He was glad that the traitors would come to an end, and the guys who were nearby could not understand why he was behaving like that. People gathered at the place where the demon tower was and thought that it was considered indestructible, but suddenly collapsed. This news will turn the whole world upside down. One of the journalists said that this place has a connection with the hero Li Gang, and it is possible that the destruction of the tower was the work of his followers or saints who did not like him. The second journalist replied that it was all very interesting, and then told the young man to look at the one who was pulling him. The guy noted that even high-ranking saints had a hard time dealing with this monster, so who challenged him and even destroyed the tower? One of the reporters frowned, sweating, and asked if Li Gang had returned from the bathhouse alive. The guest noted that they cannot be sure of this. They can only wait until new clues appear. The journalists gathered for a press conference, asking Mr. Yang Wei to comment on the fact of the destruction of the demon tower and the return of Li Gang alive. Yang Wei, the holy sign of Aries, stood in front of the reporters with his brows furrowed, not knowing what to answer. The man paused for a moment, picked up the microphone, and said that he would not be making any comments on this issue. Yang Wei began to leave the hall, and journalists began to ask him to wait, and what it meant that he was not commenting on anything. The man and his guards quickly retreated and got into a car. He was very angry and hit the car with all his might, although it was not at fault. Yang Wei was very angry. He frowned and said through clenched teeth that all he had heard all day was Li Gang's name. He remembered the young man and wondered if he had really been alive and in that tower for 20 years. Yang Wei thought that this was impossible, because there were thousands of deadly beasts in the tower, and they were all black class. He thought that it was a miracle that they managed to escape from there, having stolen the red-eyed man's throat. There was no way Li could have survived there. Yang Wei smoked his pipe and thought that Gan's body was on the verge of death due to that big guy's deadly attacks, and he didn't even wear armor like all saints. The man frowned again and thought that if by some miracle he had managed to survive and return, then he clenched his teeth even tighter and screamed very loudly that then everything would end. Li Gang held a mobile phone in his hand. He showed the guy a certain person and said that he should start with this bastard. There was a plane at the airport. It arrived. The doors opened and a man started getting out. The guards greeted the young man joyfully. They said that they did not think that they would be able to meet one of the saints, and this was a great honor for them. Mr. Hugo Otis, a Sagittarius, straightened the collar of his shirt and looked around. He approached the guards and asked them where the Prime Minister was, and they replied that he was waiting for them in the office and that transport was ready. Hugo Otis said that it was wonderful and began to walk, and the guards began to bow to him. The guards broke out in beads of sweat, and one told the other that Otis was majestic. The men looked at Hugo Otis and thought that this is what a truly chosen man looks like. And the car set off, the driver taking the young man to the Prime Minister. The man was sitting in the car, looking out the window and thinking about something. He was absolutely calm. Literally a second later, his mood changed, and he thought about the annoying reporters. Otis couldn't believe the stories about Li Gan's return. The young man's mobile phone rang, but the caller's number was hidden. The man gritted his teeth and said that 20 years had passed since those events, but did not answer. He turned off the sound and turned his mobile phone face down. It was not his policy to pick up the phone when someone was calling. The young man calmed down a little and began to look out the window again. He began to think about something again. He remembered how he had told Li Gang many years ago that he was destined to die. Then the guy, with a smile on his face, asked if he really had such a low opinion of him. Hugo Otis remembered that when they attacked the Demon Tower, he, at Goon's request, went outside and held back the incoming hordes of monsters. He wanted to believe that his premonition was deceiving him and that Gon would manage to return alive. The boy remembered holding hands and asking other people why Gon wasn't with them. The saints who went inside were with him, abandoned Li Gan, and returned with Red-Eye's head. The whole world soon learned about this event, and the 12 saints were recognized as heroes and gained even greater influence. Hugo Otis could not believe that Gon was dead, so he asked the saints again and again to begin the search. Jean-Louis Morin, the holy sign of the dark cancer, with a sly smile, told Otis that it was enough to talk about Ghana. He noted that Hugo knew perfectly well that there were a huge number of monsters coming out of the Demon Tower, and there was no chance that Li had survived. Morin said that if Otis was so worried about him, he could go and start searching alone. No one would stop him, and noted that in that case, the list of saints would be shortened. The young man, who was very badly wounded, was in great despair. Hugo Otis straightened the collar of his shirt again, frowning at the old memories. He looked at the city streets and thought that although Gan was very strong, he could not cope with the monsters. A lot of time had passed, so he was definitely dead. The man began to remember again and again what Li Gang was like. He pressed his lips tightly. At this point, the driver informed Mr. Hugo that the Prime Minister was calling. He turned to Otis and asked if he could speak, and the man asked what was the matter. The Prime Minister asked if Hugo had heard the news and remarked that it looked like the Demon Tower had been destroyed. The guy grabbed his head, laughed to himself, and thought that this story was haunting him. He looked at his mobile and said that if the Prime Minister intended to ask him to start searching for Gon, he would have to refuse. The man said that Gon died that day and that the tower incident was most likely a setup by his fans. Otis said if the Prime Minister intended to take advantage of the situation and gain more votes, but he interrupted him and said that was not the case. The man said that if the report that had just been given to the South Korean government was true, then a call had been made to that number very recently. This information stunned Hugo, and he asked in surprise what kind of challenge they were talking about. The Prime Minister said the call was made from Li Gang's personal phone number. Hugo Otis started to beat his fists on the driver's seat and shout whether it was all true, and the driver got scared and almost got into an accident. The young man's face was covered in sweat, and he screamed at the top of his lungs for the driver to stop the car. Hugo started to get out of the car. He thought that that recent call was from Gan. The mobile phone screen showed information that 30 calls had been missed, and a voice message had been sent. The young man held a mobile phone in his hands. His pupils became narrow, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. Hugo began to dial some number, then put the phone to his ear and listened to the long beeps. After some time, someone answered on the other end of the line. His call was expected. Otis heard a voice in English tell him that it would find him and kill him. The guy was very scared. He thought that the manner of speech was very similar to the way Li Gang spoke, and he ordered the driver to turn around to the airport. Li Gang was still in the cafe looking at the phone screen and smilingly noting that the young man had grown up and dared to ignore his calls. The guys asked the young man who he was calling so persistently, and he said no one, which surprised them greatly. He looked at the phone screen and told one of the boys that he had previously called it a smartphone and noted that it was an amazing thing. Lee said that he entered the tower in 2005, and now it is 2025 and the world has become a much better place. The guys were surprised that the man was using a smartphone for the first time. They told him that he could connect to the internet and even follow the news. The man was happy because he could watch the news about Li Gan. The guys told the man that this was a very hot topic to discuss right now and showed him where to press. Li Gang and the kid who taught him how to use a smartphone opened their mouths in surprise. Li Gang carefully read the comments and began to squeeze the phone with all his might out of anger, and the guy begged him not to do it. Li shouted that the saints had not dealt with Red Eyes. They had fled as soon as they met the monster. After a few minutes, the guy calmed down and said that he would ignore this information because in some ways it was even sweet. The man continued to study the news and came across information that he had made a will and all the money was to go to orphanages. Li Gang looked at the screen and hoped that the money had reached its recipients. But the next news shocked him. He broke his phone out of anger, and the news said that he had given everything to the 12 saints, since they would manage everything for the good of the whole world. Li screamed that he would skin the pathetic gods alive, and the young man cried over his mobile phone because it had died. Gan sat over a plate of food and thought about what he should do in such a difficult situation. He thought that he intended to warn them of his return, but his appearance was now very different. No one would believe that he was Li Gang and would be perceived as a freak. The man was thinking about how he had to remain quiet for a while he tortured each of the saints, and the boy was crying over his broken cell phone. The young people were sitting at the table when Li Gang felt awkward. The man received a system message that he was being watched, and he thought it was an aura. The guy stood up and started walking somewhere. The guys asked him where he was going. He answered that he was going to get some air. The man left the cafe and began to look around. What he saw surprised him. He realized that there were avatars in front of him, and asked himself if it was an animal of the holy sign of the white Aries in front of him. The system message informed that the avatars had recreated the barrier in the name of the white ram, and they were demanding tribute from Li, and the man only gritted his teeth. Gan was very angry and said, even though they are sucking up to the sacred entities, who are they trying to command? The guy wanted to say something when he heard his name being called, and he began to listen to the conversation. The young men were talking about how everyone was talking about Li Gan, and the noise from all the chatter would soon kill him. The girl was telling her companion that this stupidity was being talked about everywhere because of the damn news. The man replied that Gan's name was not tarnished, but he was amazed at how everyone had suddenly become interested in him. The girl supported the young men who had badges with the Gemini Zodiac sign flashing on their clothes. The guys opened their mouths in surprise and thought that the people who were talking about Li were from the Gemini constellation squad. Li Gang, who heard the conversation about himself, immediately walked towards the couple. The man frowned. The guy started shouting at him to come back immediately, as they should not be provoked. Li Gang walked closer to the young people, stood in front of them and looked at the girl and the man without blinking. He frowned and asked the guy what he was staring at, then told him to get out of there. The young men who were feeding Li and standing a little further away became frightened and thought that they were finished. The man with the Zodiac sign on his sweater took a drag and exhaled nicotine smoke straight into Li Gan's face. The young man was surprised by this attitude, and he looked at the man angrily, and he began to ask what happened, some kind of problem. The man put his face right next to Li and told him that if he had a problem, he should hit him. The mustachioed man's companion told him to leave the guy alone because he was going to shit his pants. The couple left the young man alone, and the man, passing by Li, called him a coward. The man told his companion that all those who are fans of Li Gang are no different from each other, and the girl agreed with him. Li wondered why the weakest saint was so popular with everyone, and whether it was completely absurd to consider him a saint. The boy told Li that he had held up well, then noted that these people were part of the ranking representatives of the Gemini constellation. Li Gang called the damn cockroaches with all his might, and tears appeared on the face of the guy who stood next to him. The couple turned around. They repeated the word cockroach in surprise and asked if he had said that to them. Li Gang said with a sarcastic smile on his face that he called them, "They are the cockroaches." The man ran towards Li Gan, looked the boy in the eye, and told him to repeat what he said. Li gave the mustachioed man a flick on the forehead and said that he was a pathetic simpleton who didn't even have a magical aura. The guy simply raised his hand up and the man flew away from him several meters. The mustachioed man's companion, who was watching all this, began to scream very loudly. The guys who were watching all this from the side opened their mouths in surprise. The young man watched the reactions of those around him and was very pleased with himself. After some time, the mustachioed man's companion crept up to the young man. She wanted no one to notice her. Li laughed and asked her if she seriously expected him not to notice her sneaking up. And while she was in a stupor, he also gave her such a flick that she also flew back several meters. Li Gang looked at the young people and calmly said that they were losers. The young men told Li that using magic in the middle of the street was strictly prohibited. He got angry and said that the guy was saying something wrong, because if he had used magic, there would have been nothing left of those two. The boys opened their mouths in surprise and thought that the man had knocked out two high-ranking Templars with just brute force. A few minutes later, Li Gang sat down next to the mustachioed fat man and began to look at him. The young man saw a pendant on the stranger's neck and began to examine it closely. Then he took the medallion in his hand and pulled it with all his might, so much so that the thread on which it was hanging broke. Li held the medallion between two fingers and said that's what he felt when he hit it, and noted that it was a relic. Gan looked at the relic and thought about where weaklings could get hold of a relic, because only saints should have them. One of the boys approached him and asked if it was true that he didn't know anything. He said that several decades ago, humanity was practically wiped off the face of the earth, but thanks to sacred beings and chosen constellations, the disaster was survived. 12 people could not protect the entire vast world, and the saints began to gather followers, calling themselves the Branchings. Those who were given a piece of the power of the saints began to be called Templars. They were divided into ranks. Faith is the source of strength for the Templars, and the chosen ones receive relics from sacred entities. The guy continued to hold the medallion in his hands and thought that a lot had changed in 20 years. Li was distracted from his thoughts by a guy who pointed his finger to the side, and the young man looked at him questioningly. The young man saw before him again the avatars of wealth and greed who were enjoying the current situation. Li read the system message that the avatars demanded that he deal with the attackers. They were thirsty for bloodshed and promised a worthy reward. Beads of sweat appeared on the guy's face. He thought that this was not it, because Li had attracted the attention of the avatars. They are like reflections of the sacred beings themselves, and standing in their way is like challenging the gods. The guy started telling Li to hurry up and do as they asked, but he just laughed. Li said that he thought that where the stinking aura of Aries was coming from, it turns out that they intended to fill their bellies. Gan came to the conclusion that in the end, nothing had changed, and he kicked the asphalt with all his might. A very strong wind arose. The young people could hardly stand on their feet. They could not understand what was happening. One of the guys looked at everything that was happening with surprise, and beads of sweat appeared on his face from fear. Li put his hands on his hips and said that they were showing off despite the fact that they were worthless losers. The boys looked up and noticed that the white Aries constellation had retreated and the barrier had also disappeared. One of the boys had beads of sweat on his face, and he thought that this was not an easy person to deal with. The guy was surprised when the young man called him by name, thereby distracting him from his thoughts. Li asked the guy if those cheeky idiots really belonged to the Gemini branch. He replied that in their country the Gemini branch had the greatest influence. The elite group had gathered 2/3 of all large corporations. Li Gang asked the guy so they should have money on them, and he looked at him in surprise. The man smiled and asked the boy that the clothes they wear should be branded. He started to rip off his clothes, saying that it was time to make some good money, and the guys watched everything that was happening. In the evening, the young people stood near the building, and Li said that they were finally there and noted that the day had been very long. One of the guys showed with his hand which apartment he lives in, and his friend noted that his door was next door. The guys thanked the young man for saving their lives and even walking them home. Li began to yawn and began to ask whether they were going inside or not. Since he really wanted to sleep, the guys were very surprised. After he found himself in the apartment, he very quickly took off his clothes, got a haircut, and stood in front of the mirror. The young man began to admire himself and smiled at his reflection in the mirror. He liked it very much. The guy saw all this and told the man that a short haircut suits him very well. He said that Li now looks much cooler, and he was not prepared for such admiration. The man thought that in the past, baldness was a side effect of using his abilities, and now he tidied up his hair. Li Gang frowned and his smile turned into disgust. He couldn't understand why this happened. He looked at the huge fly and wondered what the fly had forgotten in their apartment. Literally a few seconds later, he caught the hand in a fist and squeezed it very tightly. Li opened his hand and threw away the remains, and the boy raised 2 fingers up and was surprised that he caught the fly with one hand, because even experts can't do it. The man began to catch one after another the luring one and asked what number it was and why they were sticking to him, and the guy noticed that his scent attracted monsters. Lee told them to smell his ass and said that this usually happens because something is wrong with the house. He looked at the shelf and said that the guy keeps nasty things in the house, which is why the creatures flock here. The boy looked at the figurines and noted that this could not be an abomination, since they were received from the constellation Gemini. The guy took the statuette in his hand and said that these artifacts did not belong to him, but they were blessed by the saint. But he did not finish speaking because Lee broke it. The young man looked at his hand, covered his nose, and said it was disgusting, and the guy started shaking over the broken figurine. The man picked up the mask and told the guy that it was intended to spy on the buyer. He started throwing things off the shelf, threw out the music box because it collects personal information, and the watch attracts the attention of monsters. The boy screamed from injustice. Li Gang said that the saints had appropriated his property and then started selling such disgusting goods to people. The guy got really angry and said that the very thought of such injustice made him furious. The young man who stood in front of the door heard someone shouting that all this junk needed to be thrown out. Li Gang was holding some object in his hands, and the guy was holding him by the shirt and crying really hard. The young man entered the apartment and saw all this, looking at the guys in surprise. Lee looked at the stranger and asked who he was, and the boy was very happy. He was very happy to see Songjae and called him by name, who confirmed that it was him. Sun frowned, his face became displeased, and he noted that he was the owner of this apartment. By this time, Li Gang had managed to beat and smash a lot of objects. He didn't know what to answer. In the branch of the White Aries, in the residence of Yang Wei, a very interesting conversation was taking place in raised tones. The man frowned deeply. Beads of sweat appeared on his face from worry, and he asked if the Korean avatars had really disappeared. The young man who knelt before him said that it was true, and noted that there was a lot of fuss about it. Yang Wei frowned, gritted his teeth, and began to think about who could do such a thing. He knew very well that avatars were direct representatives of sacred entities, and only someone extremely strong could disperse them. Yang Wei ordered the man to contact the other saints and ask if they had anything to do with this. The man replied that he understood the order, and noted that Strelitz had not been in touch for a long time. Jan replied that this was no cause for concern, since he wanted to get a new position. The young man replied that Hugo immediately boarded another flight after arriving at the airport. Jan listened to the young man and was very surprised, then asked where the man was heading. The guy said that the destination was South Korea. This information surprised Jan very much. He stood up from his seat and began to scratch his beard and think about something. For some time he silently digested the information. Yang Wei thought that Hugo had always been on good terms with Li Gang. The man frowned and wondered if such actions could be related to the return of that bastard Gan. It was very surprising, but Yang Wei began to wonder if Li Gang had actually survived. He grabbed some statue and threw it down the steps with all his might. It almost hit the man who came to report. Jan started yelling at the guy to report clearly. He was very angry. The man began to talk about how a Templar of the Gemini branch was found in the place where all the avatars disappeared. He was unconscious. The guy told Jan that a man was lying in the middle of the street in his underwear. Witnesses said that before this, he had gotten into a fight with a very handsome young man. A candlestick with candles fell to the floor, and Wei noted that it couldn't be Li Gang, since his face was covered in scars. Yang thought that things weren't going too well, although it was entirely possible that Li had managed to survive and return. Wei thought that the avatars disappeared for some unknown reason, and the worst thing was that they failed to finish off the Spider Queen. The man clenched his fist and thought that at this rate his position could be in jeopardy. He told the man to have a plane prepared for him, and the assistant asked if Wei was going to go there personally. Jan scratched his beard again and replied that he wanted to see everything with his own eyes. The man very quickly put on his coat, took a cigar, frowned, and noted that something devilish was happening there. In Korea, in the Gemini Branch Hospital, a fat man was lying on a bed. Various devices were connected to his body. He also could not breathe on his own. An oxygen mask was connected. A gray-haired elderly man entered the boy's room. He frowned very deeply and clenched his teeth. He pointed his hand at the guy and began to scream furiously, asking who dared to hurt his grandson so badly. The old man started pointing his fingers at some man, who calmly asked the old man not to worry so much. The man told the old man that this was exactly why the twins had sent him here. The red-haired boy frowned and asked his youth if they really met at the Demon Tower. The guy was wondering if it was true that the man was able to kill all the draggers with his bare hands and knock out a rank Templar, and the young man noted that everything was so. The redhead screamed that it was all a lie, and that the man had destroyed all of his relics, and Lee noted that they were all fake. The guy gritted his teeth and asked what branch the man was from, and the guy laughed and asked if he thought he needed something like that. The red-haired man closed his eyes and asked what about the god he was loyal to. Lee replied that he didn't need 12 idiots for nothing. The guy started asking Lee about his rank, and he said that he was a production worker. Then he asked what the man's name was. The young man's pupils became like dots, and he calmly said that his name was Lee Gang. The boys who were in the apartment started talking about something and interrupting each other, and Lee looked at all this with bewilderment. The red-haired boy told Gan that he broke into someone else's house without permission and destroyed all the relics, and then he shouted furiously that the young man dared to pretend to be the great Lee Gan. Songjae started doing such things that the boy started yelling at him that he was a crazy bastard. A system message appeared in front of Lee that a burst of magic from a Gemini follower had been detected, and he noticed that the red-haired man wanted to destroy the house. Lee Gang was also able to study the guy's rank and other characteristics using system messages. The young man thought that the guy at such a young age already possessed high-ranking skills, and the genius trait was not given to him for the sake of a sounding point. The boy broke out in sweat and started yelling at the man to run away, as Song was a rank Templar and a crazy fan of Lee Gang. Zay asked Jiming if he was crazy, and then told him to get lost if he didn't want to get killed. The red-haired man was very angry and noticed that by playing with fire so furiously, the boy risked wetting his pants. Li Gan got tired of watching everything that was happening and decided to use force. Sun fell to the floor, and Gan said that at this rate the guy could not only burn down his apartment, but the whole house. The boy asked the young man if Sun had died, as he was very worried, and he replied that everything was fine. Then Li Gang added that everything was probably fine, and the guy burst into tears. He looked at Z and saw that he was shaking, foaming at the mouth, and a huge bump had appeared on his forehead. Lee began to yawn, said that he was going to bed, since he needed to come to his senses, and the guy shook Z and asked him if he was alive. Gan opened the door to the room, and what he saw shocked the young man. Everywhere in the room, on every shelf, there were figurines and statues of Li Gan. There were a lot of them. Lee asked what it was, and the guy said that Sung Jae was an ardent fan of Lee Gang. The red-haired man asked the man to be careful with the figurines, because this collection was dear to him. Gan said that they were really annoying him, and that their heads needed to be twisted off, which he started doing, and Sun started screaming like a madman. Z called the guy a psycho and asked him to stop. He replied that he was Lee Gang, and not a psycho, as Song had called him earlier. The red-haired guy was not prepared for the man to destroy his collection. Snot and tears mixed on his face. On TV, in the news, they said that yesterday, a representative of the Gemini branch was attacked. The identity of the attacker is not established, but he stole personal belongings. Hugh grabbed his head and thought that this was definitely Lee Gan's doing. He was surprised at what he was thinking, and this was the first news he had heard about him. A waitress approached the guy and asked if he was ready to order. The man told Young Wei to shut up this clown show and get out of here. He was very angry. He said with a sly smile on his face that it was all uninteresting, because Hugh had figured him out very quickly. Young Wei began to laugh like a madman, and then said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he had not been able to contact Hugh for a long time. Yang told the man that upon his hasty arrival in Korea, he most likely came here because of Lee Gang, and told Hugh to tell him everything he knew. The blonde man replied that he hated Ian because he was a pervert who stole bodies from other people. The waitress froze in place. She stared at the man. Beads of sweat appeared on her face. The girl became nervous. She was very nervous and asked the man what she was doing. Hugh slammed his fist on the table, gritted his teeth, and thought that Ian was an idiot with idiotic jokes, and he needed to get to Gan faster than anyone else. The guys were in a supermarket. The boy asked Sun if it really was Lee Gang, and he replied that the stranger looked completely different. The redhead noted that Lee is a hero who saved humanity, and he would not act like a thug. The guy told Sun that he saw a man coming out of the demon tower, and that his strength was colossal. But the red-haired man was stubborn as a ram. Z said that he was confident in his words. Since his father told him so, the boy wanted to say something, but Song interrupted him. The young people went to the checkout when they heard someone shouting that there was a thief in the store. He ran so fast that he swept everything in his path. Everyone in the store was scared. The guy noted that the thief had high speed and was most likely from the Scorpio branch, and Sun noted that he was using his powers to rob the store. It turned out that the thief had stolen not only valuable goods from the store, but also wallets from visitors. He had to be stopped, since there would definitely be nothing left there. And the thief smiled sarcastically and thought that the surrounding pathetic idiots and even the Templars were not able to keep up with him. The thief realized that he had made a good profit. He had a wonderful catch and decided that it was time to get out. But he didn't succeed. Completely unexpectedly, he was intercepted by some hero. The thief was definitely not prepared for such a turn of events. He was very nervous, and sweat, tears, and saliva were mixed on his face. It was Li Gang who caught the thief, and the guy he was staying with asked what the man was doing there, and he replied that he forgot to tell the guys to buy chicken. The stranger told Gan that he was quite good, because it was quite difficult to catch the Templars of the Scorpio constellation, given their agility. The man told Li that judging by his aura, he was an ordinary follower and advised him to report the incident to the police next time. Gan came closer to the young man, began to examine him, and thought about who he was. The guy wanted to ask the man something, but something distracted him and he began to look around. There were a lot of people in the store. They were all very scared. The thief, who was lying on the floor, realized that an earthquake had started and decided that he needed to get out, because this was his chance. He didn't think about anything else, but like a bullet, he began to run out of the store. Everyone looked at him in surprise. There was a smile on the thief's face. He thought that because of that man he would be caught, but the earthquake played into his hands. But the thief didn't have time to run far. The floor covering in front of him began to come apart, and what he saw shocked the man. The misfortune bringer appeared in front of him. The thief was very surprised that the monster appeared in the green zone. He stood and thought that he needed to run as far away as possible before it was too late. The thief began to run away again and thought that this creature, although very strong, would not be able to catch him. But how wrong the young man was. He ran straight into the monster's mouth with a smile on his face. And the people who were in the store watched everything that was happening without taking their eyes off it. The monster continued to stand in place, looking with interest at the people who had gathered in a crowd. Some onlookers were even filming the monster on their mobile phones, when a message was heard that an emergency had arisen and the building needed to be evacuated. They also announced over the loudspeaker that the Spider Queen was on the territory of the hypermarket and had started attacking people. People ran in all directions, and over the loudspeaker they said that the Spider Queen had appeared on the territory. The little boy did not react to the message in any way. He was lost and crying loudly, and the monster was approaching him. Li Gang hit the monster with all his might just when it opened its mouth a few centimeters away from the child. Gan told the boy that he should be careful. The child had tears in his eyes and was shaking with horror. Li. He extended his hand to the boy and calmly asked him if the baby was scared. The child didn't say anything to the man, but just started running away very quickly. Li looked at all this with bewilderment. The guy coughed into his fist and said that most likely the boy was okay. Li Gang was surprised and asked what the hell this giant was doing here. And then he added with a smile that for the first time in a long time he would be able to have some fun. Yang Wei was driving a car and asked his driver to repeat what he had said. He replied that the misfortune bringers had appeared in the middle of a hypermarket in Pucheng City, and Wei asked the driver to tell him the name of the creature. He said that the monster's name was the Spider Queen, and this information made Jan very angry. Wei thought about how they had failed during the last raid, and he had barely managed to put the seal on it while she had managed to escape. He clenched his fist and thought about how he wouldn't be able to hold back the red-class monster on his own. After the appearance of the attractors, people began to divide locations into 6 classes according to the level of danger. The blue zone is a blessed abode. The green zone was also considered safe, and there was no need to be afraid of anyone there. But in the yellow zone, it was necessary to be on guard, as it belonged to the category of light danger. The orange zone was best avoided because it already posed a major threat to life. The red zone included locations that were simply teeming with deadly monsters. But in the black zone, life is completely impossible. There are a huge number of monsters there. The Spider Queen appeared in the hypermarket, which means that this area is now considered a red zone. The driver approached Yang Wei with a question about what to do about the situation in the hypermarket. The man thought about something for a few minutes, and then replied that they needed to seal everything. Jan clenched his fist and thought that no one should know about the incident because their failure on the last raid was to blame for everything. The man told the driver to pass on the message that those inside the supermarket could not be saved, and that the Templars needed to be sent to seal the building. Meanwhile, the number of insects in the supermarket increased. They crawled around the premises in search of food. The man tried to shield himself from the monsters with his hands, his brows furrowed in confusion. He began to use his powers, his face twisted in pain, and he began to call the insects names. A few minutes later, he used a special skill and froze the insects, rendering them immobile. Beads of sweat appeared on the young man's face, and he began to say something with a smile. But the insects were not frozen and immobilized for very long. They quickly overcame the ice freeze. The man's joy quickly turned to anger. He couldn't understand how the monsters were able to destroy his spell so quickly. A few minutes later, Li Gang appeared in front of him and told the man to step aside. The guy, with beads of sweat appearing on his face, wondered when the guy had managed to get to this place so quickly. Li began throwing the cans aside and said that the parasites were so hungry that they decided to feast on people. The young man began throwing tin cans of drink at the insects and said that it would be better for them to eat them. The monsters didn't like all this. They opened their mouths, hissed, roared, and sprayed saliva in all directions. But Li Gang didn't think for very long. He took out a knife, and with the words, "Who is the monster opening its mouth at?" dealt with the big monster. The man was very belligerent. He gritted his teeth and said that the pathetic mobs should know their place. The guys Li Gang was staying with looked at everything that was happening with surprise, their mouths wide open. And a system message appeared in front of the young man, saying that he had destroyed the bringers of misfortune. The guy was very surprised. He read a message that his experience was increased, and he received consumables. He read that he needed to collect materials, and he would be able to create new relics and skills. The guy realized that production skills had also changed. The young man held the stone in his hands and thought that moving didn't seem so difficult to him. Perhaps he would already be able to use more energy. The guy who tried to freeze the monsters looked at Li in surprise, because he easily destroyed them. Gan approached the guys, who opened their mouths in surprise. They couldn't understand when the man had managed to deal with the monsters. The blond, short-haired boy looked at Li and wondered where he came from. Beads of sweat appeared on the man's face. He frowned and realized that he had not heard the question. Li Gang looked at him and called the stranger an uninitiated minister of the church. The man began to shout that he knew something was fishy there and noted that Li was the same man who had attacked their followers. Li Gang immediately understood that the young man was talking about that man and woman, and so he smiled slightly. The guy's mood changed literally in a second, and he punched the stranger in the face. He fell to the floor, clutching his face with his hand, and Li asked how he knew that, and then added that he knew too much. The man folded his hands into fists. Beads of sweat appeared on his face and asked how he could not recognize him. And then he added that Li had put on the clothes and badge of a beaten man. The man said that the badge was a relic that was only given to the Templars of the Gemini branch. He yelled that the secret of Li's strength was that he carried a badge, and Gan looked at the badge in surprise and asked why he had that thing on him. The man looked at the badge. His pupils became like dots and said that it was an abomination. The gray-haired man began to scream very loudly. His face was covered in beads of sweat. He called Li all sorts of names. Chan said that this relic was good enough as a declaration, and that the guys had most likely been cheated big time, adding that those bastards hadn't changed a bit in 20 years. He wanted to say something else, but a monster to the side began to scream very loudly. Li Gang stood there, his face completely devoid of any emotion. He was calm. The guys were very scared. Beads of sweat appeared on their faces. They were shaking with fear. The Spider Queen was very angry. She followed the people, and they ran away from her in different directions. The gray-haired man turned his head to the side and stuttered that the Spider Queen was coming towards them. Li Gang looked in her direction and realized that he needed to act quickly. Everyone was running away from the Spider Queen, but the guy flew straight to her and even called her a spider. The young man began to hit the monster with his fists and shouted with hatred for it to get out of here. The Spider Queen didn't like the guy's familiarity at all, and she began to destroy everything in her path. People looked at everything that was happening with horror. They were all very scared. The guys Li Gang lived with opened their mouths in surprise. Beads of sweat appeared on their faces. The gray-haired man also looked at everything that was happening with horror. He frowned. The guy thought about the fact that Li rushed at the monster without any relic on him. Those present in the supermarket heard a message telling the Gemini branch Templars to be careful. The boys immediately realized that it was the voice of the Gemini branch bishop's son Hek. One of the boys thought about telepathy. The man said it was Sun Hyuk, and he called out to Sun Jae and Sun Jun to leave the building immediately. The bishop stated that the people from the Aries branch intend to completely seal the building. The man said that Yang Wei himself was heading here, and that he couldn't be stopped, and that even a saint couldn't handle the Spider Queen. That's why they decided to get rid of the place completely, because the saints would have problems if people found out about their failure. The white-haired man asked Song Jun if he had a teleportation skill. He told the guy to take Song Jae and get out of there. The boys were very upset by the fact that only the two of them could be saved. There was panic in the supermarket. People were very worried. Others were helping the weaker ones. The insects were crawling out of every crack. They were very angry and had no intention of retreating anywhere. But Li Gang did not stand still. He gradually approached the Spider Queen. He was not afraid of her at all. The gray-haired man watched everything that was happening with a frown. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he was shaking with fear. The bishop began to answer the guy's question about whether the two of them should teleport, and the man asked if there were any problems. The gray-haired man said with a smile on his face that they had no problems. The red-haired guy shouted that the man was carrying it, because there was clearly not enough help from outside, and didn't he understand how badly they were stuck. The guy shouted at the man, asking if he was suggesting leaving all these people here to die, but he reacted to the crit very calmly. He calmly told the guy to think for himself about the fact that the Spider Queen could appear in the middle of the city. What would people think then? The red-haired boy was surprised, and the man said that the townspeople would reproach the branches of the constellations. Their faith would weaken, and their strength would waver. Then he added that he could take one person with him. Song Jae would go with him. He was ordered to get him out of here. The red-haired man shouted that his friend was here and he couldn't leave him, and that there were still a lot of people in the supermarket who hadn't managed to evacuate. The man gritted his teeth and replied that the guy was an idiot and now was not the time for whims. He said he had no desire to die here because of an incompetent person like him. The man replied that he could not go against the orders of his elders, so he would finish off all the extra cargo so that the guy would have no choice. The red-haired guy clenched his fists and started yelling at the man that he was a crazy bastard. And he began to laugh. He asked Song Jae if he was going to fight him. He noted that they were on completely different levels. The man told Sun to check his conscience and make a reasonable decision. The man wanted to say something else to the young man, but he stopped mid-word. Song Jae didn't think for long, but used his strength and the man flew to the side. Li Gang ran into the hypermarket and asked in surprise why the guys were still there. The boy noted that it was very dangerous to be in the hypermarket, so he should move his buns. The guys were very happy to see the young man, and the red-haired one noted that the attractors had blocked the exit and they couldn't get out of here. The dream said that they have two ways out of here. The first is to take the teleport to the gray-haired man. The second way out is much more difficult and consists of destroying all these creatures. The guy said that there were a lot of wounded people in the hypermarket and they needed help. And then he added that the people from the Aries branch decided to seal the entire building, thereby not giving anyone a chance. Li Gang frowned and said that this was indeed a huge problem, but the gray-haired man only wheezed. A few minutes later, he stood up and began cursing Li with all his might and calling him to come to him. Gan calmly said that it seemed to him that the man had chickened out and had already run away with his heels flashing, and the gray-haired man yelled at him to shut his mouth. He looked at his mobile phone and said angrily that he would see if they could get out of here alive, and he would be able to escape alone. The gray-haired man frowned. Beads of sweat ran down his face. He was thinking about something. He didn't notice how the Spider Queen approached him and entangled him in her webs. After a few seconds, the gray-haired man realized what was happening and began to panic. He was definitely not prepared for such a development of events. But the Spider Queen did not stand on ceremony for very long. She lifted the man up in order to profit from him. The boys opened their mouths in surprise. Their pupils narrowed very much, and beads of sweat appeared on their faces. They were brought out of their stupor by Li's voice. He told the boys to take care of the wounded, and he would sort everything out. Then, when he was done, he would join them. The guys were very surprised, and Gan calmly said that it wouldn't take much time. Yang Wei arrived at the hypermarket and immediately asked about the situation. He was told that the building was already practically sealed and cordoned off. Jan said that given the fact that the work had begun before his arrival, everything was progressing very slowly. The guys began to wonder why the defense wasn't holding as it should. The second one noted that he felt like something was about to break out. A group of people standing near the supermarket began to cough very heavily because smoke was coming from the building. Those around saw a huge snake with its mouth wide open and its eyes glowing red. Yang Wei was very surprised. He frowned and seemed completely unprepared to see the snake. People started running out of the hypermarket. They were screaming to be saved and that there were people in the middle of the building. They started telling stories about some guy in a hypermarket who was fighting monsters alone. Yang Wei, who stood to the side, thought that people were talking nonsense because no one would fight monsters alone, especially since he was also not able to do it. He told the security that he would see it all with his own eyes. The security got nervous, and the guys told Jan that it could be very dangerous. Wei said he didn't care, then added that everyone should be ready and went inside the hypermarket. The man walked into the middle of the building and what he saw shocked him. In front of him was the Spider Queen. A few seconds later, he realized that she was killed and wondered who could have done this. Jan walked around the hypermarket and thought about the fact that there were traces of a real massacre in the premises. He was wondering what the hell had happened here. Wei thought that someone was specifically hunting the Spider Queen, and then said that he got rid of his headache because he already had enough problems. The man stopped. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. He began to understand that he felt a familiar energy. Jan went out onto the balcony and began to look down. He was interested in what was going on there. Wei saw Hugo Otis and was curious about what the young man was doing there. Ian began to think that this could be Hugo's doing. He thought that it made sense. Wei frowned deeply, clenched his teeth, and thought about how Otis missed him. Then the man was distracted by a question. Someone from behind asked Jan what was wrong, the pig, and he got really scared. Lee asked Wei if everything was okay, and then noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. And what happened to his expression? Jan was covered in beads of sweat and began to scream like crazy. He was gasping for air and choking. At this time, rescuers were working near the entrance to the hypermarket, helping the wounded. The guys Li Gang lived with were seated aside and given warm blankets. The boy was coughing and Song was deep in thought. The red-haired man was wondering if that guy could really be Li Gang, as he said, although he looks different, his movement said otherwise. Then the young man was distracted from his thoughts by someone's voice. It was very familiar. Someone was calling the guy by name. It was Hugo Otis. He asked Song Jae what he was doing near the hypermarket. Sun asked the man why he had returned. The boy was surprised to see the holy sign of Sagittarius, and Hugo got angry, since this is not the way to greet one's own father. The dark-haired guy started laughing, and Song gritted his teeth and became very angry. Hugo noted that his son was unharmed, and noted that a little medical attention would quickly get him back in action. He told his son that he had been informed that the monsters inside the building had been destroyed, and asked if he had seen who had done it. Sun said something inarticulate, and Otis smiled and wondered who his son was like. The guy asked Sun if everything would be okay with Li Gang. Hugo, who heard the conversation, was very surprised. He ran up to the boy, grabbed him by the shoulders, and started shaking him, while Sun watched everything that was happening in surprise. Otis shouted what name the boy had called, began to ask where Lee was now and whether he knew him. The child was very scared. The boy asked if by mentioning the name Theksu he meant St. Hugo Otis. Then the guy said that the young man was in the supermarket, and he managed to defeat the Spider Queen, and he also introduced himself as Li Gang. The man listened to the boy very carefully. He continued to hold him by the shoulders and asked him to describe everything in more detail. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard from the hypermarket, and people began to look in its direction. The explosion destroyed part of the hypermarket, and someone's laughter could be heard from the side. Yang Wei was making his way somewhere. He was covered in dust and dirt. There was sweat on his face, and he was trying to catch his breath. Li Gang appeared in front of the man and calmly said that this was all too much. Li told Yan that they hadn't seen each other for 20 years, and the first thing he did was just pick him up and attack him. Jan was sweating profusely and began asking how Gan had managed to stay alive and was surprised at his own question. Wei thought that the guy looked very much like Li Gang, but he didn't have a scar on his face. His voice seemed familiar, but different from before. Yang also thought that Li looked too young, and called the man names and said that he was imitating Gan, adding that he was momentarily worried. Wei looked at the young man in surprise and could not understand who was imitating whom. Jan started yelling that the guy dared to deceive him, such a great man, and said that he would pay for it with his life. Li punched Wei in the stomach and asked him what he was talking about. adding that he had always made money by deceiving others. Gan was so angry that he used his abilities, and Yang flew back several meters. A few seconds later, Wei fell onto the construction debris and began to groan in pain, and Gan looked at him calmly. Li said that each of them needed to be taught a lesson, and then asked how he had lived while he was imprisoned in the demon tower. The guy continued. He said that they had appropriated his relics and wealth and even forged his will. Yan wanted to say something, but Li, with a smile on his face, told him not to worry and noted that in any case he was going to finish them all off. Gan said that it was worth starting with the treasury and then destroying Yan's house, its branches and relics and everything else. Yang Wei, who had been listening very carefully to his opponent, screamed very loudly in horror. He gritted his teeth and thought that this definitely couldn't be happening. The man was very surprised. Yan understood that the manner of speech and behavior were definitely Li's, and the guy was definitely not bluffing, but he couldn't even recognize all his movements. Wei began to understand that it was indeed Li Gang in front of him, but how did he manage to survive and return from the demon tower? Yan thought this was nonsense and said that if it was really Li Gang in front of him, then he had to prove it. The boy looked at Yan, who had risen up and was reading the message that the sacred essence of the Aries constellation, the Jade Emperor, had revealed itself. Li laughed and said that even the sacred entity had graced him with its attention. Yang Wei was not going to leave things as they were. He began to use his special skills. Literally within a few seconds, the young man's entire body was wrapped in chains, and Wei, with a sly smile on his face, asked Li if he still considered them weaklings. He said that he didn't know how Gan survived in that tower, and began to use the sovereign skill and heavenly weapon. Li Gang watched all this calmly, and then calmly said that he was impressed by the Emperor's strength. Yang Wei gritted his teeth and angrily told the guy to quickly shut his mouth. He began to send a huge number of swords towards Li Gan, and said that it was time for him to die. In just a few minutes, the young man was completely covered in swords. Yang Wei looked at the huge mountain with his brows furrowed, and thought that he had succeeded. He started walking towards the mountain with swords, and said that it was amazing that Li was able to get out of the tower, but his self-confidence had not gone away. Jan said that challenging someone who had gained experience all these years through his followers was at the very least reckless. Wei began to smile sarcastically, and asked if it was true that Gan thought that they had been standing still for all these 20 years. Then the mountain of swords began to crumble in different directions, as if someone was taking the swords apart. Yang Wei was very scared. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. His pupils narrowed very much, and he thought that this could not be. Li finally got out of the difficult trap and punched Yan right in the face with all his might. He flew several meters and fell onto some debris from building materials. Yang was shaking with fear and thought about how Li got out of there alive and asked if it was true that it was Li Gang in front of him. The young man put his foot on Jan's stomach and noted with joy that he finally recognized him. Wei wheezed in pain, and Gan said that he came for their souls, and then added that they should prepare for the worst. Li covered his nose with his hand and told his opponent that his weapons smelled strongly of shit. Yang Wei looked at Li and thought that this level of regeneration was impossible even for the Aquarius constellation, which possessed healing skills. System messages appeared in front of Li, and he told Yan that thanks to him, he became even stronger. He leaned down in front of Wei and asked him why they didn't try out his new skill. Yan started shouting for Li to stop. System messages appeared in front of him and he turned red. Wei was very surprised when his divine essence hurriedly left while shouting curses. Yan started screaming about why the sacred entity had left him, and Li noted with a smile on his face that it had left before it was all over. Gan said that he was quite merciful, so Wei would only feel the pain that he himself had experienced. At this time, security guards Yang Wei and Hugo Otis entered the hypermarket. The security guard looked around and asked in surprise what had happened in the supermarket. There was a huge number of monsters lying on the floor of the hypermarket, which no longer posed any danger. Hugo Otis stood to the side and looked at the monsters. He thought about something for a while. Something alerted the guy. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he realized that the energy that was floating in the room was very familiar to him. A few minutes later, he saw someone lying in the distance and began to guess that it was Yang Wei. Hugo realized that this was Li Gang's doing, since he was always causing trouble, and the guards were saying that something was wrong here, since Yang Wei's energy was coming from below. One of the guards noted that Jan's aura was very weak, and the second began to suspect something. Hugo Otis came closer and asked the guys if they could step back a little. He began to use his powers. A few seconds later, the man jumped into the crater where Yang Wei's body lay. What Hugo saw shocked him. He immediately realized that this was definitely the work of Li Gan. Yang Wei was foaming at the mouth, and there was a note on his body indicating that he had gone to the pigsty. Hugo wondered what kind of trouble he would cause this time. The young man stood in front of a huge, pompous building and hummed a cheerful melody. Li Gang said that it was now clear where the man kept his stolen relics. He entered the building, began to look around, and said that this guy seemed to be trying to make himself out to be a god of treasures. Too much show. The young man looked to the side and thought that he could smell his relics coming from that side. He came closer to them and realized that they were all fakes. The clothes were taken from his house, but the weapons were clearly fake. What the guy saw left him in a state of great shock, and he could only sigh. There was a toothpick lying on the red velvet pillow, and on the card was an inscription stating that it had been used by Li Gang. The guy put his hands on the glass cube and said that his baby had finally been found. The people who were in this museum began to look at the strange young man in shock. A few minutes later, the alarm started to sound, and the light started to glow red. The guards started running and broadcasting information on the radio that they had a robber, and that all the guards needed to head to Sector B. Li Gang stood next to the broken cube. There were shards of glass on the floor. He was holding a toothpick in his hands. The young man was surrounded by a huge number of guards, who shouted at him to slowly put the object down and surrender. Li Gang continued to hold the toothpick in his hand and said that he didn't want to do it. The man smiled, used his special power, and simply waved the toothpick up and down. Something incredible began to happen to the guards, as if they were being lifted by an unprecedented force. Li laughed and said that old familiar things are the best and looked at the toothpick. A system message appeared in front of the guy saying that he had discovered a relic. From the system message, the guy learned that the toothpick had turned into a lump of slime and he could give it his trait. The lump smiled, and the guy, also smiling, asked him if they should go to the exit. The guy took a few steps and saw the doors. A system message appeared in front of him that he felt a strong aura of the relic of the constellation Aries. Li Gan's eyes lit up and he said that he felt a bit sorry to leave here empty-handed. The young man put his hand on the door handle and said that it was an exciting moment to receive the award. Hugo Otis was very scared. There were beads of sweat on his face. He asked if he was accidentally late. People started running out of the building, shouting something unintelligible, and Hugo watched everything that was happening. People were shouting that there were explosions all over the building and that everyone should run away, and the man folded his fists and started saying something to Gan. Li, dragging a huge bag behind him, patted his stomach and said that he was a bit hungry. Hugo Otis wrinkled his forehead. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he called out to Li Gan very loudly. He was very surprised, as he was not prepared to see Thexu here, as he called Hugo. The man started running towards the building with tears in his eyes, shouting that he was a bastard. Li Gang just laughed loudly and said that he did everything for the sake of old friendship. Hugo grabbed the guy who came out of the building with Li and told him that if he was alive, then he should have found him, but he was doing God knows what. The man asked if everything was okay with his leg and noticed that there was no aura coming from him, and asked where he had been all this time. And Li looked at this with surprise. He kicked Hugo in the face and asked how he could not recognize a face and called the man names. Otis sat on the ground, and Li asked the man if he wanted to die and wondered how he dared to confuse him with anyone else. The man held his face and looked in surprise at the young man standing in front of him. Hugo saw a clot of mucus on the boy's shoulder and asked if it was all true. Li began to laugh heartily and said that Taixu needed another beating. The man very quickly got up from the ground and threw himself on the guy's neck, but Gan didn't like all this very much. Otis was crying and began to ask Li if he was alive. He was wondering if it was really Gan in front of him. He hung in the young man's arms and sobbed bitterly, his face turned blue, all of which Li did not like very much. The guy threw him off and asked how he dared to rush at him so suddenly, adding that it was disgusting. Hugo replied that it was indeed Li in front of him, and a system message appeared in front of Gan, stating that the essence of the Sagittarius constellation had manifested itself. The guy looked at the essence of the Sagittarius constellation in surprise. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. Hugo was scared. He frowned and didn't understand what was happening, but Li was calm. The men looked at the essence of the Sagittarius constellation and thought about why it appeared. Li began to think about what had happened when a message appeared in front of him that the sacred entity Apollo was doubting the truth of Gan's survival. There was also a message that Apollo was offering to verify this. Otis asked how to do this. Gan read that Apollo was aiming his arrow at Li Gan and would say that everything would become clear when he shot him. The guy wanted to get rid of the god. Li was surprised that the entity, upon meeting a person, immediately pointed a weapon at him, and Hugo calmed him down, saying that everything was fine, and Apollo did not want to offend him. Gan clarified that everything was indeed fine, and then said that they should continue where they started. The man immediately remembered the phrase about Li saying that he would finish him off, and then adding that they would see each other soon. Li said that when he returned from the Demon Tower to find his house sold, his property stolen, and his relics gone, Hugo began to stutter. Gan made a fist and told the man to let him hit him just once. Without receiving an answer, Li hit Hugo, who, with a smile on his face and tears in his eyes, said that it was definitely gone in front of him, but he himself thought that he had hit him very hard. Security guards began to emerge from the building, shouting that the offender needed to be found and captured, and that he had to return the relics. Li remembered being followed and the man asking him if he had stolen something. The young man pointed to the bag and calmly said that he hadn't taken anything special, just a couple of trinkets. Hugo was very surprised and asked Li if he had stolen the relics from Yang Wei's storage, and he agreed. The man grabbed the guy by the lapels and said that there was nothing cool about it, and Li just laughed cheerfully. One of the guards told the man that they needed to catch the thief right away, but he replied that he was beyond their reach. And then he noticed that the rascal definitely couldn't handle him, even though everyone thought he was quite strong. The guard was very surprised. Suddenly a very strong wind arose, which began to swirl the green leaves. Hugo was very surprised. At this time, a huge, muscular beast began to jump from the roof of the building. All this happened in complete silence. The head of the guard bowed his head, frowned. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he said that he was here. The avatar of the constellation Aries, the beast of abundance, whose name is Pishu, landed on the earth. The men looked at the huge beast, and Li Gang read the system message. It warned that Pishu could steal money and relics. Li Gang looked at the beast calmly, and Hugo Otis was very scared. He said that it was very bad that the avatar of Aries appeared. The man asked Li to leave everything and run away, but Gan told him to just stand and watch. A sly smile appeared on the young man's face, and he said that he had a plan. Li Gang ordered the slime to give him a knife, and he began to carry out the order. A few seconds later, a cold weapon appeared in the slime's mouth, and the guy reached for it. The young man took the knife in his hand and began to wave it. He was calm and collected. Then Li raised the knife up and thought that it wouldn't be suitable for fighting the avatar in this state. But the guy had an original plan. His eyes were shining, and he told the avatar to show his true form. A very strong wind blew. Hugo began to cover his face with his hand and thought about what kind of force this was. Everything around began to collapse and crumble, and day very quickly turned to night. Li said that it was much better this way, and instead of a knife, he had a huge sword in his hands. A message appeared in front of Gan that the awakened relic was imbued with the aura of Ophiuchus, and it had acquired more deadly characteristics. The guy got acquainted with the messages and was very happy that he had acquired a new skill. Li Gang smiled. His eyes were burning with fire, and he made the decision to use the power of the 13th. The guy looked at the beast and thought that now he could easily see all its weak points. Li Gang raised his weapon and said that it was time to warm up a bit. Hugo told the boy that rushing at the enemy without thinking is Li's tactic. The man noted that Gan always overcomes obstacles despite his recklessness. The man looked at the boy. There was a smile on his face. He mentally told him that he congratulated him on his return. The beast also did not stand aside and did not cool down. He was very angry and hit the asphalt with his paw. So where was Gan? Hugo Otis was so scared that beads of sweat appeared on his face. He called out loudly for Li. Aries' avatar looked at the man in surprise, and Hugo, out of nowhere, heard the guy's voice, most likely from the animal's belly. Li is under the beast, began to come out and said that there was a very strong stench there. He almost died from the smell of pork. The young man's eyes were shining with anger. There was a sly smile on his face, and he said that now it was his turn. The animal's eyes were burning with anger. It clenched its teeth very tightly, since it could not break away from the guy. Li Gang didn't wait long. He immediately got down to business. The guy wielded a huge sword like a feather, and the wounded animal screamed as if in frenzy from pain, saliva spraying from its mouth in all directions. A system message appeared in front of the young man, informing him that the beast was using its skill. The beast opened its mouth wide and screamed, and Lee read in the message that Pishu was absorbing all the valuables that came within range. Lee squeezed his sword even tighter and said that the beast should have behaved quietly, but now it would not escape punishment. Gan raised his weapon very high and read the system message that the Ophiuchus trait had been activated. Lee's eyes lit up. He smiled and said that one slight paresis should be enough. And the young man hit the asphalt with all his might, and pieces of asphalt, dust, and dirt flew in all directions. Pishu also got caught in the crossfire. He screamed like a madman, opened his mouth very wide, from which sharp, white teeth were visible. A very strong wind arose, which lifted the boulders like feathers, and the guards who were standing nearby screamed in horror. Hugo Otis also screamed very loudly. He was surprised, and from fear beads of sweat appeared on his face. Li Gang frowned. He smiled a sarcastic smile and was satisfied with the effect he wanted to achieve. Hugo brought his hand to his face to wipe away the beads of sweat, and thought that the guy really did have power. The man looked at the boy and thought about how powerful he had been in his prime. System messages appeared in front of the guy, and he read that he had defeated the Avatar, and his experience of the sacred throne had increased. The system asked if Gan wanted to have the Beast of Abundance as an avatar, a question that caught the guy off guard. He approached the beast, which was no longer dangerous, and said that he thought that only 12 saints could have avatars. The guy walked up to the beast, put his hand on its head, and used force. Pishu came to life, and a system message reported that the beast had become an avatar of the constellation Ophiuchus, and Lee only had one avatar. A few minutes later, the beast shrank in size and jumped into the arms of its new owner. Lee said it would be great to use Pisha as a keeper of his relics. Gan tossed the beast and caught it, and Hugo watched and said with surprise that Lee had appropriated an avatar from another branch. He wondered when he had acquired this skill. The system message reported that Lee can give the beast a new name. The guy was very surprised. The young man thought for a moment, and then, with a smile on his face, said that the animal would be called Pig Bank. It was getting dark. The conversation was taking place in the house, when someone very loudly called their man a traitor. Hugo shouted why he was a traitor, because he was very worried about Lee, and the guy noted that while he was in captivity, he built a family and enjoyed life. Gan said that he was going through pain and suffering, and his friend was passing the happy days and did not try to find him, and when he returned, he did not even recognize him. Lee got up from the couch and said that he would not bother Hugo with his presence, and he replied that everything was fine and that Gan could spend the night with him, since he lived alone. Gan said he shouldn't have brought it up and said divorce wasn't a tragedy as Otis shouted that he wasn't divorced. The man put his hand to his head and said that they needed to continue where they left off, and asked Lee to tell them what was happening inside the tower. Hugo said that during the raid, he stayed outside to hold back the incoming forces of monsters, and does not know what happened, but the guys returned with the head of Red Eye. Lee noted that it was a very sob story because he was stabbed in the back and left to rot in a tower. It was a trap teeming with countless hordes of lures. Gan said that among the hordes of these creatures, Red Eye, whom he thought dead, came back to life. Hugo was very surprised, and asked if Red Eye had really been revived. Lee said that what they saw during the raid was not his real body. Gan noted that the true form was hidden deep within, and even though he managed to win, everything was not so simple. The guy noted that the main thorn in his side was not the red-eyed one, but the tower administrator, who again and again brought back to life all the lures he killed. Lee said he chopped everyone into pieces, and then he was overcome with the feeling that he would not escape from the tower, and the administrator enjoyed his torment. Having finished off the last one, he collapsed to the ground from exhaustion, and if his memory and feelings do not fail him, then at that moment he was already dead. Gan said he opened his eyes and found himself somehow outside the tower, and at that moment, he was filled with a strange power. The guy said that he was sure that whoever hit him was well aware of the structure of the tower. He threw him into the lair of the lures, as if he knew what was waiting for him there. Lee noted that sooner or later he would get to those who had appropriated his property, but the one who had stabbed him in the back would receive a special punishment. Gan said he needed to prepare, make decent equipment. He called the workshop to create anything. The young man looked through the system messages and muttered something under his breath. The guy looked at the relics with a smile and then said that they just needed to be mixed together. Lee did not hesitate, but began to create a new relic, and the process began. A system message reported that a new relic had been created. A new entity, the false Crimson Horse, had been recreated. Lee looked at the relic and noticed that one like his was capable of developing on its own, and Hugo was only surprised. The man began to look closely at the relic and said that it was very valuable, so its design was simply disgusting. Lee screamed. Was Hugo making fun of him? Didn't he see how much material he had poured into this subject? Gan said that he had been thinking about making something for Otis with the remaining materials, but now he suddenly changed his mind. Hugo immediately said that the item had an elegant design. He is a true master in making beautiful relics. Lee replied that he would look at Otis's behavior, began to open the bag and said that the first thing to do was to somehow lure all the saints. Hugo asked how Lee would do this. Since the other constellations would hardly dare to leave their residences, Gan took out a chest and noted that this would be enough. Otis was very surprised because he saw the royal relic of Ares, the vault golden rune. The man opened his mouth in surprise and said that the royal relics were the most valuable artifacts one could ever find, and asked how Lee had obtained them. Lee said Hugo was the saint of the beggar constellation. He brought this thing to use as a wallet. The man shouted that his constellation was called Wrong. Gan asked the man if he knew that high-grade relics required much more materials than regular ones, and now he could create high-grade relics. Otis spread his arms and asked how he would do this, since there was no one here who could activate it. Lee asked what about Hugo then, and he started shouting at the guy not to look at him like that and asked if they had forgotten that his sign was Sagittarius. The room became very quiet, and then Li Gang replied that Otis was telling the truth. The guy looked at the chest and said that he had a feeling that they would be able to activate it, and Hugo noted that it wouldn't work, and they needed to look for another way out. The man smiled, and Gan said that he had already sent an application to the news network. Hugo was surprised and asked the guy again what he had done and what he had sent to the news network, and he said that he would try differently. The young man became very angry and started shouting at Lee and asking him if he had gone crazy. Young people gathered in the Blue House. The elders were calling out their subordinates because they were unable to deal with one spider. The bishop of the Leo branch said that they should continue trading talismans and asked why they were getting into battles with the lures. The man told the bishop to refrain from such statements, and he said that he heard that the Spider Queen was killed by an unknown person. Then he asked if Li Gang had risen from the grave, but he was quickly killed. The Gemini branch bishop told the Leo branch bishop that he must be very fascinated by Li Gan's achievements. And he asked what was wrong with that, since Li Gang had destroyed that creature without much difficulty, and asked if the guy had seen the video of Russia burning. The guy with glasses said that Li was strengthened by the saints and gave him their best weapons. The bishop of the Lion branch laughed and said that they were not given the conditions. The Gemini branch bishop said that the Spider Queen was destroyed by them, the Gemini branch, at the cost of a high-ranking Templar's life. His partner started laughing and noticed that they, poor things, had paid a huge price, and he wanted to shake the poor thing's hand, but he was in the monster's stomach. The altercation continued, and an elderly man watched from the side, clenching his teeth. After a while, he frowned and thought that the Blue House had become a den for scumbags. A security guard ran into the room and said that he had an urgent message for Mr. President and asked to turn on the news. The announcer on TV said that they had an emergency broadcast and reported that their news channel had received a mysterious package. The man said that inside were photographs of the holy sign of Ares, Yang Wei, as well as a short message, and the test results confirmed that the handwriting was Li Gang's. Hugo Otis was screaming very loudly. His mouth and eyes were wide open, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. He asked Lee what he was thinking by sending something like that, and Gan said it was just an announcement, letting them know that their heads would soon be on his plate. Hugo clutched his head and said that Yang Wei's death itself was a huge problem, and Lee made it worse with his message. The guy lowered his head and calmly said that Yang Wei was not dead as everyone thought. Otis was very surprised, and Lee added that, to be more precise, it was hard to call Jan alive. Hugo didn't understand anything. He opened his eyes and mouth in surprise. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. The guy picked up the stuffed toy and told Otis that it was Yang Wei. The man thought that Li Gang was a complete scumbag. The man gritted his teeth and stuttered, asking if this toy was really Yang Wei. Li replied that thanks to recent battles, his skills had improved slightly, and he had sealed his astral body into a toy. Hugo was very surprised. He could not believe that something like this was possible. and Lee said that this was not the main thing and gave the man a dagger. Gan told Otis that this was the dagger that was stabbed into his back, the weapon that was the reason for his imprisonment. Hugo took it in his hand and thought that this was the object that almost caused Gan's death, and the dagger, judging by its shape, was far from ordinary. Otis said that if Lee was injured by him, then it was definitely not Yang Wei. The guy asked if maybe he should apologize to Yang then. Gan told Hugo that he was going to visit the shopping mall, and then asked why he needed to do so. Lee replied that the pig said that she had seen a blade with a similar shape there, and asked Otis to lend him some clothes, which he did not refuse. The young man quickly changed his clothes and told slave number 2 to protect the house, and the man asked if he had slave number 1. The guy waved his hand and said that he would be back soon and called Otis slave number 1. He got very angry and started screaming like a madman. A group of people arrived at the site where Yang Wei's estate once stood, but it was now completely destroyed. The girl said into the earpiece to Miss Sacred Aquarius that as expected. But the constellation of Aries has not been there for a long time. The aura of the sacred essence is not felt. Miss was just taking a bath, and with a smile on her face, asked where he could have disappeared to. The security girl said that he most likely took his property and intentionally disappeared somewhere, and added that everything was very bad if he made deals with other saints. Sophie Mard was wondering where the bald, fat man had run off to, and the security guard asked if Yang Wei had been kidnapped by Li Gang, since there were rumors that he had returned. Miss Saint Aquarius began to laugh very cheerfully after these words. She could not stop for a long time. After some time, she let go and told her friend that it was a very stupid joke. The girl replied that she was very sorry, as she said it without thinking, then added that they would visit the shopping mall as they had planned earlier. She wanted to say something else about the auction, but Sophie's bathroom door opened and security shouted that they were in trouble. The girl informed Miss Saint that another saint had expressed a desire to take part in the auction, which surprised her greatly. There were guys in the sports club who were very scared, with beads of sweat on their faces. They came up behind Mr. Stephen as he was lifting the barbell and called him by name. One of the men said that they had received information that the relic, which belonged to Li Gang, would be auctioned off. The athlete threw the dumbbell on the floor in surprise, then smiled and asked if the time had really come. Stephen was incredibly happy. His eyes were shining, he said with a smile, that they would take the relic for themselves. Lee told Sun that the teleporter was a very convenient thing, and he noted that they were very expensive, but members of the Gemini branch could use them for free. The guys were standing near the relic trading complex and looking at the signs. There were a huge number of them there. Gan told the young man that he was grateful to him, because he needed the help of an expert, and he volunteered to help him. Sun replied that he was always ready to help, and he himself remembered the words of the bishop of the Gemini branch, who asked to recruit the man who killed the Spider Queen. The young man took out his phone and read his boss's messages, and Lee noted that his boss was pestering him despite that incident in the hypermarket. Gan extended his hand in which lay the dagger and said that he was returning it, and added that the weapon had helped a lot in the battle with the bugs. Song said he thought the blade had broken after that battle. Lee said he had completely restored it, and then noted that the effectiveness might change slightly. The boy put the blade to his chest and thanked Gan, who put his hand to his forehead and noticed that they had already arrived. He looked at the light that was pouring from the windows and asked the young man if they had come to where the rank assessor was. The young man looked to the side in surprise. His pupils narrowed very much. He was definitely not prepared for this. He blushed and said that it was amazing to see such a person in such a place, and the guy who was standing next to him could only say that she was beautiful. Surrounded by a huge number of guards, Miss Saint Aquarius walked. Sophie Mard was absolutely calm, looking at those present with a slight smile. Miss approached one gentleman and told him that she wanted to get rid of several relics before the auction began, but he replied that the appraiser was currently busy with another client. Sophie was very angry, but she didn't show it. She said that everything was fine and she would wait her turn. Miss Saint stood near the building where the appraiser was located and wondered who was inside. There was Lee, who asked the youth if the ranker really owned this place, and then noted that the prices were in keeping with his rank. The appraiser picked up the statue and asked Song Jae who made it, and Li Gang calmly replied that he did. The man who was conducting the assessment began to stutter and then asked if he was somehow related to Li Gang. Song was very nervous. and replied that the guy next to him was a Gan impersonator, and the appraiser asked to leave them with Lee. He wanted to ask a few questions. The red-haired guy went to the exit, and the appraiser began to ask how the young man was connected with Lee Gan. He could not understand what was going on. The man said that many people don't know that Lee Gang is famous for his fighting skills, and besides that, he is also a skilled craftsman. The appraiser stated that the relic the young man brought was definitely not a fake, and his instinct told him that Lee Gang himself had a hand in it. The boy laughed and told the man that he seemed to be very knowledgeable about Ghana, and he agreed. The appraiser blushed, frowned, narrowed his eyes, and quietly said that he was Lee's favorite student. The guy looked at his friend in surprise and wondered why he had blushed. Lee folded his arms across his chest, squinted one eye, and thought that he didn't remember ever having any students, and the man noted that the boy could not learn from him, since he was very young, and then added that the work amazed him, and he almost believed in its authenticity. Gan was very angry. The young man realized that he was dealing with a fraud, and the appraiser showed the item and said that he had received it when he was recognized as Lee Gang's disciple. The guy looked at the notebook and thought that he had once lost it and began to suspect something. Lee remembered the annoying newcomer who followed him around everywhere in China. He was so fed up with him then. The young man thought that he had aged a lot in 20 years, and the appraiser said that Lee Gang had a keen sense of beauty. But when he disappeared, he left a notebook in his house, and the guy thought he had lost it, but it turned out that the man had simply stolen it. The appraiser opened the notebook and said that he could not decipher Lee's handwriting and that there were many brilliant ideas hidden in this notebook, and Gan remembered that there was a list of his victims in it. The guy thought that after waking up he always received information with what he fought with, but this guy would be able to get much more information. But the mustachioed man handed the young man a notebook and said that it would serve the young talent better than him. The guy picked up the notebook and was happy, because it contained his first sketches, and he was very upset when he lost it. Lee held the notebook and saw a message in front of him that the item's dormant magic had reacted to the owner's aura, and it had been transformed into a relic. The appraiser shouted that it was a memory-type relic, and then said that Lee Gang had cast a spell on the notebook when he was alive. Someone entered the room and told the gentleman that they had big problems. He was very surprised. The man asked what had happened, and the young man said that the saint had been waiting outside for a long time. Usati calmly said that they raised a fuss over a mere trifle, and Lee was very surprised when he heard the name Saint. The girl continued to wait. She folded her arms across her chest. She was guarded by security, but the paparazzi still tried to take pictures of Sophie. The saint bowed her head and thought about how these worthless people dared to stare at her. She noticed that the same thing happened every time. People gathered in a crowd. One young man thought that Sophie Mard only appeared at official meetings because she was too picky for such outings. The saint told the guards that they had been waiting too long, and it was a waste of time. She thought she should go in and hurry them up personally. The girl really wanted to sell the relics. A security guard approached Sophie and said that there was still a client inside. She became interested in who was there, because it was because of him that the saint was disrespected. She really wanted to see that smug face and ran into the room, saw the appraiser and Lee Gan there. Miss Saint looked around, staring at the men, her eyes growing very big in surprise. The girl stared at Lee Gan and couldn't take her eyes off him. The guy looked at her absolutely calmly. A blush appeared on Sophie's face. She thought that in front of her was a magnificent, handsome man. She wanted to look at him a little closer. Literally a minute later, a snake appeared before the beauty's eyes, its eyes burning with fire. The saint was very frightened. Her mouth opened in surprise, and the pupils of her eyes became like dots. The girl was so frightened that she couldn't stand on her feet and fell to her knees. The guards immediately ran up to her and started asking if everything was okay. Sophie's face broke out in beads of sweat as she thought about the terrifying aura she had just felt. Miss Saint felt as if hundreds of poisonous snakes were coiled around her body. Sophie realized that she needed to run away from here quickly and turned towards the exit, and people started shouting after her. The appraiser wondered why Saint had run away, and Lee noted that the girl had become unwell. A system message appeared in front of Gan, indicating that a subordinate of another sacred entity had approached him. He thought that this was not the same as magical power. He clenched his hand into a fist and read that divinity was necessary to maintain the powers of the sacred entity. Gan asked the man if it was true that the girl who came in was a saint, and he was surprised and noted that she appeared in all the news stories about saints. The appraiser paused for a moment and said that it was Sophie Mard, the holy sign of Aquarius. Lee was surprised. The guy laughed so hard that tears came to his eyes and said that he was puzzled that everyone was so upset about the saint, but it turned out to be Sophie. Gan thought that the girl had changed quite a bit. It was no wonder that he didn't recognize her right away. She had always been pretty, but her rotten soul wouldn't go away. The boy thought about how there were categories of things he despised, including pests, fish bones, and sewage, and Sophie was a pest. The man told Lee that he didn't understand why she was considered the saint of mercy and self-sacrifice. The girl had a nasty character, and Gan laughed. Usati said that Sophie had once provided healing assistance to Lee, so she wanted to appropriate his property and the matter passed into the hands of the government. The appraiser told the boy that he thought Sophie would call his name and noted that they probably knew Saint. Gan replied with a smile on his face that they were old friends. At this time, Miss Saint ran wherever her eyes looked, with security running after her and shouting if everything was okay with Sophie. The girl remembered Lee's face, who asked her if she wanted to die, and thought about why she remembered his face at that moment. Sophie said that the magical aura that wanted to absorb her was similar to that person's aura, and noticed that she became very scared. Death did not frighten her so much. Miss Saint told the security guard to go back to the pawn shop and find out who the man was. The assistant asked about the appraiser. Sophie thought about something for a few seconds, and then with a smile on her face said that she had changed her mind. Miss Saint's eyes lit up with a blue fire. She became cheerful, and the girl told the security to finish them off. The assistant said that the appraiser was under the protection of the Virgo branch, and they still needed to sell him the relics, and Sophie said that they both deserved to be punished. She promised the security guard that she would hand her the relic and lend her a piece of the sacred essence, but she told her that magic cannot be used in the neutral zone. Sophie asked her assistant if she was refusing to carry out her orders and looked at her with a smile. The security guard replied that no, she would never dare, because the wish of a saint is the wish of a sacred entity, and the assistant knelt before Miss Saint and stretched out her hands to her. The security guard said that the wish of the sacred entity was the wish of the heavens themselves, and Sophie placed the ornament in her palm. The assistant said how she could resist the order of one of the 12 saints who support the whole world. Li Gang stood in the pawn shop, watched the dripping from the ceiling, and asked why their roof was leaking. Everything was ready in the relic trading complex. The main action was taking place in the central area. People walked past different shops, various signs were lit up, they beckoned to buyers. Sun was also walking, sipping a drink through a straw. When he stopped, he was very surprised. The guy looked at his feet and thought that there was no rain, but why was there water spilled here? He leaned over, began to examine his reflection, and thought about the magical energy emanating from her. And then a hand began to appear from the puddle, reaching out to the young man. Sun was very scared. The glass with the drink fell from his hands and it spilled. A huge water man appeared from the puddle, crawled towards the young man and looked at him with unusual eyes. The guy was seriously scared. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. He wondered what was going on here. The young man was distracted from his thoughts by some sound, and he turned his head, and what he saw shocked him. Watermen also appeared in front of other people. Some were scared by this. Some decided that it was some kind of show. Miss Saint was watching everything that was happening. She just laughed merrily because she liked this performance. Sophie decided to use such an ability as a duplicate mirror. A strong wind blew. The girl was very pleased with herself and noted that the summoned creatures could only match the rank of the Templars, but problems could arise if an entire army of bugs attacked them. There was a serious security guard named Sophie standing nearby. Sun saw her and started calling her, but she pretended not to hear anything. The guy started yelling at her about why she was using combat skills in the neutral zone and demanded that she stop doing it immediately. The girl calmly said that this was the order of the saint, so he shouldn't worry. This answer surprised Sun very much. The security guard said that she was acting at the will of the gods and began to activate the relic. The guy was very scared. He screamed very loudly that this shouldn't be done and put his hand forward. But the young man was not strong enough to prevent the activation of the relic, and the negative process was launched. The water seemed to be playing with people. It covered them, took them into its merciless captivity. Sophie told the assistant that the job was done perfectly, and she would deal with the guy from the relic appraisal point, and the security told her to grab the appraiser. The red-haired guy was also captivated by the water. He was in water bubble and understood that he had to act. Sun knew he needed to get out of there as soon as possible before he lost consciousness. The young man became very ill, and from the lack of oxygen, his pupils became like dots. At that time, Lee was in the pawn shop and looking at the huge wet spot, which was only growing in size. An appraiser approached him and reported that something was happening outside. He noted that he felt strange flows of magic. Suddenly the water gushed out in a huge stream. It not only swept away everything in its path, but also began to take men captive. Li Gang looked down and looked in surprise at the stream of water that passed by his neck. Literally a second later, the water turned into a blade, and Sophie's assistant stood behind the guy and told him not to move. The young man was not at all afraid. He continued to stand calmly. The girl told him that she had nothing personal, but he dared to offend the saint. Sophie's assistant said that if the guy doesn't want bloodshed, then let him behave calmly. The girl added that the saint had ordered them both to be killed, but if the appraiser offered a sincere apology and bought the relics at a high price, she would put in a good word for him. The man was trapped in the water but did not react to these words at all. Lee said it was not allowed to brandish a knife in public places, and he noted that he had not thought about using a weapon. The appraiser was freed from the water trap. The gun fell to the floor, and Gan told the man to ask for compensation for the damage caused. Jin Man thought that the knife was a gift from the Aquarius constellation, but the guy was able to destroy it with his bare hands. The girl clenched her teeth. Her eyes burned with hatred, and she muttered that she told the young man not to resist. Miss Saint's assistant began to use her special powers. The appraiser was thrown back several meters by water sweat, and Lee stood as if nothing had happened. The guy was having a lot of fun. Then he clenched his fist tightly. The water didn't scare him at all. He turned to the girl in glasses and asked with a smile if she had any more special effects like these, since the sensations from them were simply amazing. She got really angry. She thought that this was some kind of nonsense. The guy destroyed a rank clone with one blow. She knew it, because Saint felt bad for a reason. The girl looked at Lee and understood that he was dangerous, so she needed to deal with him as quickly as possible before he created even more problems. Sophie's assistant took out some artifact. She was very nervous and concluded that he definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. The streams of water appeared again, and the girl noted that they were created by the purest magic of the saint. The girl held the artifact in her hand and began to summon orange-class monsters. Water wolves began to appear. Li Gang smiled cheerfully and noted that these pests were very happy to see him. The young man took the blades that were lying on the display case and asked the appraiser a question. The guy asked G-Man and told them to take what he liked and said that he would lend these blades. The man didn't even have time to answer, let alone blink, before the young man had disappeared. Li Gang used his powers and went to meet the water wolves that were near the saint's assistant. The guy immediately began to attack the monsters. He was happy like a child and said that these daggers were very good. The water wolves' faces were distorted, and Lee said he had the feeling that they were no stronger than yard dogs. He understood that it was the weapons. The guy didn't stop. He said he was just planning to have his items evaluated, but he got something much better. A huge number of system messages appeared in front of the young man. His experience was increased, which could not but please. The girl who held the artifact in her hands thought that this couldn't be, because the guy had destroyed the saint's calls so easily. Lee felt a surge of strength and turned his head to tell his assistant Sophie that they weren't finished yet. The girl began to shake with fear. She understood that they were on different levels, and if she tried to attack, she would die immediately. So she couldn't think of anything better to do than run away. But while running away, he said that that wasn't all. Li Gang laughed at her and noted that the idiots who shouted that it was not the end were the most pathetic. G frowned. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. He understood that the person in front of him was not simple and asked the guy if everything was okay with him. Lee didn't have time to answer, as Sun flew into the room and shouted that he had been attacked by a Templar from the Aquarius branch and that he had barely escaped. Gan was glad to see the guy and told him that they had just finished here. Z stuttered and asked what had happened here. The guy began to look at the water wolves, which no longer posed a threat, and said that this was magical energy, similar to the calls of the saint. Lee said that by sending something like this to him, they were giving him resources, but Song said that they had better leave before the next attack. Then G-Man turned to the guys. He asked the guys to wait a minute. They looked at him questioningly. The appraiser thought that 20 years ago he had followed Li Gang and listened to his art, and he clearly remembered how he collected materials after every battle with monsters. The man told Li that he fought like a demon, this crazy fighting style, and timidly asked if it was Gan in front of him. The boy looked G-Man in the eyes and put his finger to his lips. The man frowned, tears flowed from his eyes, and beads of sweat appeared on his face, but he only smiled in response. Li told G that he would return for the materials and asked him to keep a close eye on them, then added that he still had some questions. The boys went to the door, and Man leaned over and said that they should definitely come again. The red-haired man began to ask Gan why the saint was so focused on him, and he replied that she was probably unhappy about something. Sun asked if Li had offended her in some way. The young man closed his eyes and replied that this was also possible. The man smiled. His eyes were burning with fire. He said that the boy would soon see something funny. The guys went to a cafe. Li ate ice cream and told Z that it was just awesome here, and offered him to eat as much as he wanted. Sun said that he was very grateful, and then quietly asked if Gan was sure he had enough money, because it could cost a pretty penny. The guy was silent. He was just remembering how the saint's assistant ran away and dropped something. He told Sun that everything was fine, because earlier he had picked up an interesting thing, and with it they had access to many privileges. Li showed it to the young man, and noted that as far as he remembered, this emblem was similar in functionality to a bank card. With it, he could also rent other people's skills. Sun looked at it in surprise, and said that he had not noticed before that it had the Aquarius emblem on it, and he himself thought that they might have problems, because it also serves as an identifier. Li was eating ice cream and told his friend to forget it and think about it after eating, while Song was wondering if he could eat it. A man with glasses walked into the cafe and told Z that he was glad to see him, and then remarked that he didn't think he liked the ice cream there. At first the boy couldn't understand who was talking to him, but he turned his head and saw Bishop Sun Hek. He smiled and asked if he could join them, but no one answered his question. The bishop placed his hand on Jae's shoulder, and Li looked at him and thought that this was the same boss who was bothering Sonu. Sun sat down at the table and said that he was glad to meet them, and introduced himself, and then turned to Gan and asked if Z had told him that he was unfriendly. Hek replied that the young man had told him that he had met a truly amazing person who had been able to defeat the Spider Queen, while Yang Wei had failed miserably. Li Gang continued to eat his ice cream, looked at the man, and then asked him what he had to do with all this. The bishop said one of his main tasks is to recruit promising awakened people. The young man was very surprised, and then asked Sun what he could offer him. He laughed and said that one of the 8 relics of Li Gang himself would be auctioned off, and suggested that they continue the conversation and enjoy the auction process. The guy was surprised, and thought that they were playing a prank on his relics. Sun knows how to intrigue. The boy replied that it all sounded quite interesting, and then asked how far the auction house was from here, and Song told him to wipe the ice cream off his face first. The bishop smiled and replied that the auction would be held nearby and noted that there would be very rare relics there. The man said that the premises were located 16,000 feet above the ground and housed the largest auction house. In the floating city of Drachma, there was a large auction house of Drachma. It was very tall. Miss Saint was sitting in one of the chairs in the room, hugging herself with her arms and shaking violently. She didn't look very well. The girl was very upset. She was thinking about something. A man sitting nearby and holding a glass of drink in his hands noticed her. He was very angry and told Sophie to get lost if she planned to continue shaking in the corner. The saint looked at the speaker and thought that he was the same stupid and ill-mannered bore, but now she had to control herself. Sophie looked at the huge, muscular man and thought that he was very strong. He was able to surpass Li Gan. There was no place safer than next to him. Stephen Marker said that Li Gang's relic would definitely be his, and the saint would not even dare to lay claim to it. The man went to the exit, and Sophie asked where he was going. He replied that it was none of his business, let her sit and not move. The saint sat, looked out the window, and told herself that she just needed to calm down, and whoever that person was, he would not be able to get in here. Sophie began to look ahead and was very surprised when she saw a familiar silhouette. There was a blond man named Hugo Otis. The girl didn't expect to see him here. The saint smiled and thought that the desired guest had appeared just in time. The man looked around and wondered where Li Gang was. He had disappeared somewhere again. Otis thought that knowing the guy's character, He was sure that he would come here, because the city of Drachma is a real treasure trove of precious relics. Miss Saint crept up behind Hugo and told the man that they hadn't seen him for a long time, and he became scared. And the girl, with a humble smile on her face, began to ask how Hugo Otis was doing. Otis turned his head, frowned, and clenched his teeth. He was not very happy to see Sophie marred. Miss Saint smiled at Hugo and said that she couldn't get through to him. Sophie laughed and said that time spares no one, and before he was a handsome man who represented all the saints, but now his face has changed a lot. The girl asked if this was due to the small number of followers. The man just waved his hand and said that he did not want to talk to her. Miss Saint started laughing loudly and said that Hugo had decided to ignore her again. And then she added angrily that Otis's son would suffer the same fate as his wife. Sophie laughed even louder and added that his wife was not yet dead, but her condition was indistinguishable from death. The girl did not calm down. She began to talk about how the shame had been brought upon his house by none other than the head of the family. The man could barely contain himself. He was burning with hatred for Miss Sophie, and she continued to laugh. If there had been a guy in front of Otis, he would have definitely hit him, but he ordered Miss Saint to get lost. He just raised his fist to her face, but Sophie didn't stop. She continued to be sarcastic, said that he was holding back, and she thought that he had forgotten about the agreement signed 20 years ago. Miss Saint had a water balloon in her hand and asked if she should teach the arrogant boy a lesson. The girl's expression changed very quickly. She couldn't understand what was happening to her. Li Gang quietly approached Sophie and Hugo and smashed the water balloon into pieces. The girl jumped in surprise. Miss Sviata turned around and saw the guy, whom I encountered in a pawn shop, and screamed in horror. The young man did not hesitate. He used his powers, and the beauty fell from her height to the floor. Hugo looked at his comrade in surprise. He opened his mouth and did not know what to say. The man only said the name of his comrade, who frowned and extended his hand. Then Gan asked Otis what he was doing there, and he replied that he was worried about him, since they couldn't take their eyes off him. Lee couldn't understand why he was worried and then asked if Hugo was really in love. He replied that he had enough of this nonsense. The men leaned over Miss Saint, and Gan wanted to say something else to his comrade. Sophie looked completely unpresentable. There was a huge bump on her forehead. Foam was coming out of her mouth, and Lee asked why he always bumped into this girl. Gan looked at her and said that she had a crush on him, and Hugo thought that the guy had some kind of problem with his head. An image of the number 12 appeared in front of Miss Saint, and she immediately thought of Li Gan. The girl looked at everything with fear. Beads of sweat appeared on her face. She realized that the 13th constellation was the strongest, but Sophie had always been afraid of it and disliked it. She was frightened by the disgusting face covered in scars, the cruel disposition, and the arrogant look that pierced to the bones. The events took place 20 years ago. Li Gang was in a hurry somewhere, and the girls tried to stop him. The maid told the guy that he was in the residence of the Aquarius sign and asked him to leave this place. But he came very close to the woman and calmly told her to send, and she was very scared. She began to wring her hands and scream, asking how to understand such an attitude towards her. But Lee didn't care. Sophie walked up to the guy, folded her arms across her chest, and asked with hatred how Gan dared to break into her house. And she added that he should leave, but the guy did not stand on ceremony and hit the girl on the shoulder with all his might. The young man pulled her towards him, looked straight into her eyes, and asked if she wanted to die. He began to take his hand away, and Sophie stuttered and asked what he was doing and how long it would continue, since she had sent him to the rear to treat the injured. Miss Saint began to ask why he was idle, and the young man replied that many of those people were left without arms and legs because they tried to save her life. Lee took the girl's hand and said that she had talked about helping people when she came here, and replied that it was time to go and keep his promise. Sophie replied that what difference did it make if a couple more people died? On the contrary, they should be happy that they had the chance to save her, because she is a saint. Lee continued to pull the beauty by the hand, and she said that due to constant stress, she had developed problems with her facial skin, and she was not going to go there for the sake of stupid choirs. The young man stopped, turned his head, looked at the girl, and then asked what she said. Sophie thought about Lee's smell of sweat and told him to get lost, because she had to put on makeup before she had an interview. Miss Saint began to pull her hand out of the guy's hand and screamed at him to let her go. She rubbed her wrist and asked why he had squeezed it so hard and thought about how Gan's hand was so dirty. The guy couldn't control himself after all these words and hit the girl in the face with all his might. Even outside the palace, Lee could be heard screaming. If the girl weren't a parasite, she might be reachable, but he wouldn't get anywhere until he beat all the rot out of her. Gan had forced the girl to treat the wounded and she had hated him, and now the guy was standing over her and asking if she had been sleeping for too long. When Miss Saint came to, she was seated on a chair and tied up so that she would not kick. Lee sat down opposite Sophie and looked at her without taking his eyes off her. She stared at the young man. After a few minutes, the girl screamed loudly to be untied immediately and began to ask how they dared to treat the saint like that. Lee calmly said that Sophie hadn't changed a bit in 20 years and asked how she managed it, and Otis noted that he was also wondering the same thing. Miss Saint cursed silently and thought that they wouldn't get away with this just like that, because she was no longer the weak girl she used to be. She began to use force and thought that it would not be difficult for her to melt the rope that was on her hands. The girl narrowed her eyes and thought that men would not be able to keep her with something like that, unless she managed to meet Stephen Marker. The flow of thoughts was interrupted by a juicy flick that Sophie gave Lee. The girl screamed in pain and surprise. Gan told Miss Saint that it was written on her face that she was up to something. The guy looked at his finger, from which smoke was coming, and asked what was going on. Sophie started laughing and happily called Lee stupid because he didn't realize that she had an acid layer on her to protect her from all outside attacks. The girl said that the acid would spread throughout his body and eat away at the guy from the inside. He started screaming for her to forgive him, and then said that she had imagined this. Sophie said that this was the absolute protection of the Aquarius constellation, and the young man showed her his middle finger, on which the wound from the acid had already disappeared. The girl's face was covered in beads of sweat. She screamed and thought about how the melted tissues were restored so instantly, because this is real cheating. And Gan called Sophie a parasite, and said that it was time to remember everything that happened between them. He noted that he heard how she lied to everyone, and for this she would receive one blow. The guy noticed that it was she who sent her subordinate to the appraiser, for which 5 more blows are added, and asked what she said to Otis, and said that for this another 50 blows are added. Miss Saint asked Lee to stop, a request that surprised him greatly. But the young man did not listen to the girl, but began to flick her face. She screamed in pain, asking the guy to stop, but he was still as if he had become deaf, and Hugo sat to the side and sipped coffee. Otis thought that Gan was really good at beating the crap out of people regardless of their gender. The fair-haired man was very surprised. He had a wonderful feeling, as it turned out. With each blow from Lee, his level of divinity increased. Gan didn't even think about stopping, and a huge number of system messages appeared in front of him. The man was thinking about what kind of divinity he was building up, and in this Sophie hung her head very low. The girl had a huge bump on her forehead. Foam came out of her mouth, and the guy noticed that she had passed out. Lee read the message that her divinity was unlocked, and the boy said to be reminded of what it was. And before the guy there appeared explanations about what divinity is, how it can be obtained and lost. He scratched his head and thought that now by kicking asses he was taking away their divinity, but he couldn't knock it out of Yang Wei because it wasn't unlocked at that time. The guy looked at his hand and thought that he had to become stronger anyway. Otis asked Gan if he thought he should ask Sophie about the dagger. He replied that she wouldn't have had the balls to attack him, and then added that he had found someone who could look at that dagger. Hugo thought that Lee was just teasing Sophie for fun when the guy's phone rang. Gan showed him the time, and Otis asked the young man where he got the smartphone. He replied that he borrowed it from a red-haired guy. Lee told the man that it was time for him to go to the auction room and asked him to clean it up thoroughly and suggested throwing the saint into the nearest trash can. The guy started to enter the room and told Otis that he would call him as soon as the auction ended. The man wanted to tell him something, but he retreated very quickly. Hugo thought about what to do with him. Someone entered the room and the young man asked him what he was doing there. Otis wondered why, of all the people, the one who was definitely not expected was here. It was Stephen Marker. He put his hands behind his back and began to look around the room and naturally saw Miss Saint. Hugo looked at him, his forehead furrowed and his lips pressed tightly together, but he said nothing. Marker was very angry. He frowned, his eyes were burning with fire, and he told Otis that he had to explain himself. The jock started to take off his glasses and said that he and Otis had not seen each other for a very long time. Stephen frowned so much that his veins bulged, and then said that Sagittarius didn't seem very happy to see them. Hugo calmly asked Marker what he was doing there, and he replied that he and Aquarius had made a deal. Sophie had asked him to be her bodyguard. The man said he had some business in Drachma, and he agreed, and Miss Saint was still sitting unconscious, tied to the chair. Stephen said that it was his turn to ask questions, and asked why Otis was here. He replied that he also had his own business. The jock angrily asked if he was aiming for Ligon's relics, and Hugo asked in surprise if his relic would really be auctioned off. Marker smiled and asked if Sagittarius didn't know that, and then added that he was the most pathetic creature and still couldn't afford her. Hugo replied to Leo that he was always going around picking up old relics of Ghana. He added that Stephen had tried to ignore Lee for a long time, but his inferiority complex grew and he had sunk to the point of collecting all the relics. Otis asked Marker with a smile if he thought he could become as strong as him this way. The jock got very angry. His anger caused a loud explosion and stones flew in all directions. Hugo thought that Stephen had definitely gone crazy. As soon as Gan was mentioned, he couldn't control himself. Marker grabbed Otis's arm with all his might and told him to stop talking nonsense about that weakling and stop saying his name. And then he added that he had long ago become much stronger than him. Leo's eyes burned with hatred. A young man ran into the room and told Stephen that they had problems. He said that the Gemini branch was buying up all of Ligon's relics, and Marker was very surprised. Leo told Sagittarius that he didn't have time to mess with him, and he just laughed. Stephen went to the door and told Hugo to do whatever he wanted with her, and he was very surprised. The man thought that the jock had come here to save her. The Marker replied that the auction was more important to him, and he had to get there as early as possible, and decided to give advice to Sagittarius so that he would choose his words wisely if he wanted to live long. Otis frowned, then laughed and said that he was very grateful for the unsolicited advice. Hugo was again left in the room with Miss Saint, who still had not come to her senses, was unconscious. The blonde man thought that Stephen Marker was a shitty person. Then he looked at the hand that he was squeezing with all his might, and thought about the fact that Lev didn't even consider him a weakling. And at this time, in the Drachma auction house, in the VIP room, an auction was taking place that many were so eagerly awaiting. The presenter happily said that once again the Gemini branch is taking another lot. The woman said that the first stage of the auction had come to an end, and after a short break the second stage would begin. Li Gang was incredibly happy. He said with pleasure that he received another lot. Bishop Gemini began to congratulate the guy, and noted that he could buy whatever he wanted. The young man told the man that he was too kind because he invited him to the VIP room, and now he buys everything he asks for. The bishop remarked that it was the least he could do for him, and Sun asked if he was sure, since they had already spent an indecently large sum. The man smiled and said that everything was fine and asked Sun to pay for the alcohol, as he had forgotten his card, and he would send the money later. Z agreed, and thought to himself that he had already forked out a lot of money today, but he couldn't object since his boss had asked for help. Lee told them not to worry about the alcohol. He showed the card and noted that he had already paid the bill. The bishop thought that the guy had his black card. He had no idea when he had time. The young man told him that he looked quite drunk, so he paid in advance, and noted that he could not get his subordinate to pay for everything. Bishop Gemini said with a laugh that he was just about to pay with his card, but he thought that the guy was quite young, but already damn rude. The man in glasses understood perfectly well that in front of him was a genius who had managed to defeat the Spider Queen, and if he recruited him, then alcohol was just a pitiful price. He told the guy that they had relaxed a bit, and it was time to get to the main topic. The bishop said he had high hopes for the future, and told Lee that he had every chance of gaining rank, but that was not all he could do to earn the favor of their saint. And Gan thought that the fog that covers the mind control is practically invisible to anyone. The effect is not strong, but it makes you believe that idiot. The man with glasses said that the boy could become a cardinal, but that was not the end. The bishop noted that the most important thing that awaits the young man is, of course, wealth and fame. The man added that the guy will also receive the respect of the great leader of Gemini. All this can easily become his. The bishop did not stop talking. He extended his hand to Lee and told him to take it in order to be reborn as a follower of the constellation Gemini. The young man listened very attentively to the man in glasses without interrupting, and then began to laugh. Lee noted that he had been laughing too much lately, and then noted that that was exactly what Bishop Gemini wanted from him. And then they added that they wanted him to become another lackey of his worthless god. The man could not understand why the man was angry, because he had always behaved with him as expected, and he decided that he needed to change the subject and said that there was a misunderstanding. Someone outside the door said that he had brought them the relic he had won, and the bishop thought that this was very opportune. The man allowed entry, and the girl opened the door and apologized for disturbing him. She congratulated him on the purchase of the item and said that it belonged to Li Gang, also noted that all the certificates were ready. The guy thought that all this was so unusual. Bishop Gemini frowned and asked the boy if he had won one of Li Gan's relics. The young man replied that the man himself told him to choose whatever he wanted, and then added that it was not exactly what he was looking for, but it would certainly be useful to him. The guy with glasses thought that Stephen was obsessed with them, that they couldn't even afford to touch these relics, and said that she already had an owner. At this time, someone started to knock down the doors to the VIP room. He did it with his feet. The person apparently did not have the patience to just knock. Everyone in the room turned their heads to look at the person who had knocked down the door. Stephen Market burst into the room. He frowned, clenched his teeth, wanted to ask something, but fell silent for a second. Leo's pupils became like dots, and he began to ask who dared to touch his relics. Lee looked at the jock, then wondered if Stephen had accidentally laid claim to that relic. The bishop jumped up to Marker and began to ask him for forgiveness, noting that their newcomer had made a mistake due to his ignorance and that they would return the relic to its place. Lev calmed down and said that this time he would close his eyes. He told them to take the relic and put it back where it came from. The bishop thanked Stephen and said he could pay later, and he looked at the man intently. And then he said that he didn't have to spend his own money on the relic. Heck was very surprised by such impudence. He asked what Marker meant, and he put his hand on his head, saying that he wouldn't pay a penny for it, that it was a punishment for son who touches other people's things. The bishop was shaking with fear, and thought that because of a small mistake, they would be left without tens of millions of dollars. Li Gang turned his head towards the men and asked what the hell they were talking about. He smiled and noted that he had won the auction and all the relics were now his, and if Marker wanted to take them, he had to pay $200 million. Stephen pressed his lips tightly together, frowned, and began to stare at the guy. He started laughing heartily and said that he thought that the Gemini branch was full of cowards, and noted that the guy had balls of steel. Hen thought that the guy couldn't wait to die. Leo pushed the bishop away, went to the young man and said that he liked him like that. Must be a real man. He stopped near the sofa where Lee was sitting and noted that their meeting was not accidental and suggested that they get acquainted. Stephen noticed that when he met interesting people, he always greeted them warmly, and for the young man this would be quite shocking. Gan looked up at his opponent and asked him what he was talking about, while he thought that this guy had managed to slightly increase his strength. He understood that this was to be expected from the constellation Leo. It specializes in battles, which cannot be said about the constellations Aquarius and Aries. Lee looked at Stephen and thought that he would not calm down until he tore someone apart. The young man looked calmly at Marker and thought that he was an evil bastard. The lion approached the young man and used his power against him. It was so unexpected. Songjay started running to help his friend. The guy was very scared. Hen cursed, but he thought that the guy had provoked Stephen Marker, and he frowned, smiled slyly, and said that it was funny, and also added that he hoped that the guy would enjoy the rest of his life in a wheelchair. The jock put his hand on the guy's shoulder and began to press with all his might, and the guy asked what he was doing. The young man smiled and asked Stephen if he was trying to brush dust off his shoulder. The Marker stood and looked at his opponent in surprise. He thought that the blow had hit the target. What had happened then? He asked the guy if he managed to dodge his skill using teleportation, and Gan replied that he didn't understand and added that Stephen was still as slow-witted as he had been. Lee smiled and said that the skill was called Crushing Cliff, and asked if he thought the skill he had developed would work on him. Gan's face changed, and he said that Lev had begged him to teach him and swore that he would use the skill only for good, but now he used it to boast of his strength. The Marker opened his mouth in surprise and asked how he knew everything and who this person was. The guy didn't have time to answer the question, because the auction host appeared in the room and apologized for the delay and noted that bids would be accepted soon. Stephen asked in surprise if it was already time for the second stage, and Lee was thinking that another batch of his relics would be presented again. The jock stood up, pointed his finger at the guy and said that he had a lot of questions for him, but right now he had more important things to do. Marker, leaving, told Lee not to lose the pendant and that he would return for it immediately after the auction. Sun approached Gan and asked if he was okay. He was very scared. Bishop Gemini looked at the guy and thought about how he managed to survive such an attack. Even he can't dodge the saint's skill. He looked at the young man and Zay, who was sobbing loudly, and thought about who was in front of them. The auction host said it was time to begin, and announced that the highlight everyone had been waiting for with such impatience would be presented. She asked if those gathered knew about the Berlin Wolf incident that occurred 24 years ago. The phenomenon of the attracting misfortune appeared on the territory of Germany. It was a real hell, in which not only weapons but also armor melted. The 12 saints could not find a solution. The raids ended in failure. The hero Li Gang appeared, who defeated the invincible monster, and those present have a chance to become the owner of his relic. Stephen gritted his teeth, frowned, and thought about how the relic would finally become his. He had dreamed of this weapon for a very long time. The events took place 20 years ago. Journalists were in a helicopter above the island where the Berlin Wolf appeared. The press reported that 4 days had passed since the arrival of Li Gang, the 13th awakened. No one had come out since then, and the situation was unknown. Several saints tried to go inside to find out what was happening, but it was not an easy task. The man told one of the saints that they were all at their limit, and he looked at the man in surprise. He clasped his hands and thought about how Li Gang was able to get so far, how he could fight that creature. They couldn't get so close to it. The man thought about why he should even feel jealous towards a guy who wasn't even chosen by the gods. What was the difference between him and him? He still couldn't figure out what he was missing. When a guy came up to him and told him that Li Gang had appeared at the exit, the man furrowed his brow. His pupils became like dots, and he thought that this couldn't be. The journalists began to actively spread the news that Li Gang had returned alive. They insisted that the 13th awakened. One had managed to defeat the monster that was considered invincible. The guy returned from the raid as a winner. All eyes were on him. The men stood aside and talked about how Li Gang had once again taken all the credit, and Lev began to laugh and said that he finally understood. The subordinate could not understand what was happening, and Stephen told him to tell everyone that they were coming back. The boy asked if the gentleman would take his weapon, but he replied that he no longer needed it and allowed him to keep it. Other men began to approach Li Gang, all admiring his strength and endurance. Marker was no exception. He looked at the young man's weapon and thought that it was precisely this that he missed so much. The auction host took the cape in her hand and said that today, one of Li Gang's legendary relics was being presented. Those present opened their mouths, and the woman said that this weapon was used to defeat the mighty Berlin Wolf, and it would be auctioned off. People looked closely at the weapons, but Lee stood to the side and was absolutely calm. And Stephen didn't care that his mouth wasn't watering. He was incredibly happy and thought about how he had been looking for it for so long, and finally he had the chance to take possession of it. There was a huge bone under the glass, and Marker thought that this relic would make him truly the strongest. At this time, a huge monster woke up, and he insisted that he felt the relic of Ligana and its force. The auction host said with a smile on her face that those present could see one of the greatest artifacts and said that it was the bone of a demonic beast. Those present shouted that they could not believe what they were seeing with their own eyes. Someone said that they had read about her in the chronicles. The woman said that this was a powerful relic with historical and practical value and asked who would become its owner. Sun screamed that he couldn't believe that they were going to play a prank on her. Bishop noted that she would go to the constellation Leo, and Gon couldn't even imagine what kind of relic it was. He had actually used it once, but decided to ask Z about it. Lee started to ask something, but the red-haired guy grabbed his head with his hands and screamed at the top of his lungs that it was not the time to discuss anything. Hen was saying that he had to contact headquarters. They couldn't just give up this relic. Song was crying and Gan was mentally calling them names. The auctioneer, with a smile on her face, said it was time to get started and noted that the starting bid was $1 million. Those present quickly raised the stakes, as everyone wanted to own the relic. Li Gang stood to the side and only managed to read the system messages. There were a huge number of them. Sun grimaced and began to shout, why were people suddenly so alarmed and said that this was a legendary weapon created by the great Li Gang? Z quickly calmed down and calmly said that such a reaction from people was entirely expected. No matter what Li Gang created, the relics were always of the highest quality, and anyone who understands them dreams of getting their hands on them. As for Stephen Marker, he is an ardent admirer of these relics. He is ready to go to the ends of the earth to get them. His incredible power and influence allow him to go very far. Sun said that he was sickened by the fact that Gon's greatest creation would be in Stephen's collection, and the profits would go to Lee Gon's account, and he belonged to the government, and they had to come to terms with that. The man thought about the fact that the money would be transferred to his account regardless of who buys the relic, and the guy began to watch how quickly the stakes were raised. He was interested in how far they could go. Stephen Marker got tired of this mouse fight and shouted that he was betting $1 billion. The room became so quiet that everyone present opened their mouths in surprise. The jock started to descend the stairs and asked sarcastically if everyone had heard his bet. And then he happily added that he was buying the relic for $1 billion, or could raise the bid to $10 billion. The auctioneer was taken aback and began to stutter, as she had no idea that the bid would be so high. The people who were in the hall were in complete shock. They could not believe that Lev was ready to buy the relic for a whole $1 billion. The host started the countdown. Sun started shouting for the bishop to do something, but he understood perfectly well that they had no chance. And Li Gang calmly watched everything that was happening. It seemed like nothing at all upset him. The presenter banged the gavel and loudly announced that the final bet was $1 billion. The cleaners were passing by the room where the auction was being held. One told the other that something had been sold for $1 billion. The second replied that he was very interested in who this crazy person was. The man sighed heavily and noted that workers like them should not even dream of such sums, and said that he wanted something to change. Their wish came true very quickly. The guy saw a huge monster outside the window. One of the guys immediately said that he was taking his words back. The host of the event began to congratulate Stephen Marker, and said that the holy sign of Leo was becoming a new owner. There was a huge number of people in the hall who were happy about Stephen's latest victory. How the room began to collapse right in front of Leo, it was all very unexpected. Marker did not let go of the relic. He raised his head, looked up, and thought about what was happening. The people who came to the auction realized that it was a sign of misfortune, and the monster claimed that he had found a relic. The misfortune bringer stood before Stephen Marker and told him to give him the relic. The monster's eyes were burning with fire, and he opened his mouth wide, from which saliva sprayed in all directions. Stephen continued to hold tightly in his hands the relic that was now rightfully his, and the monster came closer and closer. The man frowned, clenched his teeth, his eyes burned with hatred. He was not going to part with what he had dreamed of for so long. But the monster was not going to lag behind. He followed the man and destroyed everything in his path. The lion began to laugh cheerfully and said that he had never been so happy to see the one who was attracting him before. The man was very happy. He thought that this was a great chance to try out his new toy. Those around him tried to somehow stop Stephen, calling him by name, but he paid absolutely no attention to anything. Sun looked out the window and shouted loudly that the magic tower in the teleportation zone was destroyed. People were very scared. Someone was shouting that if the tower fell down, the island would not withstand it. The elderly man began to shout that it was necessary to stop the tower with all possible force in order to prevent a tragedy. A huge number of men, who were armed to the teeth, began to shout that they would help. They began to talk about the need to combine all their forces in one blow, because this is really very important. Everyone acted together. Some held weapons in their hands, and some used magical powers. Someone from the crowd said that the tower weighed a lot, and they would not be able to destroy it. This was beyond their power. Someone from the crowd shouted for people to run away as the tower began to fall. A very strong wind arose. Such was the fury of Apollo. Dirt, dust, and embers flew in all directions. The man said that everything burned very quickly, in the blink of an eye, and they answered that it was all because of the enormous force. People saw Hugo Otis, who was squirming in the clouds. Despite everything that was happening, he was absolutely calm. The man thought that Leo still hadn't learned to control his powers and that people almost died, but they began to thank him for saving them. Otis looked around and realized that only one skeleton remained of the monster, and he began to get even closer to it. The monster's eyes glowed red, and despite the fact that he had no skin, he looked terrifying. The guess struck Hugo. He clenched his teeth, frowned, and began to understand that the monster was not alone, but there were two of them. A black, viscous substance began to flow out of the monster's mouth. Although it looked like a skeleton from the outside, it was still dangerous. A black, viscous substance flowed in a stream towards the people who were on the street. They could not understand what was happening. It hit all parts of the body, and people looked at everything that was happening with horror. The substance got on the face, hands, it was impossible to get rid of it. Here and there, cries for help were heard. Hugh Otis was very angry. The man was cursing someone with all his might. He was tense, as he was thinking about how to deal with the monster. But he didn't even think of giving up. He opened his mouth wide, from which drool flew in all directions. A little more, and the mouth with sharp teeth would take and swallow Otis, but he only frowned and clenched his teeth. Li Gang came to the aid of the young man. He hit the monster in the side with all his might, and he screamed in pain. The boy fought with the monster and started screaming for Hugo to stop clicking his beak and called him a fool. Otis thanked Gan for sleeping with him and said that he owed him a favor, and the guy was very angry. He asked if his comrade was a combat-type constellation. He began to ask Otis why he was weaker than him, the owner of the craftsman class, and then added that it was scary to leave his comrade unattended. Hugo replied that he had given it his all, and Lee asked if that was why he had almost become dinner for the attractor, and the guys began insulting each other. They would have continued arguing, calling each other names and quarreling for a long time, but they were distracted by a very loud scream. It was Stephen Marker running, holding the artifact in his hands and screaming very loudly. The jock's face was distorted, the veins on his forehead were bulging, and he started screaming about why they were testing a new weapon on him. The boys looked at the monster, whose mouth was drooling in all directions. Lee calmly replied that he had forgotten that there were monsters here. He wanted to say something else. What the guys saw left them in great shock. They looked at everything that was happening in surprise. There were 2 monsters below. Marker was flying towards them and screaming like a madman that no one was allowed to spoil his reunion with the bone of the demonic beast. Gan furrowed his brow and calmly asked why Stephen was wearing his underwear inside out, a question that caught Hugo off guard. And Marker became as if possessed. He screamed like crazy for everyone to quickly get out of his way. He used his sovereign skill and went to fight the monsters, while not letting go of the demonic beast bone. The jock stood with his feet on the ground, laughed and told those pulling him to sit still and not move. Stephen leaned on the bone and said that the monsters were inside a destructive lightning storm. The Marker was extremely happy. He noted that all preparations had already been completed. He was sure that the artifact would help him. The man looked at the one who was pulling him and said that he had previously been in a disadvantageous position. Because of this, he had to counterattack with magical energy. The jock shifted the bone onto his shoulder and said in a satisfied voice that now he wanted to test the true power of this baby. The people who were standing nearby and watching everything that was happening happily said that Stephen Marker was the strongest saint. He even surpassed Ligon's hero. The jock headed towards the puller, and the people shouted at him to destroy it, and then added that they were saved. Stephen swung the artifact at the monster and said that it was time for him to answer for all the mess he had caused. And the man struck the demonic beast with all his might on the head with a bone. And nothing happened. The monster stood calmly, only clenched his teeth. Stephen was perplexed. It became very quiet. After a few seconds, Marker screamed very loudly, his forehead furrowed very hard. And the one who was pulling him understood perfectly well that he was not in any danger, and began to attack the young man who dodged in different directions. The monster realized that the guy with the bone in his hands was not an opponent for him, and began to attack him. The jock wheezed in pain. After a strong blow, he fell down and thought about what happened, why Ligon's weapon didn't work, because there were direct hits on the entraining one. The guys started talking about whether they would be able to get out. The second one noted that they would not, since a sovereign skill was used, and it would take a long time to dispel it. Lee swore that once he got out of here, Stephen would regret being born, and Otis noted that only a moron would throw away such skills. Gan looked at his comrade and said that they needed to deal with their friends first, and pointed at the monsters. Nearby stood people who had fallen under the influence of the monster. They were screaming in pain. The young man said that judging by the location of the victims, the monster most likely intended to use them as a human shield. The blonde man noted that this meant that they wouldn't be able to just attack him. The guys looked at each other, and Lee said that they had one choice left. Otis did not understand which one, and began to clarify whether his comrade had any decision. Gan yawned and said that he would just kick the monster's ass and went towards him. Hugo started running after him and asked him to wait. The young man shouted for Lee to look away because a monster was running towards him. but the guy saw it without warning. He put his hands forward and stopped the monster. The young man, with a smile on his face, pressed the monster's head with all his might, so that he only wheezed in pain, but tried to fight back. The one who attracted, together with the people he infected, watched everything that was happening. Everyone was interested in what would happen to Gan. Lee smiled, and the man went limp in his arms. The guy told him that everything was very simple. Hugo began to ask if he was alive. Gan replied that he simply lost consciousness, and that he did it with the help of his power. Otis lowered his eyes and said that he definitely couldn't eat something like that. The guy laughed and said that from the very beginning he understood that he would do everything alone, since Hugo was of no use. And then he was very offended. The fair-haired man really wanted his comrade to cheer him up a little, but he lowered his eyes and quietly told him to forget everything. Then Otis asked if his comrade was going to rush forward and said he would cover him. Lee was glad and noticed that there was still some of his old fire left in him, and they began their first joint work in such a long time. Gan suggested not to delay and deal with the monster in one go. But first, Lee had to deal with the people the monster had infected and who were fiercely guarding it. The monster watched everything very carefully and began to growl because he did not like all of this. And after a while, it started running towards the guy and spewing out all its viscous, jelly-like poison. The young man continued to run forward, and with a smile on his face said that the monster was only trying in vain. The guy began to guess that the monster was targeting the townspeople who were behind him. People began to feel unwell. Some fell straight to the ground, holding their heads with their hands. And behind him was Hugo, who held a fire bow with fire arrows in his hands and covered Gan. The guy felt his friend's support, and with a smile on his face told him that he was a good boy. Lee was already very close to the monster and told him to stop wasting his time and just give up. But the monster was not so accommodating. It twisted its mouth from which poison continued to ooze. Gan understood perfectly well that the monster would not give up, so he was ready to fight. He clenched his hand into a fist. He hit the monster with all his might and shouted very loudly for it to die quickly. Each subsequent blow was stronger than the previous one, and after some time the monster simply crumbled. Hugo ran up to Lee and said with a smile on his face that, as expected, he dealt with him very quickly. The guy noted that the people who fell under the influence of the monster should come to their senses very soon, and the fair-haired man exhaled. The young man put his hand on his side, and it suddenly glowed with a greenish fire. The man who was standing nearby was very surprised by this. Gan began to examine his hand and thought about what it all meant, and on his palm he could see the silhouette of Ophiuchus. The young people looked up and saw a huge number of system messages. Lee looked at them very carefully. He was interested in the fighting instinct. He thought about the fact that this skill requires a certain charge of divine energy. The guy continued reading system messages and thought that it was high time to test the new skill. It was unclear how Stephen Marker appeared out of nowhere, still holding the bone of the demonic beast in his hands. He wondered why things had turned out this way, and remembered standing in front of the monster. The jock wondered why the artifact wasn't working, whether he was unable to reveal its true power, or whether he was simply too weak. Stephen walked up to the monster and began waving the recently acquired artifact in front of its nose. The people who were watching all this were shouting that the gentleman was losing, and someone started laughing cheerfully. One of the guys pointed his finger up. Everyone began to look where he pointed. There was Li Gang, who began to use the skills he had recently acquired. Marker raised his head up and couldn't understand how this was all possible because his sovereign skill was broken. The monster realized that there was danger in front of him and told himself that first of all, he needed to kill them. Gan looked at him from under his forehead, frowned. His pupils became like dots and he told the monster to shut up. A few minutes later, the monster's huge body lay on the ground, wheezing in pain and humiliation. He asked Lee how it could be that a person had such enormous power. With the last of his strength, the monster said that it was most likely not a human being in front of him. Gan leaned over the dragon and asked him what the hell he was muttering under his breath. The guy used his special power. A strong wind blew, which lifted huge stones up like fluff. Marker watched all this from the side and thought that he simply did not believe his eyes. He gritted his teeth, frowned. Beads of sweat appeared on his face and thought that there was only one person in the world who could possess such power. The man began to guess that it was Li Gang, who stood opposite him and smiled sweetly at Marker. The guy smiled and said that he was very glad to meet the lousy lion cub again, and added that he had a lot of fun while he was gone. Stephen stood opposite. He was shaking with fear and said through his teeth that this was all nonsense. The muscle man shouted very loudly that the guy standing in front of him could not be Li Gang. The guy grabbed the bone of the demonic animal and asked if Marker liked his toy, and he growled like a tiger in response. The young man squeezed the bone with all his might and it shattered into small pieces in all directions. Li gave Stephen a sardonic smile and said he had done it by accident, then said the piece of bone was too brittle. Marker looked at what was left of the relic and began to scream like a madman. Gan told the jock that he had wasted so much time and effort, and now it was his turn to punch him. Stephen Marker yelled at the top of his lungs for the boy to stop, but he didn't listen. The blow was so strong that Leo was thrown back several dozen meters, and Miss Saint was unconscious the whole time, foaming at the mouth. After some time, the girl woke up, but could not understand where she was and what had happened to her. Sophie noted that her head was splitting. Li Gang and Hugo Otis stood at the edge of a huge round hole. It was very deep. The guy laughed heartily, and then said that they would see the lousy lion cub again if he stayed alive, and the fair-haired man was surprised that his friend sent him down. Li noted that Marker had vitality, and asked his comrade if he had taken care of the people inside, and he assured him that everything was fine, because the people were rejoicing. Gan said that everything was fine, took out a small little toy and ordered it to act. The guy told the pig to take a good look around and collect all the useful items and explained to his friend that she was simply collecting everything she saw. Li turned to Otis and said that he came here with his friend, who asked who it was, whether it was the person from whom he borrowed a mobile phone. The guy said that the young man he came with was called Song Jae. This answer shocked Hugo. He started shaking and became covered in beads of sweat and asked again what his friend's name was. Li repeated his name again. Gan said that the guy is a Gemini Templar, but would be quite suitable for a bishop, also adding that he is smart, despite his young age, and he will be very useful. Otis grimaced, grabbed his head with his hands, and wondered when Song Jae had managed to get in touch with this walking headache. The guy looked at his mobile phone and wondered why his friend was so upset. Hugo thought that the last thing he wanted was for his son to meet this scumbag, but his two children are obsessed with Li Gang, so his family is doomed. The boy told Otis that Sun was with the bishop, who had teleportation powers, and said that they would call them here, but he suggested that they wait and just leave. Li was surprised, and the man said that the twins despised him. Why bother with them? And the guy began to remember that that guy always irritated him with his shouts. Hugo said what had to be proven, and then added that that boy hated him, and mentally asked for forgiveness from Sun. Gan was upset, and noted that he cared about the guy, but he should have been prepared for something like this, and Otis told his friend not to worry too much about some kids. As soon as the fair-haired man heard someone calling for Dad, a bead of sweat appeared on his face. He began to turn his head and stuttered, saying that this voice seemed familiar to him. Hugo hugged Li, and behind them stood Song Jae talking to someone on the phone. The blonde man wondered what the hell his son was doing here, and he was surprised that the bell had been active all this time. Sun was very angry. He began to ask Otis about whom he called children, and he hesitated and did not know what to answer. When someone started calling Li Gan in a very drawn-out voice, the men fell silent and turned towards the sound. This slime, despite its small size, called its owner very loudly. Li walked over, picked up the lump of mucus, and began to read the system messages, while Hugo and Song opened their mouths wide. Gan began to shake the slime violently and shout that it was forbidden to put everything in its mouth, and then ordered it to spit out the poison. The guy pulled the lump of mucus in different directions, and the fair-haired man thought that the poison fell out of the remains of that bony monster, and it could be very dangerous. Song watched the whole thing, and said that this slime was just like the one from Li Gan's relics that he had read about. The guy took a few steps forward and told the young man that his skills and inexhaustible supply of magical energy were amazing. Then Z added that the only friend of the 13th awakened was his father, and then he clarified whether it was really Li Gang in front of him. During this conversation, Hugo didn't know what to do. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he began to make inarticulate sounds. All this time, Gan didn't pay any attention to anyone except the slime. In the United States, at the headquarters of the Leo branch, a huge number of people gathered in the conference room. Oliver, the branch bishop, said that the leader had not contacted them since yesterday, and suggested hiring the twins people to search for him. A guy approached him and asked if he thought that after that altercation they would agree to help them, and back then Oliver wanted to look cool. This person reported that there were rumors that the head did not show up because of Li Gang. The bishop replied that it was all nonsense, and if he had really returned, he would have definitely lost to their boss. He added that one should not forget that Mr. Stephen is the strongest among the saints. Oliver wanted to say something else, but his speech was interrupted by a cheerful song about Li Gan. A minute later, the conference room became very quiet, and those present began to exchange glances with each other. Chung Yuha, vice chief and cardinal of the Lion Branch, apologized for forgetting to turn off her mobile phone. Oliver put his hands to his head. He couldn't even imagine that the vice chairman was capable of such a thing, and told her to take the conference more seriously. Yuka folded her arms across her chest and asked why they were all looking for that jerk, and everyone present's jaw dropped at these words. Then Chan said that she was guilty and said that there was no need to look for the head. He was tenacious and added that he was completely fine. Those present thought that she was right. Yuha was reading something on her phone, and Oliver told her that she should lead the search, but the girl didn't hear him. Chan stood up from her seat and said that she would leave early today and that they could handle everything themselves. The conference room became very quiet. Everyone was perplexed by the situation that had happened. Suddenly Oliver, the bishop of the Lion Branch, grabbed his head and began to wheeze. He was shaking very badly. A huge number of people gathered under Sophie Mard's residence. Everyone was wondering if the incident in Drachma was connected with Li Gan, who kidnapped her, and what this truth from 20 years ago was. Representatives of Mrs. Saint told reporters that there would be no comments today and that Sophie needed rest, and promised that she would answer all questions later. At this time, the girl watched everything that was happening from the window of her residence. She was very upset. A few minutes later, she sat up on her bed and began cursing and calling Li Gan names. She was so nervous that she started biting her nails and thinking about how dare the guy make such a big deal out of that incident. The doors opened, and Sophie came out. Her security began to push journalists and onlookers aside so that the girl could pass without being asked unnecessary questions. But then the girl's face changed. She was very scared. Someone used force against her. The people who were near Miss Saint opened their mouths in surprise. They could not understand what was happening. There was a version that it was a terrorist attack. Sophie's security was also very scared. They assumed it was a message. And indeed, a system message appeared in front of Mard asking who killed Li Gan 20 years ago. The girl clutched her head and thought about what she should do, because if she told the truth, the other saints would not leave her alone. But if she remained silent, Li Gan would create even more problems. Sophie couldn't believe that the guy could pull such a stunt while she was out cold. She couldn't even take off the necklace. Saint screamed and accused Li in time. Meanwhile, the guy was sitting quietly with his artifacts and thinking about whether he should make some ramen. The TV news reported that Sophie Mard was not leaving her residence and was not giving any comments. The announcer said that of all the incidents that occurred at the Drachma auction, this one would cause the most unrest. The man, who had been listening attentively to the news, propped his head up with his hand and calmly said that this was not right. Near the house of Hugo Otis, men were shooting from a bow. The owner asked if Gan liked the new bow. He replied that it was much better than the one he had before. Otis asked what the comparison was, and Lee hit the nail on the head again, so the blond man had an interesting idea. He blindfolded the boy and told him that this was how he should shoot. The young man asked if the man was making fun of him, and then added that it was a lot of fun. Hugo started screaming and asking if he was shooting at his target on purpose, and Gan, with a smile on his face, said that it was really funny for him to bother him. Suddenly a glass of drink appeared in front of Lee with a lot of ice cubes in it. The dream said that he brought a towel and water, and the young man smiled and thanked the boy. While Lee and Zay were talking to each other with a smile, Otis watched everything that was happening with anger. He even clenched his fist. Hugo walked closer to the boys and told his son that his dad could use a drink too. Song Jae's expression changed, and he said that there was water in the refrigerator and that his father could go and get it himself. Gan read his system message and said that his stats had increased after the skirmish in Drachma, and he could afford some small investments, and Sun laughed at Otis. Lee learned that the sacred abode of Ophiuchus, the Serpent Palace, had been rebuilt, but the space was limited due to the low level of the sacred abode. The guy also read that in the sacred monastery one can live, train, and test the level of one's strength, and he can control it. The system message stated that Lee could summon a low-level pig bank avatar to the abode and strengthen its power by bringing human avatars to the abode. Song approached Gon. He noted that his uncle said that it was time for him to leave. He noted that he had things to do, and they could move out together. Lee noted that he hadn't even noticed how time had passed. Z asked if he had an appointment, and the young man answered in the affirmative. The young man smiled broadly and said that he would be meeting a lot of people today. The Gemini branch bishop asked him with a smile on his face if he would like to join them. Gan chewed chicken drumsticks, and with his mouth full replied that the guy had more than enough strength, and he said that he was swamped with work. The waitress was surprised by the guy's appetite. Hen said he was indeed busy, but hiring promising people was always a priority. He looked at Lee slyly and asked if he was going to leave them after they bought items worth $1 million with the Gemini branch money. Gan looked at the man with wide eyes and continued to eat the chicken drumsticks. The guy took a napkin and began to wipe his mouth. His expression did not change, and the bishop thought that apparently the guy had planned to do this. Gan thought that at first Hen seemed annoying to him, but everything turned out pretty well, because he dealt with pig, parasite, and lion cub. Now the next person he needs to deal with is that bitchy purple witch. And Lee said that he would join the Gemini branch. Bishop wanted to discuss the official date, but the guy noted that he had a condition. The guy took another drumstick and declared that Hen should give him his badge. The guards began to call the young man names because the emblem was given to the bishop personally by the Holy Lady, and Gan told them to stand still. And he added that the assistants should not interfere in the adults' conversation, and noted that the emblem was needed to enjoy all the privileges, but he needed to get something in his hands. And Lee asked the bishop with a smile if he was willing to make a small investment. Hen frowned and said that he needed to think about such a proposal. The man looked at the shin that Lee had pointed at him. The guards became alarmed, and the young man suggested that the bishop decide faster because he had another meeting ahead of him. Sun was sitting in a cafe, writing messages to Gan and thinking that this cafe had very tasty ice cream and that Uncle Lee should appreciate it. The guy blushed and thought that he could call Gan his uncle. Nuna would be shocked. He would be able to look at her shocked expression. Z picked up the dagger that Gan had subdued and thought that when Lee came, he would ask him to leave an autograph on it. Sun heard someone start talking about how playing with knives is very dangerous, and the dagger started falling out of the guy's hands. The blonde guy said with a smile on his face that Z might get hurt, and then added that he would confiscate the dagger for himself. The red-haired guy jumped up from his seat, looked at the guys, and asked what it meant. The boy smiled slyly, showed his badge, and said that he was Yun Shivu, a Templar of the Gemini branch. Sun asked him what he had forgotten and ordered him to give back the dagger. Yun replied that it was not customary to greet an elder like that, and noted that they also often dropped in here. Z was very angry. He thought about how Shivu was always bothering him because he was a little older, but he wanted to beat the crap out of him. But he can't get into a conflict with him, because this bastard is the son of the holy sign of Libra, and that's why he so boldly turns up his nose. Sleep shouted very loudly to the guy, asking if he knew what it was, and ordered him to immediately return the dagger. The guy started to twist the red-haired man and shouted loudly for him to calm down. Z did not expect such an attitude at all. People who were in the cafe started talking about how they needed to be quieter in public places, while others wanted to break up the fight. Song asked Yun if he thought he could get away with all this, and Yun replied that these were very big words for someone with his face pressed to the table. Blondie was curious about why Z was so concerned about this thing, and asked if Li Gang had made it by accident. Yun mocked the boy and asked if the dagger belonged to his incapacitated mother. These words made the boy very angry. He began to call his opponent names very loudly. A system message appeared in front of Yun, who continued to hold the dagger, notifying him that the owner of the relic was in danger, and that a random skill had been activated. The blonde guy was very scared. A greenish light flashed in his face. He screamed loudly, covered his eyes with his hand, and could not understand what was happening. The guys who entered the cafe with him were very scared. They screamed in horror. The visitors were also very surprised, their mouths wide open in shock. The dagger was not simple. It attacked the blonde guy. The guy was horrified by everything that was happening. A few minutes later, he fell straight onto his back, tears streaming from his wide-open eyes. And only Song Jae was happy, because he guessed what was happening and called Uncle Lee. Gan asked Song Jae and grabbed his head while he managed to punch Yun in the nose, who was crying loudly. The boy asked his uncle with a smile how he knew he would be here, and he said that he was in the restaurant a minute ago and noticed that the one-time summoning skill had worked. Lee looked around, assessed the situation, and said that all this had not happened in vain. He looked at Yun, whose nose was bleeding, and noticed that these jerks were bullying him. Gan folded his hands and asked how they dared to offend his nephew. Someone tried to be sarcastic, and another guy said that he was scared. Lee smiled sarcastically and said that he would now show them what happens to those who bother his loved ones. The guys were very scared. And in the restaurant, a couple of minutes before the call, the bishop agreed to give Lee the emblem, but only on the condition that he join them immediately. The guy agreed. Hen smiled and thought that this was a ridiculous price for such a loot, and then he could get the emblem back. He would just add an inconspicuous clause to the contract. He handed Gan the emblem and told him to use it wisely, and he replied that he would try. The man in glasses asked the guard to hand over the contract. Lee looked at it all in surprise. The bishop said that the contract needed to be signed and raised his head, but the guy had already disappeared. Hen and the guards remained near the fried chicken drumsticks, thinking that the guy had simply disappeared. A few minutes later, the waitress came up to them, brought them the bill, and said that they owed $190. Z's two offenders were lying on the floor of the cafe, foam flowing from their mouths. They no longer posed any danger. Yun tried to ask Lee if he knew who he was, but he didn't listen to him and immediately punched him in the face. The guy started talking about his rank in the constellation, but Gan didn't listen to him. He started strangling him with a sly smile on his face. The young man tried to convey that he was the son of the holy sign of Libra, but Lee kept hitting him in the face. Yuna was shaking with fear and resentment. He thought that the man would at least let him finish speaking. The blonde guy was lying on the floor, and Gan told him to get up because they weren't finished yet, and the boy was thinking about why his magical protection was of no use. He crawled on the floor and called Lee all sorts of names, and thought that he should know his place. The bull Phalaris appeared in front of the cafe visitors. It was located behind the blonde man's back. People were very scared. Some said that he used combat magic in a public place. Others shouted that they needed to run away as quickly as possible. Yun began to laugh like a madman and shouted that the man would be punished for his arrogance. Gan stood opposite the blonde man and calmly told him that he was very noisy, and he noted that he was interested in what kind of miracle skill this was, and then added that it became clear to him that he couldn't even light coals with it. A message appeared in front of Lee that he had suppressed the enemy's magic. Yun screamed. He couldn't understand how this was possible, and then he realized that there was also a mage in front of him. The man continued to read the system messages and calmly replied that he was a craftsman. He absorbed Yun's skill and asked for permission to show him how to use the skill properly. Naturally, the young man did not wait for the guy's answer, but immediately applied the skill he had just acquired. The bull of Phalaris, the burning masculine passion, was activated, and the blonde man screamed furiously. The boy flew several meters towards the wall. He flew head over heels, so much so that his pants split at the butt. Gan approached him and said that if the guy continued to bother Song Jae, he would fry him until crispy. And he told his nephew that if the idiots continued to bother him, he should definitely contact them, and his uncle would always cover his back. A girl ran into the cafe and called Z. He only took a deep breath and smiled. The girl looked around, noticed the mess, asked what happened, and immediately asked if everything was okay with the guy. The red-haired guy told Nuna that none of this mattered now, and she looked at him in surprise. Song grabbed the girl by the hand and showed her Li Gan. The boy was very proud, and his companion looked at all this with surprise. Z noted that this man had defeated countless monsters and saved the entire world more than once. The boy continued talking about Li, adding that he was the hero from the videos they loved to watch over and over again. The hero of this conversation stood to the side, looked at the young people, and smiled reservedly. Nuna was very surprised. She couldn't believe that the one standing in front of her was Li Gang. The girl noticed that he looked much more attractive than before, and the guy looked at her questioningly. She said that 20 years ago, Li's body was covered in scars, and since he had spent so much time in the tower, she was sure that his appearance would be even more pitiful. Nuna thought that it wouldn't have affected his coolness anyway, and noted that appearance wasn't the most important thing. The girl took the medallion in her hand and said that she was sincerely glad that Mr. Li Gang was safe and sound. The dream told the beauty that she had blurted out all her thoughts, and the man began to laugh cheerfully. Gan asked if she was Yuha and remarked that he was glad to meet her. She thanked him for helping Z out. Lee laughed and suggested that they skip the formalities and said that Hugo's daughter was his niece to him. The girl's face turned pink. Tears appeared in her eyes. Sun noted that she cried and asked if she was that happy. She timidly turned to Gon, remarking that she was sorry to burden him right away, but could he do her a favor, he replied that Yuka need not be embarrassed. The girl was a little shy and couldn't formulate her question correctly, but at that time something extraordinary was happening in the cafe. A huge monster appeared and began to destroy everything in its path. The young people looked at it in surprise. Gan realized that it was Gra'ar in front of him and thought that this must mean something. The monster screamed very loudly. Lee looked at it calmly, and the girl had a weapon in her hands. Yuka started to walk forward and Gon called her. She answered that her uncle should wait 1 minute. Jung said she would make a proper proposal after she dealt with the temptations. Lee asked if Z had heard the same thing as him, and the guy said that something had gone wrong with his sister from Gon. The young man broke out in beads of sweat and thought about what proposal the girl had in mind. The loudspeaker announced that disaster-causing objects had been detected, but unfortunately it was not a drill. It was also announced that people should evacuate to safe places, and the monster destroyed everything in its path. Literally a minute later, chaos settled in the city, fires broke out here and there, and destruction occurred. There was not just one monster, others joined it. They inspired fear and horror. Zhang Yuha was holding a huge spear in her hands, and most likely she was trying to defeat the monsters with it. Within a few minutes, they surrounded the girl from all sides. She was so small and defenseless. Yuka began to fight the monsters, and she thought that she needed to do everything as quickly as possible. And after she deals with all the monsters, she can propose to her uncle. Chan fought the monsters, and then said that there was no end to them, and she had hoped to deal with them very quickly. The girl thought that she could destroy all the monsters at once, and began to use her special skills. She threw the spear and screamed very loudly that they should not dare to interfere with her love. Zhang Yuha used an ability called Lotus Flash and watched the events unfold. Li Gang stood to the side and watched what the girl was doing. He did not come closer. He was interested in the result. The guy smiled and thought that he followed her because he was worried about her safety. But there was no need, and he noticed that her instincts were sharper than Hugo's. The girl felt that someone was looking at her and turned her head. She waved her hand to her uncle. A very strong wind arose and the young people flew up like fluff. Zai was very scared. Yuhei was scared. She opened her eyes wide. Beads of sweat appeared on her face and she began to call for her uncle. The cap fell from the girl's head and began to burn. In a few minutes, only ashes would remain. The monster was surprised that Gon had reacted to the attack and noted that there were interesting creatures in the world and promised to make a tame animal out of the boy. The monster sat on the dragon's back and said that at this rate they would wet their beds, and Li calmly said that he needed a furnace to create relics. The guy frowned, smiled slyly, and told the monster that it would become the first gas burner. The monster smiled and said that the young man in front of him was very funny. Zhang Yuha looked at the monster and thought that they belonged to the illusory race. Li touched the girl's head and asked what she was thinking about, whether she wanted to try to deal with everyone alone again. Gan asked the guys to leave everything to him, and then asked them to take care of the evacuation of the residents. The man smiled and noted that he trusted them with all this, because he knew how strong they were, and noted that they should also trust him. The boys smiled cheerfully at their uncle, even though he didn't see their smile, and agreed with his words. Li replied that it was all wonderful, and then, a little more quietly, said that the fun would begin very soon. The monster smiled vilely, telling the guy to resist even harder. A few seconds later, the young man was tied with a thin but strong rope. He did not understand how it happened. The monster was having a lot of fun, and told the guy that taming him would be incredibly fun. The monster pulled the rope with all his might and it rose up to the very sky. He was incredibly happy. The monster raised the rope, then lowered it, and the young man hit the ground, from which huge pieces flew off to the sides. After some time, the guy found himself on the ground. His clothes were very badly damaged. He stood up, tore the rope apart with his hands, and calmly said that there was a lot of talk and no sense, and then asked the monster if that was all it was capable of. The monster frowned very deeply and began to laugh very loudly. He had come up with a new plan for revenge. The monster told the guy not to make him laugh and began to attack the guy using fire. At this time, Songjae was telling people that they should evacuate as quickly as possible. There were special centers for this in the city. The guy was very pleased with himself because he successfully completed one job and helped people at the same time. Za told his sister that he helped those civilians who had not yet managed to evacuate. And at this time, the girl looked into the distance with interest. She was very interested in what was happening to Lee. She thought that her uncle was strong, but his opponent was a representative of the illusory race, one of the most dangerous ones that brought misfortune and belonged to the red class. The girl understood that Gan could have problems. She thought about what to do if old wounds from the time of the tower made themselves known. Yuha thought that she needed to help her uncle and went to him. Her brother reminded her that Lee told her not to interfere, and her sister replied that she would be right back. The monster thought that it had gone too far and burned the young man to the ground. The monster was happy and already thought that such a solution was also possible, but what he saw exactly shocked him. Lee said that a real flame should be exactly like this, and noted that the fire of that brat from Gemini could barely warm his palms. The guy smiled widely. His eyes were shining, and he told the monster that from now on it would be his burner. A message appeared in front of him that fire could be used in the workshop. The monster lowered his head. He thought that this couldn't be. How could that man survive the hellfire? Li Gang raised his hand with a heavy weapon. He was tired of the messages that fire could be used in the workshop of creation and decided not to delay. The young man was very pleased with himself and showed with his hand that he wanted to enchant. The monster couldn't understand what was happening, and then began to scream furiously that he wouldn't let the guy do this. Lee saw the monster raging and ordered the skill to be activated, and a loud roar of lightning was heard. It was Chan Yuha who arrived, who was very worried about her uncle and wanted to help him. The girl stuck her spear into the monster's shoulder, and it clenched its teeth and began to ask how she dared. The monster was very strong, and he tore the attacker away from himself and threw her aside like a feather. The girl flew back so many meters. Fear and horror were visible in her eyes. She didn't think that the monster was so strong. The monster told his dragon that dinner was served, and he went to the girl. The monster ordered the dragon to devour Yuha, who began to open his huge mouth wide. Achan looked at all this with fear, her face covered in beads of sweat. She understood that she had no other way. At this time, Gan ran up, grabbed the dragon, and began to ask where he was going because his opponent was him. The guy pushed him with all his might. He fell with a loud crash, and rock fragments flew in all directions. The lizard opened its mouth very wide and screamed in pain. She could not even imagine what awaited her. The monster watched everything that was happening, and thought about how easily the guy had thrown away the lizard of the underworld. Lee stood up and calmly said that if the monster touched Yuka again, he would not leave a single wet spot of him. The monster felt uneasy. It began to be covered in drops of some substance and thought about what was happening. The monster grabbed his head and wondered what was consuming him. His representative of the illusory race, was it really some kind of pathetic person? The monster began to understand that the games had finally come to an end. It hovered high, and Lee watched all of this. Yuka, who was nearby, began to cover herself with her hands. She thought about what these absurdly huge streams of magic were. The monster told Gon that he didn't like this form because he couldn't train in it, and he had to acknowledge him. The monster changed a little and said that there really was an enemy standing in front of him and promised to incinerate him, and then everything in the area. The monster began to use the skill of disaster. A very strong wind was blowing, but the young man calmly resisted the monster. Chan Yuha was very worried about her uncle. She began to call him very loudly, and tears appeared in the girl's eyes. A bright light blinded the entire city. It became very quiet. Only dust and dirt flew in the sky. The city was burned. The monster flew towards its competitor, its teeth clenched tightly. The monster's hand was grabbed by Li Gang, who was wearing a special glove that was designed to come into contact with fire and was enchanted with hellish flames. The monster couldn't even believe it, as he didn't expect the attack to be stopped by an ordinary glove. Gan frowned so much that the veins stood out on his forehead and told the monster that it would get it right now for daring to burn down the entire city. The monster clenched his teeth. His mouth twisted. He thought about how humiliating all this was. The guy started laughing and asked what he meant by humiliating, whether the monster was belittling the capabilities of his glove. And then he looked closely at the monster and noted that it couldn't even imagine how useful the glove was when eating chicken. A system message appeared in front of the guy saying that the negative energy was too strong and needed to be cleansed. The guy replied with a smile that he had a cleansing fist. He repeated the phrase about the cleansing fist, and the monster prayed for the young man to stop. The monster fell from such strong blows, and Gon asked him why it still wouldn't cleanse itself. A message appeared in front of Lee that dead targets could not be purified. This surprised him greatly. He was not prepared for this. The boy told the lizard that he had no choice but to replace the broken gas burner with it. The lizard gave up very quickly and became a prisoner of Ophiuchus, as the system messages announced. The young man stood in front of a huge lizard and asked her what would be the best name for him, and she chose the name Torch. Young Yuha and Songjae ran up to Lee and asked if their uncle was okay, and he asked if they were hurt. The girl replied that everything was fine and added that she had not had time to ask a question. Gon was very surprised. A moment later, he remembered Yuha talking about proposing after she dealt with the monsters. The young man coughed and wanted to say something to the girl, but she interrupted him. Chan asked Gan if he sacrificed himself in the demon tower. The guy looked at her with surprise. The girl frowned, lowered her eyes, and said that this question had been tormenting her for a very long time. Yuha said that the other saints claimed that Li Gang sacrificed himself for the sake of all mankind, but the fact that the strongest died in the battle with Red Eyes seemed absurd. Chan clenched her fist and added that it was impossible to get proof, and she had harbored her suspicions, but now she saw him fight with her own eyes. The girl said she was sure that Li did not sacrifice himself, but became a victim of a cunning plan. The man listened carefully to the girl, and with a smile on his face answered her that she was very smart, as expected from Otis's daughter. The brother and sister looked at the young man, and he said that Yuka had said everything correctly. Gan reported that 20 years ago he was stabbed in the back in the demon tower. He added that this was done by one of the 12 saints who went on the raid with him. The brother and sister were very surprised. Beads of sweat appeared on their faces. Yuha said that she did not understand anything, and the brother asked if the saints had not tried to save the world. Z shouted that Li Gang was the brightest hope of all mankind. He was surprised how they could do this to the greatest hero. The young man pointed his finger at the red-haired guy and replied that that was exactly why they did it. But Song didn't understand anything. And Gan said that the saints did so because he was much better than them. And then he added that they did this because he was able to defeat the red-eyed man alone. And that is why the saints tried to get rid of him. Lee said that since the strongest attractor had been killed, the entire world could be at their mercy, and the only barrier between them and their ambitions was him. The guy noted that it is impossible to know everything for sure. This is only the most probable theory. The young people were silent for a moment, and Songjae said that it was all so terrible. The guy lowered his head and said that Lee was locked in the demon tower all alone, and they even took all his merits for themselves. The brother and sister began to cry bitterly. Sun, smearing tears, snot, and drool on his face, said that Gan, despite everything, is the true savior of the world. Gan came closer to them, put his hand on each of their shoulders, and thanked the boys for their sympathy and asked them not to cry. The man calmly said that he was going to pay them all $1 million, and Z looked at him in surprise. Lee took out his mobile phone from his pocket and said with a smile that he needed to look at something. The news reported that Sophie Mard would be holding a conference. Miss Saint flew to Korea especially to hold a conference at 7 o'clock. Everything was ready for this event. A huge number of journalists and paparazzi had gathered, all of them waiting for the sensational announcement to be made. The journalists were talking among themselves about the fact that 20 years later, the truth would be revealed about what made Sophie travel such a long way for the conference. One of the journalists said that he thinks that it is all connected with the mystical message on the drachma, or concerns the rumors about Li Gang's recent return. Everyone present was ready to hear something incredible today, when Sophie approached the podium and smiled. The girl narrowed her eyes, pressed her lips tightly together. Her face was covered in beads of sweat. Miss Saint thought that she was in shit. Mard had already begun to think about sending them all away and running wherever her eyes looked. But right now, a relic was wrapped around her neck, and it was unknown what kind of magic Gan had cast on her. Miss understood that if she wanted to live, she would have to fulfill his demands. She understood that he was not bluffing when he said that he would not get rid of her. Sophie Mard continued to stand near the podium. She took a deep breath and then exhaled. The girl said that the reason she was here today was to uncover the truth about the incident 20 years ago and asked if they remembered the demon tower. The journalists began to discuss among themselves the raid on Red-Eyed, who was then defeated by 12 saints, and since then they have been extolled as heroes. Sophie tilted her head and said that, in fact, the true hero who defeated the red-eyed man that day, but she did not finish the sentence. The girl closed her eyes and very quietly said that it was Li Gan. It was he who dealt with the monster. The journalists began to talk to each other, and someone said that he had expected such a discovery. After a few minutes, the room became very quiet, and the journalists looked up from their monitors and notepads and looked at Miss Saint. The pause lasted for a while, and someone from the audience asked Sophie Mard to repeat what she had said. And then the journalists seemed to burst out. One after another, they began asking questions about whether it was true that Gan had killed the red-eyed man, whether it wasn't Stephen Marker who had dealt the final blow. Questions poured in one after another, and one of the journalists asked Sophie that if it was all a lie, then Li Gang was still alive. Miss Saint stood near the podium, her gaze downcast. She felt extremely unwell. The girl was very surprised when she heard a voice behind her saying that this was impossible. When Sophie turned around, she was very scared because she didn't expect to see him, and the man straightened his tie and said that his name was Jean-Louis Morand and smiled. It was the holy sign of cancer. He said that Miss Saint had turned pale, and he believed that she was not fit to continue speaking at the conference. Morna smiled, but there was no emotion on his face at all, and asked Sophie if all this was true. The girl turned to the holy sign of cancer, called him by name, began to ask about something, and he quietly turned off the microphone. Jean-Louis leaned over to the girl and quietly told her in her ear to shut up. Moran smiled and asked Sophie what the hell she was mumbling into the microphone. He asked if Mard had forgotten the situation she was in now, where all she had to do was show off her face, play the role of a saint, and why she was putting on a show. The girl was very scared, and Jean-Louis continued to whisper in her ear that she needed to sit quietly so that the whole world would not hear how he was tearing her vile mouth apart. He turned on the microphone, came out to the journalists, and said that he offered his deepest apologies, and noted that the words spoken by Sophie Mard were the fruit of threats from the person who recently kidnapped her. Moran smiled, but his eyes were angry, and told the reporters not to worry. He would personally guarantee Miss Saint's safety. Then the man added that he was sorry, but they had to interrupt the conference immediately. The journalists were very surprised. One of them asked what about the news about Li Gan's return. Jean-Louis walked closer to the guy and stated that Li Gang had died in the Demon Tower 20 years ago and asked what other answer he needed. Moran's pupils narrowed very much, and he said that if the rumors were true, he would personally let everyone know about everything. Moran noted that there was no such news, and the journalist began to stutter and ask who, in that case, had threatened the saint. Another journalist also asked why the criminal mentioned Li Gang's name. Journalists began to tell Jean-Louis that if the conference were interrupted now, then trust in the saints would be shaken very sharply, or they had something to hide from the people. Moran was very angry. He thought that reporters were pathetic insects who did not know their place. But before he could do anything, he heard someone telling him to look at his face. Otherwise, he was going to despise everyone. What Jean-Louis saw shocked him. He was definitely not prepared for such a turn of events. The impact was so strong that the remains of the chairs flew in all directions, and the hall became very quiet. Miss Saint put her hands to her head, tears streaming from her eyes. She said it was him. Jean-Louis Moran gritted his teeth. He was very scared and could not understand anything. Li Gang said that he hadn't seen the sad crustacean for a long time and noticed that its wrinkled face hadn't changed at all. The boy shouted at Moran, who still couldn't come to his senses, to catch his gift. Sophie Mard watched all this from the side with her mouth wide open. She began to guess that it was a tale. Young people approached the huge lizard torch. A prisoner of Ophiuchus touched him. He had a sign that it was strictly forbidden to feed the beast. Gan stood over Moran and asked him if he was out of his mind, if he wanted to interrupt the conference in this way. The young man heard someone from the side saying that he had the tail of a lizard of the illusory race. Jean-Louis also said that he heard that someone had dealt with them and asked if it was Li by chance. Gan furrowed his brows, became angry, and said that he was tired of his tricks with the clones. Moran said the boy quickly recognized his division skill and then asked who he was. The young man was surprised, then smiled and asked who else he could be, and then replied that he was Li Gang. The room became very quiet, and all the reporters turned their gaze to the guy. They were shocked. After a few seconds of silence, the reporters began to laugh and say that Li Gang couldn't possibly look so young and good. Jean-Louis noted that the guy had good skills, but he was a little out of touch with reality. He should have chosen a more suitable role model. Li yanked the lizard's tail with all his might, and it knocked down Moran, who was really annoying the guy. The journalists watched everything that was happening, and the young man said that until you hit them, people won't start to think. Gan turned his attention to the reporters and asked them why they were hatching. He jumped into the crowd and said that they would be next, and someone started yelling that a madman had attacked them. In all this confusion, Sophie thought that she needed to escape while she still had a chance. But the escape failed. Miss Saint fell to the ground. Someone slowed her down a little. The girl screamed in surprise. Lee stood behind her, and with a sarcastic smile on his face, asked where she was going, because she still had to tell the whole truth. The girl realized that she was finished. Gan demanded that Sophie tell him about how they ran away at the sight of Red Eyes and took his property for themselves, about how she was treating his face but could not fix his pathetic soul. He pressed a point on the girl's forehead, and she closed her eyes and thought about what the guy had just told her himself. The system message distracted the guy. It said that a flash of energy from the darkest star had been detected. Everyone in the room was very scared. They grabbed their heads and beads of sweat appeared on their faces. Sophie got scared and started to speak incoherently, and Li Gang couldn't understand what was going on. The girl screamed like a madwoman. She said that it was not about him, but about that devilry. Li looked at Jean-Louis and thought that the energy of the constellation was emanating from him. He gritted his teeth and muttered that this was all incredible. He would never have thought that it was really gone in front of him. He said that none of this matters, but he doesn't know how he managed to return alive from the demon tower. Moran then added that Ghana should throw a little welcome party to celebrate his return. Otis placed a pot of ramen on the table. This was supposed to be his dinner since no one was home. The man sat down on the sofa, took the remote control, and began to look for something interesting to watch on TV. He was eating ramen and listening to the report coming from the St. Sophie Mard conference venue. The reporter noticed that it was chaos right now. The journalist reported that a man who pretended to be Li Gan had burst into the hall, and that the audience could watch him in a fierce fight with the holy sign of Cancer. The reporter then added that it was a very entertaining show, and that Li was seen on screen grappling with Jean-Louis. Hugo was so surprised that the ramen fell out of his mouth, because the man opened not only his eyes wide, but also his mouth. As the fight continued, some of the journalists began to run away, and Li told his opponent that his pathetic attacks would not work on him. A few minutes later, Moran used his skill and looked at Gan with a smirk. The Cancer Man was simply sure that the guy had been caught and now did not pose any danger. But Li, as always, was collected and calm, and he very easily extricated himself from the enemy's shackles. Jean-Louis was very upset. He could not understand how the guy managed to free himself. The young man had his sword. With its help, he very easily got rid of all obstacles. The journalists who remained in the hall and watched everything that was happening began to clap their hands. Li Gang was very pleased with himself. He smiled happily, and his eyes glowed with a green fire. But the battle was not over yet, so the guy crouched down to attack the enemy again. Gan picked up speed and began to approach the enemy very quickly, who looked at everything with surprise. Moran said with anger in his voice that it looked like Li had been doing nothing but acrobatics for the last 20 years. Jean-Louis started doing his tricks. The guy watched him and asked with a sarcastic smile if he had any more tricks left. The young man did not wait for an answer, but attacked his opponent with lightning speed, then wrinkled his forehead and clenched his teeth. Li looked to the side questioningly. He began to guess something, and this made him angry. The guy shouted very loudly that Jean-Louis had spent the last 20 years doing nothing but learning how to create clones. The man laughed and replied that he would take these words as a compliment, and Gan began to listen. Sophie Mard fell to the floor, holding her head with one hand. A strong wind was blowing, and she was screaming very loudly. Something incredible began to happen in the room. All the objects that were lying on the tables began to circle in the air. The people who were in the hall felt very bad. Blood was flowing from their mouths. Li told Jean-Louis that he was a crazy bastard. He asked if he was out of his mind, and then asked how he was going to clean up the mess. The young man's opponent most likely hadn't thought about it at all, but calmly replied that he would figure it out somehow. The man said he simply decided that he had to deal with Gan as quickly as possible while he still had the chance. The guy turned to Moran and, enunciating each word, asked if it was he, the bastard who had stuck a dagger in his back. Jean-Louis and his clones began to laugh wildly. He replied that Li was trying so hard to find the culprit. The man said, with a smile on his face, that it was not right for a hero to dwell on such petty grievances, because people were more likely to take him for a street thug than a saint. Gan thrust his dagger forward and told Moran to shut up already, and noted that these were too loud words for the cowardly little ones hiding behind the clones. Jean-Louis said that these are not just clones. He recreated them from the life energy of the reporters. They cannot be cut up. Otherwise, all their life energy will be lost. The man noted that in such a situation, things could turn out rather sadly. Lee noted that these nasty tricks matched his mug. Moran laughed and noted that these were the young man's last words and said that now he would die. And Jean-Louis, along with a huge number of clones, surrounded the guy. Just a little more and everything will be over. But the clones began to look at each other. They were very scared. They saw the lizard's tail, which shocked them greatly, since the clones had no idea where it came from. Lee waved his hand and calmly said that this was a new skill he had learned in Drachma. The guy said, "Get hit," and hit the man with all his might. He gritted his teeth and watched all this with fear. Jean-Louis screamed loudly as Gan used the take-hit skill instead of me. The young man said that in front of him was not just a clone, but a part of Moran, and as soon as he finished him off, dealing with the rest would not be difficult. The man screamed very loudly. Where did the guy find out about all this? His face twisted in horror. Lee calmly said that he had said that Jean-Louis was a bloody, rotten piece of crap, and added that one would have to be a real idiot not to realize how much he stank. The guy had a huge pink stone in his hand, and shouting jackpot, he raised it up. Moran was surprised to hear that even the twins were unable to find the core, and asked how he had managed to get it. System messages appeared before Lee that a fragment of the cancer core was in his possession, meaning he could absorb the power of cancer. Sophie continued to hide under the podium as before. She listened attentively to what was happening near her. After a while, the conference room became very quiet. Only smoke and dirt rose up. The journalists began to come to their senses. The girl asked what it was, and the guy noted that he thought he was finished. He asked what happened. Gan stood over Jean-Louis, who asked the boy what he had gone through in that tower, and said that he felt as if the power of God himself was pressing on him. Lee replied that the man was talking too much, and said that he would definitely put the core he had taken from Rak to good use. Moran smiled and said he thought he should back off for now, then noted he had an ace up his sleeve. Jean-Louis began to dissolve, but still smiled and told the guy that he would be his worst headache. Gan said that Moran had an ace up his sleeve, and then added that it was to be expected that he would not simply back down. Lee's phone rang. It was Otis. He was shouting what the hell Lee had done there, and then he ordered him to quickly return home. Hugo yelled that he was watching the news, and told the guy that he had just dealt with a high-class clone of Jean-Louis, which meant they had their guns pointed at him. Gan, who listened to his comrade, opened his mouth in surprise and could not understand what was happening. In the starry sky above the planet Earth, either a satellite or another space device was flying. It was getting closer and closer to the Earth and was making characteristic sounds. After some time, the warhead detached from the weapon and began to fly at enormous speed. It broke up into many pieces, and it seemed that a little more and they would destroy the Earth. It was the Mormoth missile, a special weapon created by the Capricorn and Gemini branches after Li Gang disappeared, designed to eliminate incredibly powerful attractors. The rocket was created in case humanity was unable to cope with the monsters. This is a kind of trump card that destroys not only the attractor, but also a huge area around the point of impact. Gan told Otis that he couldn't believe they had put something like that together and that it sounded too grandiose. Hugo said Jean-Louis had it set up so that the missile would fire automatically when his biometric signals disappeared. Lee said that it looked like the high-ranking clone was almost equal to Moran's original body, and Otis shouted that it was not the time to be daydreaming. They needed to get out of there quickly. Gan said that he didn't think that running away would be the best solution, and if his words were to be believed, that thing could level several cities to the ground, and his comrade asked if there really was no solution. The guy thought about it, asked his friend again, and looked at Sophie, who looked at him questioningly. The young man laughed and happily told Otis that there was still something they could do. Miss Saint stared at Lee. Her brows furrowed and beads of sweat appeared on her dirty face. At this time, the rocket was getting closer and closer to the sleeping city. People were sleeping peacefully in their apartments. Loudspeakers installed on the streets of the city announced that a Mormoth missile was flying straight in their direction. People should immediately hide in shelters, and this was not a drill. People started running for cover. They were talking about why the anti-drag weapon was sent to the center of Seoul. Someone wanted to rent teleportation skills. Sung Jae and Young Yuha heard here and there about people saying they didn't want to die. Here the sky became very bright, and a bluish-greenish glow could be seen at the very top. Everyone who had run for cover raised their heads and began to look carefully, and the brother and sister immediately realized that it was Uncle Gan. He wasn't climbing up alone. He had Miss Saint in his arms, her face twisted in horror, and Lee was smiling broadly. Sophie screamed very loudly. Tears flowed from her eyes. She asked the guy what he was planning. A message appeared in front of Gan that, by the will of the Gemini bishop, the teleport and levitation skills were activated, and they teleported to the location of the Mormouth rocket. All this was possible thanks to the badge that Lee took from the Bishop of Gemini and held in his teeth. Gan and Sophia were getting closer and closer to the location of the Mormouth rocket, and the girl was screaming like crazy. The guy with a smile on his face said that he knew perfectly well that Miss Saint could burn through anything and ordered her to melt this rocket, but she could not figure out how to do it. Lee said that if she couldn't handle it, neither they nor the city's inhabitants would survive a collision with such a colossus, and Sophie had been idle for 20 years, and now it was time to serve everyone. Miss Saint screamed and cried, begging Gan not to throw her into the rocket and calling the guy all sorts of names. The young man naturally did not listen to the girl and told her to fulfill her destiny, but she flew, cried, and swore. Sophie held her hand out in front of her, closed her eyes, and asked the sacred essence of Aquarius to manifest itself, but it was shocked by what was happening. And the sacred essence gave its subordinate all kinds of enhancements so that she would not die. Miss Saint continued to scream like a madwoman, tears streaming down her eyes. The sacred entity gave Sophie a tear of a goddess called the Sovereign Skill. A whole stream of water was directed towards the rocket, which was rapidly approaching the Earth. The water swirled, bubbled, and with its strong flow stopped the ill-fated rocket, which fell apart into parts. Sophie watched everything that was happening and happily said that she really did it. She started falling down and screaming why Lee wasn't catching her, and the guy replied that a great job had been done, and then added that with such a set of enhancements, the girl would definitely be safe. The guy looked at the fragments that fell from the sky and said that the leech did a lot better than he expected, but still too carelessly, because if the fragments fell to the ground, chaos would begin. People went out into the street and started talking about the rocket exploding, but now shrapnel was flying at them and they didn't know what to do. Gan looked up and wondered if this thing was created by the twins. The guy smiled and said that he would most likely be able to convey a grand greeting to the Purple Witch. The young man began to call his friend Hugo Otis, who was very surprised. The man asked if Gan had managed to figure out the rocket, and he replied that he didn't have time and asked to borrow the absolute coordination skill. Otis's pupils narrowed very much. He thought that Lee's voice was very worried. Were things really that bad? And he himself answered that he would immediately pass on the skill to Gan and began to search for something in his mobile phone. Gan looked at his phone, realized that the skill had been transferred, and thanked his comrade with a smile, calling him the first slave. The guy read the message which informed him that Sagittarius had passed on the absolute coordination skill, and that it could be used 238 times. Lee said that this would definitely be enough for him. The young man activated various skills. He was very pleased with himself. A smile appeared on his face. When all the preparatory work was done, Gan said that it was time to send our witch a package. A huge, shining star appeared in the sky, and people looked at it in surprise. Some were happy, some were surprised, but it became clear that the rocket and all the fragments had disappeared, and the city residents realized that they were saved. Sun turned to his sister and said that it was Gan, and then added that they were now safe. Bishop Gemini looked up at the sky and thought about how it was possible Lee made the entire warhead just disappear. Choi Sun-hyuk heard someone calling him by name and he started stuttering because he couldn't understand who it was. The bishop replied that it was him, and the man started shouting that he was an idiot and what had he done with his skills. The man stood outside the window and was very scared. What he saw shocked him. A huge amount of debris from the Mormouth missile fell on the Yin-Yang Palace. It was a terrifying sight. The conversation took place in the Blue House in the presidential office, and the man asked in surprise what it meant that Lee Gang had returned. Someone replied that he had disrupted Sophie Mard's press conference and crushed the holy sign of Cancer, and would also prevent the Mormouth missile from colliding with Seoul. The man looked away. He was very scared and asked what this nonsense was. Li Gang flew into the presidential office from the ceiling, holding the Gemini bishop in one hand and Hugo Otis in the other. Everyone present in the room was shocked by such an act. They couldn't even find the words. Li asked them why they were whispering like rats, and whether they had done something wrong. And he added that since he had taken on the matter, he would see it through to the end, and then he added that he had come for his money. The parliamentarians knelt down and wondered if Li Gang was the real deal, and he said that he knew that they were keeping his bank account to themselves, and that funds were being deposited into it. The guy said he tried to open his own account, but it didn't work. Then he said he left Otis's name as a proxy, but they were mean. A man stood up and said that the Korean government could not entrust such responsibility to Mr. Hugo alone. Li Gang looked at the man who had the courage to contradict him, and he added that Mr. Otis was a foreigner, and after his disappearance they could not trust a saint from another country, while they no longer had one of their own. Li was also told that the Sagittarius branch, due to many circumstances, lost its former influence. Hugo frowned as the man spoke of how they had ultimately turned to someone more reliable for help. Gan became very angry. He punched the speaker in the face and shouted that he knew that out of all the possible candidates, the Purple Witch was chosen. The guy was very angry. He said he was trying to control himself, but they decided to make such a lame excuse. He noticed that they were nobodies to look down on Hugo, who thanked his comrade for worrying about him and asked him to finish this, but Li got carried away. Gan said that he was Otis's master and could treat him like that, but who were they and who did they think they were? These words surprised Hugo very much. But Li got carried away. He said that his comrade's only virtue was his pretty face. Hugo asked him to calm down, and Gan shouted that the people in the blue house shouldn't treat him like shit. One of the men noted that they had not said such a thing, and the second told him to stand still, but the guy continued to shout for them to respect his comrade. Then Li started yelling at Hugo, asking why he tolerated such treatment. The man noticed that the young man made him feel guilty and became very upset. Gan calmed down a little, folded his hands in front of him, and said that in any case, before he started causing a pogrom here, the authorities had to give him his money. Finally, everyone understood why the guy had come here, when suddenly a voice was heard from somewhere asking Li to shut up. Bishop Gemini frowned and then said that the voice sounded familiar to him, but that couldn't be true. A girl began to slowly approach them. Everyone looked at her and the hall became very quiet. Li was very surprised by her appearance. He clenched his teeth and said that she had finally appeared. The beauty said that Li Gan's account had long been confiscated and told him to shut up. It was Heiji, the holy sign of Gemini. The girl wrinkled her brow and said that she was going to use the money from Li's account to restore her yin-yang palace. And then she added that he was a bastard who launched fragments from a Mormouth rocket at them. Heiji screamed that her palace was in ruins, and then asked the boy if he realized how bad the damage was. Then the representative of the holy sign of Gemini told Gan to prepare for the consequences. Li narrowed one eye, the other one glowed green, and asked the girl who she was anyway. And she just bit her lip, lowered her head, frowned. She didn't expect such a question. Heiji came to her senses very quickly. She screamed at the guy to shut up and said that she was going to teach him a lesson now. She used the energy flash skill, and the people in the room started screaming that they would also be covered. Bishop Gemini clenched his fist and joyfully said that this was the most powerful technique of their constellation, a summoning of a spirit from another world. Heiji activated spirit summoning and the spirit queen Lily Quinn responded to it. The people who were in the hall watched everything that was happening very carefully. Haim happily said that here she was, the queen of spirits, whose power was almost equal to that of the sacred entities, and noted that she would look at what she could counter Li with. The young man flew up to the girl, unexpectedly grabbed her by the chest, threw her back with all his might, and in addition wished her a successful flight. She flew with such force that she broke through the roof of the blue house. Heiji screamed so loudly that her blood ran cold, and Bishop Gemini stood under the hole that appeared in the building and called for his mistress. Before Li, a system message appeared stating that the magical energy of the Gemini constellation was dissipating, and that the spirit queen Lily Quinn wished to return home. The young man put his hand to her head and thought about something. It became very quiet. Then he grabbed her by the braid and asked where she was going, and the queen began to scream for the guy to let her go. Li asked her if she thought she could get away so easily, if she thought he was an idiot, and she begged him to spare her. But then something out of the ordinary happened. Gan frowned in surprise. Through a hole in the ceiling, Heiji flew into the room, Bishop Gemini asked her if everything was okay with her. System messages appeared that the owner had lost consciousness and magical control had been broken, and the transformation skill rented from Aquarius was dissipating. Lee asked if anyone around him had seen it, and then noted that he had said that he was seeing her for the first time. Did she really hope to defeat him with the Queen's help? Spirits. Gan addressed the people gathered in the president's office and said that the purple witch would not help them. Then the guy smiled broadly and asked whether they would give him his money back or not. After some time, Li Gang and his comrade Hugo Otis came out of the Blue House. Gan was very happy. He said that everything was fine because they had received the money, which meant they could go and eat something tasty. He was surprised that they had given him a lot of documents, and his comrade noted that something was wrong here. Hugo asked why the real Haji didn't show up, since she was the type to launch a meteor into the middle of the city if she got mad. Lee smiled widely and noted that she hadn't even shown up after he destroyed her palace, which could only mean one thing. Otis looked at him in surprise, and the guy said that this hysterical woman would never be able to calm her anger, and added that he had an idea where she might be, and offered to visit her. The young people were in Songjae's apartment, and Lee offered them a little snack while they worked. The guy handed the red-haired youth a burger and asked him if he wanted to eat it. The young man looked at the ruddy bun for a very long time. The pause did not last long. Jay laughed and said he would take something else, and Gon asked what Yuha and Jiming wanted. The girl said that she really wanted her uncle's, but she didn't finish, and he began to very quickly take the burger out of his mouth. Yuha added that she wanted her uncle's advice. Jiming laughed and said that his niece was making fun of him, and Lee cursed in his mind. Gan was asked if Hugo would come too, but he replied that he had asked his comrade for a favor, so he would be a little late. They stood in front of a very strong relic case that contained the Spirit Queen. Lee told her that he advised her to answer all questions honestly, and she broke out in a sweat and agreed. The guy told her that it was much better to be locked in a transparent box than in a book, and told the Queen of Spirits to think carefully. She agreed. Gan said that bitchy purple witch still hadn't shown up and asked if she found it strange, then noticed that she was unable to make herself known. The guy noticed that he was most likely imprisoned somewhere in Songjae's house. The Spirit Queen answered this question affirmatively. Lee took the book in his hands and said he was giving it one chance, then asked where it was. The captive understood perfectly well that she had no other choice, but she was in no hurry to be frank. The guy was very angry. He asked the Queen of Spirits through his teeth whether she would tell him herself or whether he had to force her. She was shaking with fear like an aspen leaf and pointed her finger somewhere and answered that it was there. The guys followed where she was pointing with her fingers and saw a beautiful figurine on the shelf near the TV. Gan realized with surprise that this was the statue that had recently broken, but now it was whole. The guy took it in his hands and said with a smile that he knew it, because this figurine had a very strong stench. Lee asked Jiming about him mentioning that she kissed a statue or something like that, and noted that it was most likely that witch's coordinate mark magic. The guy opened his eyes and mouth wide in surprise and remembered how he said that the figurines were not his, but she personally kissed and blessed them. Gan activated the power of the 13th in order to interact with the spiritual world. And then the statuette turned to Lily Quinn and asked why she had gone and blabbed everything to them. Chung Yuha was very surprised. She opened her mouth and eyes wide in surprise and began to guess about something. She said it was the Gemini Saint Lady Haiji. It was indeed her, but she appeared in spirit form. Heiji was very angry and thought about why she was caught by the most terrible guy in the world, and why everything turned out this way. She furrowed her brow and thought if only everything hadn't gone wrong that day. It was on that day when the demon tower was completely destroyed that this happened. Heiji was fiddling around near the dining table and felt some kind of energy in the room, and noticed that the aura was very creepy. She wrinkled her forehead, clenched her teeth, beads of sweat appeared on the girl's face, and the purple witch began to guess that Li Gan was alive. The fact that he returned is confusing, but of all the possible places, he went to Songjae's apartment where his friend's son lives. Heiji thought that this was good, because that zone was already under her control, and decided to see with her own eyes what they were doing there. And she couldn't think of anything better to teleport to the chosen location. Her skill allowed her to teleport only the soul. She moved it to the chosen vessel. Everything happened as the witch planned. The transfer to the statue took place. But everything was ruined by Gan. who began to spin all the figurines that were in Z's apartment. But there was one condition: if the statue was damaged, the soul would not be able to get out of it. Heiji began to think about whether there were ways to get out of here, because she would forever remain in the stout. Sun said that, however, it was still a relic and he couldn't just leave it as is. The soul of Lady Saint thought that even a cheap rented restoration skill would do. The main thing was to restore the statue. The young man had a huge tube of super glue in his hands and he was going to use it to fix the problem. Lady Heiji's spirit was very happy when the guy started gluing the figurine. And then she began to sob loudly, as a system message appeared in front of her that the chosen vessel had turned into trash, and she could not leave it. Lee held the statue in his hands and asked how he should torture it so that people would appreciate his efforts, while Heiji screamed at the Spirit Queen to do something, at least try to get out of the fragile case. Lily Quinn stood up and replied that she would not do that because if she tried to escape, Mr. Gan would catch her and asked him not to ask her to do something so senseless. The guy laughed and noted that the Queen of Spirits understood her position well, and the spirit of Heiji said that his brain would boil. Lady Saint looked towards Songjae and said that this was her loyal Templar, and then she shouted that she was his mistress and commanded him to immediately attack Li Gan. The red-haired guy wrinkled his forehead and asked with surprise in his voice why he had to do this. Song said that he didn't want to fight Uncle Gan, and Heiji angrily shouted at him, adding that her branch with Li had been enemies from the start. Lady Saint shouted if the guy dared to call himself a follower of the Gemini branch, then she was obliged to attack him. The spirit of Heiji's face was distorted. The boy jumped away from him and said that in that case he was leaving. She definitely didn't expect to hear such an answer from Z, and spread her arms out to the sides in surprise. Sun said that although he was a member of the Gemini branch, Uncle Gan was his hero. The guy took a badge out of his pocket and noticed that being her follower automatically made him her enemy. The young man threw the badge straight at the Lady Saint and said that he had decided to leave. The badge fell to the floor with a clang, and the room began to shake as if during an earthquake. Heiji began to shout that this was not the holy retribution of the sacred essence. So Jay's faith had switched to the constellation Ophiuchus. The sacred essence of the Gemini branch was furious and sent down punishment. The magical energy struck the guy. Young Yuha and Jimin, who were watching all this, were shocked and screamed loudly. Z became so ill that he could not control himself. He began to fall, and his sister ran to help him. Heiji wouldn't leave the guy alone. She screamed at him to beg for forgiveness and immediately attack Li Gan, as he was a cruel and dishonest person and shouldn't be trusted. The young man was tired of hearing all this from the sacred entity, and despite the fact that he felt very bad, he said with all his might that she should shut up. And he himself remembered what happened in the hypermarket and noted that they are ready to abandon people to their death if it is in their interests. The guy noted that Uncle Gan is not like that at all. He always comes to the aid of those who are in trouble. Sun added that they are all hypocritical scum and can only throw around false phrases about wanting to save the world. And his hero, the young man noted, is completely different. He always helps out and doesn't let you down. Z remembered how in the cafe, Gan told him to speak up if the guys bothered him again, and added that his uncle would always cover his back. Sun lay on the floor, punched it with his fist, and shouted that they were fucking bastards who had no right to look at Uncle Gan. From above, the sacred essence of the Gemini constellation Freya has revealed herself, increasing Songjae's punishment to the highest degree. Li Gang watched everything that was happening and felt sorry for the guy, so he decided to use the skill. It wasn't simple. It was called the Deep Cutter. Heiji was very scared when she heard about it. Meanwhile, there were many people in the Yin-Yang Palace, and they began to clear away the rubble. The man shouted that the fire was getting out of control and asked to bring everyone who knew water magic. The man with the beard was very surprised, as he was unable to gather magical energy. He frowned, looked at his hands, which did not obey him. A girl started running towards him. She asked what was wrong. She was very scared and talked about Bishop Ken not being able to use magic, and then added that they had stopped feeling it altogether. The man with the beard was shocked and started shouting whether they had contacted the Templars from other regions. Bishop Hen reported that they were unable to use telepathy or teleportation, and noted that the portal was completely dissipating. He was asked about the Templars, who were supposed to be hunting monsters now, and was told that it was impossible to contact them because telepathy did not work. Someone said that Gemini's magical energy suddenly completely dissipated. The young people in Jay's apartment were very surprised. Yuha said that the magical energy of the sacred essence had disappeared. Lee told the red-haired guy that everything was okay now and noted that because of him, he almost got into big trouble. He thanked the young man for trusting him until the very end, and he noted that he truly appreciated it. Sun smiled at the man, and tears of gratitude appeared in his eyes. He wanted to tell him something. But Haiji's spirit began to scream furiously, and she began to ask what Li Gang had done to her. She was very angry and began to ask in a raised voice why she had lost contact with the sacred entity. A message appeared before her, stating that she had dispelled the connection between the holy sign of Gemini Heiji and the sacred essence Freya. Sacred entities expend a great deal of resources and also take great risks when they personally enter our world. That is why they send their energy to their subjects, to the saints, so as not to take risks, and the saints, in turn, pass on their powers to the followers of the branch because it is very convenient. The sacred essence can be compared to a huge, powerful electrical station. The saint in this chain is a substation or transmitter of energy, and the Templars are various switches, sockets, and forks, so the disappearance of the energy of the sacred entity immediately affected all of its followers. Lee asked Haiji what it was like to be an ordinary person and threw the statuette on the floor. But the witch did not understand what the young man was talking about and looked at him in surprise. Gan smiled slyly and said that it was that stinking Cancer's favorite skill, to sever connections with the help of the deep cutter. The Cancer constellation's sovereign skill can cut through anything, and when mixed with Lee's power, the result is very interesting. The boy smiled and told the witch that he had managed to cut the bonds between her and her pathetic little god. Heiji started screaming at him about what he had done, and then noted that the sacred entity would not leave her just like that, and Lee would become the target of her true wrath. And he said that he didn't care, and he wasn't against it. He raised his finger and said that he would very much like those little gods to show themselves to him in person. Heiji looked at the young man with fear, but he was completely calm. A strong wind blew, crows began to circle and caw loudly, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. The people who watched everything that was happening were very scared. The sacred entity was angry that its ties with the holy sign and the Templars were severed, and was ready to take all the risks and personally invade this world. Everything was spinning in a whirlwind. People were scared, but only Li Gang smiled a malicious smile and noted that this was an impressive appearance. And the sacred essence of the Freya twins appeared before the young man. The guy read in the system message that crazy streams of sacred essence magic had been detected. The young man looked calmly at Freya. He was not afraid of her and decided to use an item from his inventory. The sacred essence's face changed very quickly. She was very surprised. A fragment of the Cancer core appeared in the guy's hands, which absorbs the energy of the sacred essence. Li Gang held it in his hands, and the sacred essence of the twins was struck by the presence of a fragment of another essence. The guy held out his hand with the core in front of him, and said with a smile that he was very sorry because he didn't have the Heaven's Fury skill. And then he said that if he had it, he could allow anything, including these pathetic little gods. Li Gang smiled wryly, called the creation workshop, selected suitable materials, and said that there was no other choice. His eyes glowed green, and he said that he would have to use the best of what he had. And he created the whirling scythe of the abyss, a weapon that was created by merging the Cancer core fragment and the Gemini whirlwind and lightning, but its durability was very low. But Li Gan was fine with it, and on top of that he activated the combat instinct skill. The guy struck and the sacred entity screamed very loudly. She was not prepared for such a rebuff. And before Gan appeared a message that he had caused significant damage to the sacred essence of the constellation Gemini, and it fell into agony and felt humiliated. Yuha, Ze, and Haiji were watching the guy. They couldn't believe that Li had injured the sacred essence. They didn't understand how it was possible. A system message announced that the vortex scythe of the abyss was broken, and the young man said that this was the price for improvisation. And at this time the sacred essence of Gemini fell into madness. She clenched her teeth and looked up. Freya was so angry that she intended to summon all her powers into this world. From all sides, people began to gather around the sacred entity. There were a lot of them. A message appeared before Lee that the sacred entity and its armies had entered this world, and Freya said that there were enough of them. Gan looked at everything that was happening. The fire was spreading in all directions, but he was absolutely calm. A man appeared from the clouds of smoke and fire. He was dressed in brown clothes. His head was covered by a hood, and his face was not visible. Sung Jae and young Yuha opened their mouths and eyes wide in surprise, and beads of sweat appeared on their faces. The man, who hid his face and was dressed in a cloak, which he soon threw off, turned out to be their father. He looked at Freya and told her to stop her intrusion immediately. Otis's eyes were burning with fire, and he said that a little more and all this could be regarded as a violation of the rules. He asked Freya to retreat, and then asked if she had forgotten that sacred entities were forbidden to invade this world in their true form. But the sacred essence of the constellation Gemini believed that the pitiful constellation Sagittarius was not able to stop her. She burst into laughter and asked what the awakened and insignificant constellation could do to her. Hugo lowered his head and noted that with his current powers, he would not be able to stop her, then asked if she thought they were the only ones who did not like her intrusion. The countless entities that watch over this world stop the Gemini constellation. They are dissatisfied with the violation of the rules. The Gemini army was forcibly thrown back. The remaining sacred entities who were unhappy with what was happening activated the seals, and Freya needs to invest a lot of faith, experience, and characteristics to continue to stay in this world. The young people watched everything that was happening because the hostility of the other sacred entities was growing. Otis told the sacred entity Gemini that the other entities did not like her antics. The blonde man furrowed his brow and asked Freya if she was willing to take on even greater risks. But she didn't like what was happening. The sacred entity was trying to get rid of the shackles. Freya screamed so loudly that glass began to fall out of the windows. She did not want to give up. The sacred essence of the Gemini constellation bared its teeth and declared that it would never forget this day. Gan started laughing and said that he could argue, but Freya felt like shit and added that next time she should bring an adult with her. The holy entity was very angry, and a system message appeared in front of the guy, telling him that he had trampled on her pride and gained a high reputation among countless entities. Hugo also read that his location had been accumulated and a special quest based on his location had been activated. The young people sat on the floor among the trash and exhaled. Jiming felt very bad. Gan hugged Otis and told him he was doing well, and Otis noted that he still felt uneasy. The man gritted his teeth, thought about something, and then said that he couldn't believe that Freya had treated Songjay that way. He clenched his fist and said that even shooting an arrow at her head would not have been enough. Lee hugged his comrade, smiled, and told him to wait. He would see everything soon. And then he frowned, laughed, and said that he would definitely teach his friend's children. Hugo looked at the young man with gratitude and thanked him mentally. The fair-haired man informed Lee that he had taken the item from the yin-yang courtyard as he had requested. Gan was very happy, because this is the Registry of Souls, a certificate that records contracts with the avatars of the Gemini constellation. Heiji, who saw Hugo handing over the registry to Lee and started screaming where he got it from, because the registry must be very well guarded. Otis laughed and said that stealth and infiltration were the most important skills for any archer, and he himself thought that it was not necessary to say that he had the Gemini branching symbol. Li Gang opened the soul registry and began to read it, while Heiji and Hugo began to quarrel with each other. A system message appeared in front of the young man, stating that he had opened the Registry of Souls, which records the list of avatars. The first name the boy saw was Berserk, the crazy one-eyed warrior. He belonged to the legendary class. The second name that interested him was Jotun, the king of giants. He belonged to the legendary class. Also from the Registry of Souls, the young man read about the warrior king Jarl. The light of the brightest god, he also belongs to the legendary class. A message appeared before Lee that the Gemini avatars were now under the control of Ophiuchus, and he could obtain them as slaves or as his own avatars. The patron avatar, who is imprisoned deep in the sea, under the yin-yang palace, also came under the power of Ophiuchus. Gan thought that he had a mythical class. The guy looked at the registry and said why he should believe that they really surrendered. First, they need to show their loyalty. And then something incredible began to happen. Even Gan Li did not expect it and screamed in horror. Everyone who was with the guy opened their mouths in surprise. No one was prepared for such a turn of events. Heiji was flying from a great height, and everyone looked at her carefully, unable to understand what was happening. The Holy Spirit who was imprisoned in the statue was distorted with horror, and a message appeared before Lee that the avatars of the constellation Gemini presented him with the body of the saint. Li Gang and Hugo Otis came closer to him to take a closer look and realized that it was definitely a witch in front of them. The guy had a fit of hysterics. He grabbed his head. After a while, he replied that this prank counted as evidence. Thus, he accepted the loyalty of the avatars of the Gemini constellation. Gan was very pleased with the fact that the avatars of the constellation Gemini came under the power of the constellation Ophiuchus. He was asked to give names to his avatars, but the guy was too lazy to do it. So he named them Man 1, Man 2, and Man 3 in order of hierarchy. Heiji's spirit watched everything that was happening. He grabbed his head and screamed that all this was nonsense and a nightmare. Lee grabbed her by the neck and said that everyone had turned their backs on her, including her pathetic little god. He angrily advised her to answer his question honestly, and asked if it was she who had stabbed him in the demon tower. Heiji started laughing, repeated Lee's phrase, and said that she didn't understand what he was talking about. After such an answer, the young man suddenly released her, but she did not expect this and was very scared. The guy said that it was a fragment of the vortex scythe of the abyss that he had used earlier, and it was capable of frying Heiji's soul, which had shattered into pieces. The young man was very angry. He shouted like a madman for her to answer the question and not make a fool of herself. Tears began to well up in Heiji's spirit's eyes, and she began to scream that she really didn't know anything. Lee shouted so loudly that he would torture her to death in her spiritual state that the young people became afraid. Heiji began to say that she guessed that it was most likely Virgo. She explained why she thought so. Since she had not seen anything with her own eyes, she noted that it was the Virgin who was assigned the condemnation of heaven. Li Gang released Heiji's spirit from his hands again. She flew down and screamed loudly. The guy smiled. His eyes glowed with green fire, and he said that there was nothing complicated. She could have avoided the torment by telling everything at the very beginning. The young man noted that since she shared useful information, he would return her body to her. Heiji grabbed her head and thought that she was alive. She looked down and saw feet on a huge platform and was very surprised. Lily Quinn raised her hands and said that she was grateful that Gan had given her freedom, even in this form. The young man looked around, then laughed and noted that he had been slightly mistaken. The guy told Heiji that he accidentally gave her body to Lily Quion and thanked her, and she threw herself into Lee's arms and began to thank him. The bunny that Yang Wei was enchanted into told the girl that there was no point in trying to restore them, and she became angry that he was interfering with her. Lily approached Gan to borrow the soul registry. She was confident that she could improve all contacts. The guy agreed with her. The young man heard some sound and began to look around. He could not understand where it came from. His attention was drawn to a huge plastic box, which was where the sounds were coming from. Heiji, whose soul was enchanted into the statue, began to beg the boy to let her go. A system message appeared in front of Gan, telling him that he had a new skill available, snake contract. He could skip it once or not skip it 3 times. The boys heard someone talking about how they had become Li Gan's avatars, and they praised him in their speeches. After all, becoming avatars is truly a great honor. They talked to each other about what excites them from just one look at Li Gan. Otis said that this was the first time he had seen something like this, because usually avatars are very proud. How then the avatars started pointing their fingers at Hugo and talking about how a human servant dares to interfere when Mr. Li Gang is standing in front of him. Otis's face twisted. He opened his mouth wide in surprise and couldn't believe his ears. While Hugo was freaking out, Lee folded his arms and told the avatars that they had messed up a bit. The guy smiled, raised his finger up and said that this was not a servant, but his slave. Otis fell off his feet from such words. The avatars said how dare a pathetic slave open his mouth in front of their master, and they, along with Gon, laughed. Lee said that enough was enough about Otis. He would tell a little about himself. And he asked the avatars why they had turned away from the constellation Gemini in his favor. They reported that they could no longer stand the fiery nature of the holy branch of Gemini. Gan was surprised, and the avatars said that they were very surprised when he finished off the holy essence, and the guy noted that he encourages honesty. One of the avatars said that not only they, but also other avatars, including their commander, want to serve Li Gan. He added that the captain was trapped deep under the sea and therefore could not be present. Avatar reported that at the moment the attractors have already taken half the planet from humanity. He noted that at first glance it may seem that the power of the two sides is approximately equal, but in fact they are no longer able to regain their lost territories. Gan listened to the story, and thought that if the Avatar was trapped under the sea near the Yin-Yang Palace, then it must be the Pacific Ocean. The guy thought about the fact that it was located close to the territory of the attractors, and he would have to visit there. At this time, the avatars were saying something to the young man, but he did not hear, as he was thinking about how to save their captain. And they began to bow to him and say that since from now on he was their patron, they would swear allegiance to him. The young man smiled broadly at them and said that he relied on them and called them brothers. Songjae and young Yuha watched what was happening. The boy said that he expected nothing less from his uncle. And then he added that avatars of such a high class are afraid of Gan, and that's cool. The sister agreed with him. Yuha told Zae that she was very glad that she had finally decided to propose to her uncle. This conversation was heard by Li Gang, who opened his mouth in surprise, and Hugo Otis, who did not immediately understand everything and thought about it. He came closer to his friend and asked what had happened and what his daughter was talking about. Otis's eyes narrowed very much. They became like a dot, and the man began asking again and again what proposal he was talking about. The bunny that contained Yang Wei's soul shouted that Hugo was Gan's father-in-law, and then remarked that it was an interesting family tree. There was silence, and suddenly, unexpectedly, a toy, but not a simple, soft toy, began to burn. The hair began to scream as if he was being cut, and he caught fire because Hugo Otis shot him with an arrow. Beads of sweat appeared on Gan's face, and he began to tell his comrade that it would be better to lower the bow, but he refused to do so. The blond man started shouting that his daughter never said she loved him even on Father's Day. The holy sign of Sagittarius was furious. Hugo held the bow tightly in his hands. He was so angry that if he touched it he would explode, and Lee was confused. He understood that in such a state his comrade could cause trouble, so he shouted for him to calm down. The man exhaled, his eyes were burning with fire, and he told Gan in a calm tone to forgive him, but he could not leave him alive. Without waiting for any answer, the holy sign of Sagittarius began to use such a skill as stealth. Lee said through gritted teeth that it looked like Hugo was seriously angry. He used the skill God's gaze to detect his comrade's magical energy. And a fight began between the old comrades. Otis attacked with all his might, driven by anger. Gan parried the blows and said discontentedly to Hugo that he was very annoying, just like a fly. And many system messages began to appear in front of the guy. They informed him that Lee had shaken the honor of Sagittarius, his disposition had increased, and he had received the experience of the divine throne. But Otis had no intention of retreating. He was going to use such a sovereign skill as the Ring of the Sun God. The guy, when he realized this, cursed and noted that this was, at the very least, too much. Hugo drew his bow, and system messages appeared in front of him, telling him that a sacred entity was speaking to him and reminding him that he was at home and had to pay off a loan. Lee realized who Otis reminded him of. Because that idiot didn't care about the destruction of his apartment, he remembered Song-ju, who was also furious. But the men forgot that they were now broke. Gan knew that Hugo needed to be stopped immediately, and the children also told their dad that he needed to calm down. Jung Yuha said that he shouldn't attack because he won't be able to defeat Uncle Lee. Ghana. Otis held onto the bowstring and took off, while his daughter screamed that he had no chance against Gan. Lee jumped out from above onto the bow. Thus, he wanted to stop his comrade. Hugo opened his eyes and there was a huge bump on his head, which had already been covered with a bandage. The man began to rise and saw Gan next to him, who folded his hands on his chest and asked him whether he had come to or not. The guy asked why he was so angry about a stupid, childish phrase. Did he look like a person who could seduce the children of a close friend? And added that he almost burned down the house. And then he added that Otis's children are embarrassed to express their thoughts in front of him, but they have very deep feelings for him, and even now they brought snacks to cheer him up. The brother and sister smiled. Yuha noted that Dad was awake, and Son noticed that they brought strawberry cake and his favorite coffee. The children handed the food to their father, and he looked at it, and tears appeared in his eyes. He became emotional, and a few seconds later, he rushed to the children to hug them, the fair-haired man sobbing loudly. Song approached Lee and said that he had sent the video of the battle to reporters as he had requested, and his uncle praised him for the work he had done. The boy said that his uncle stroked his head and now he will not wash his hair. Hugo heard these words, turned and looked intently at the guys. Z also brought the cake to his uncle and told him to try it. The man asked why there were so many strawberries on it, and Otis looked at the piece of cake that was intended for him, and one detail surprised him greatly. He pointed at the cake and asked Yuha where the strawberries on his piece of cake had gone. The girl smiled cheerfully, winked, apologized to her father, and said that she gave it to her uncle. Otis seemed to break loose and started running towards Lee, who had a cake with lots of berries. Gan began to eat and did not suspect anything, when the man grabbed him and began to shake him. The roar was heard throughout the entire yard. Smoke was coming from the roof of Otis's house. He almost burned down his house again. Lily Quinn was sewing up a stuffed bunny, and it was talking about how Hugo didn't know anything about raising children. Yuha watched as her father demanded that Lee give him back the strawberry, but he replied that he ate it. Z asked her father not to take food from his uncle. The girl watched all this disgrace with a smile on her face. When her mobile phone made a sound, she received a message, which she was very surprised to see. Her pupils narrowed very much. Chan was scared because the message said that the Red Class Thousand Paw, which was bringing disaster, had appeared, and all Templars were to immediately respond to mobilization. Templars began to slowly gather along the coastline of Manila, Philippines. They armed themselves and began to talk about how they would have to fight the Red Class's attraction if they had a chance to defeat it. One of the men started shouting for people not to give in to fear, because hard times are another opportunity to prove themselves. He added that their boss had not yet shown up, so they had to defeat the Red Class Thousand-Pawed one themselves. The guy suggested showing how much the Leo branched out, and humanity would have another opportunity to make a leap towards a bright future. The men supported the speaker and began to shout. Yuka covered one ear and thought that she wants to go home because she misses her uncle. Everyone who gathered near the tent donned gas masks and helmets and were in a determined mood. There was an old man in the tent. He said that these uncouth barbarians made a noise for no reason, so they were most likely trying to suppress fear. He said that he didn't care about any of this. What was much more important was that the package had to be received. Near Otis's destroyed house stood a girl with a large suitcase. She rang the bell. The door opened and Hugo came out with a construction helmet on his head. He was glad to see the guest. It was his assistant, Yoon Yerin, who said that they hadn't seen the chief for a long time. The girl asked what happened to his house, because even the roof was gone. The man hid his face and told her that it was better not to ask, just to accept it as a fact. They entered the house, the TV was on, and the news was broadcast. Yoon asked if the eyes were watching the news about the Thousand Paw. Hugo said that he was watching and noted that Yuha also headed there. The man saw a box in the assistant's hands and asked what it was. The girl replied that it was lying by the door and asked if they were expecting a parcel. Yoon threw the box, and Hugo called out to Lee Gang so loudly that his construction helmet flew off his head. The tool broke, and the guy got a system message saying that due to the poor quality of the tool, the materials were destroyed. Lee stood over the table with a hammer in his hands and said that there had been another failure, and not the first time. The weapon was destroyed, and a system message informed him that he needed a higher class tool, and the man thought that this was the limit of the craft hammer. Lee thought that it was very annoying that he had lost his hammer of attainments, and now it would be difficult to find out where it could have disappeared to since 20 years had passed. The guy looked at the slime and thought that it was hard to make relics larger than average size with it, but before the battle with the maiden, one way or another, he needed to prepare better. A system message informed Gan that a follower of another constellation had infiltrated the domain of the great Ophiuchus and the pitiful Sagittarius. The box that Yoon brought into the house was opened, and a voice was heard from inside asking if it was Sagittarius Hugo Otis. The strange creature told the fair-haired man that they had not seen each other for a long time and said that his name was Sergeyevich. Otis frowned. He realized that it was Capricorn and told him that it was a ridiculous joke, and noted that such nastiness was more in the spirit of Yang Wei. Lee came out of the workshop with a huge hammer and said that he was curious about who had gotten in and recognized the old man. Sergeyevich said that he was glad to see Gan in good health, but Otis and his assistant were very scared. The monster that was in the box introduced itself, said that its name was Vladimirov Ivan Sergeyevich, and asked if the guy remembered it. Lee asked again if his name was Sebastian, and he replied that Ivan Sergeyevich, Hugo, and Aaron were standing behind, covered in sweat. Vladimirov Ivan Sergeyevich is a holy sign of Capricorn and specializes in crafting relics. After the disappearance of the strongest awakened, he had a hand in all combat relics. Capricorn was about to tell Lee Gan the reasons why he was actually looking for him. The guy started to take it out of the box, and he said that he would like to apologize for what happened earlier. Gan pulled Capricorn out of the box, threw him aside, and he continued to talk about how he wanted to build a new, mutually beneficial relationship. Hugo approached Gon and asked him if perhaps he should have listened to Sergeyevich first, and he replied that his friend should stop talking nonsense. Capricorn lay beaten in the middle of the room. Lee said that he would not want to share even a tiny detail with him, and he would never believe that he was looking for cooperation and suggested watching the news. Vladimirov Ivan Sergeyevich said that Gon still has the same bad temper, so there will definitely be a headache. A warrior entered his tent and said that it was time for them to move out, and he was surprised. The holy sign of Capricorn looked out from the tent and told those present that it was worth taking a look at what this thousand-pawed one looked like. The reporter said that they were in Manila, the capital of the Philippines, and they would be broadcasting a raid on the red-class monster, Thousand Paw. Thousand-fingered is a huge monster that was subjected to Ligang 20 years ago. It seems that it is a descendant of that terrifying attraction that appeared here, near Manila. Since this monster belongs to the red class, the forces of several branches have gathered here at once, the troops of the Lion branch, led by Vice Chief Chong Yuha and Bishop Oliver. The Pisces branch is the master of naval combat, specializing in transformation magic. The Taurus branch is the frontline troops with invincible defense. The Aquarius branch are the priests of the battlefield, who are capable of neutralizing even the nuclear threat with their magic. Capricorn branching are great experts in creating and improving all kinds of weapons. Many branches gathered in this location to eliminate the emerging threat, and the holy sign of Capricorn appeared here in person. Lee and Hugo exchanged glances, wondering what the old man was doing there. Most likely, the saint did not come there empty-handed. He wanted to show what he was capable of. Vladimirov Ivan Sergeyevich put his hand forward and began to be attracted to it, like a hammer to a magnet. The old man smiled triumphantly. He called upon the sovereign relic of Capricorn. It was the hammer of understanding. The boys' mouths dropped open in surprise, and Hugo asked Gan if it was his thing. And the warriors began to say that the holy sign of Capricorn is a great inventor. He improves relics right before the start of the battle, and the whole world knows about his incredible skill. Lee started screaming like crazy that it was his relic. The guy couldn't understand what was happening. Gan pointed his finger at the TV screen and said that Sergeyevich was an old goat, and added that he was fed up with the fact that his instrument had been stolen and that this cretin was still acting up. The guy called the old man a bastard and said that he would deal with him even before Virgo. He started running and told Hugo that they were moving out immediately to teach Capricorn a lesson. The men had not yet begun to gather when a reporter's voice came from the television saying that something had appeared, and Lee directed his gaze to the screen. The young man saw the waves swaying, and the journalist reported that it was coming out of the ocean. It was a terrible sight. The ocean was raging, and from its depths appeared a huge, terrible monster, the Thousand-Pawed. A huge number of eyes watched the appearance of the terrible monster. They were all tense and scared. Thousand Paws, a red danger-level monster, began to show its paws and gradually approach the shore. One of the warriors shouted very loudly for everyone to get ready. The second one got scared and replied, "There is no need to rush." The guy noticed that the monster was holding something on the end of its tentacle. It looked very much like a human silhouette. The man who was in the tentacle of the monster, although huge and pumped up, screamed loudly from pain and horror. The warriors who were watching all this opened their eyes and mouths wide. The man in the tentacle seemed very familiar to them. It was Stephen Marker who screamed at the monster like a madman to give him his bone. It was this bone, not the man, that Thousand Paw was holding. The warriors began to talk about the fact that Marker was fighting the monster for his artifact, because huge amounts of money had been invested in it. So the guys understood Stephen's zeal. Bishop Lavovo was very angry. He thought that Marker was still possessed by this useless bone, and shouted for the head to return to them and pull himself together. The head of the Capricorn branch approached Oliver and asked what the young man was doing, and the guy got very angry. The old man said that the Holy Lion and the Thousand-Pawed had just appeared, and asked why his people were still standing rooted to the spot, and noted that even though he was a saint, the Lion's branch should take command. Sergeyevich said that if Oliver was afraid, he would gladly take on this role. The bishop thought that the old man was a slippery type, but he himself said that he was just about to give orders. The young man walked closer to his warriors and told them to take the potion that the Capricorn branch provided. Oliver then commanded the fish branch to cast a spell to move through water, and Bishop Elvov ordered Aquarius to be given buffs to their combat skills and survivability. The tourists had to create a line of defense along the coast to keep the monster out. Then the bishop asked if everyone was ready and noted that it was time to finish off this vile monster and ordered the lions to attack him. And all the warriors of the lion branch immediately rushed to attack the monster. They ran and screamed very loudly. Oliver then ordered his charges to use a skill called brutality. The brutality skill was activated and the warriors gained insane beast power. Vice Prime Minister of the LV branch, Chong Yu-ha, reported that the LV advance force had entered the battle. The girl then ordered all the Templars to release their magical energy. They began to carry out the command, and Yu-ha began to use the single branching skill Midnight Beast Charge. Chon shouted that the Midnight Beast had worked and ordered all the warriors to move forward. And the Templars, all as one, began to advance on the terrible monster Thousand-Pawed. The monster was so huge that the warriors on it were like fleas on a dog. He could feel their movements. And Stephen Marker, screaming like a madman that the warriors were idiots and they should stand there until he took his bone back. They told him to stop talking nonsense and wait quietly, and the jock was yelling that he had almost taken her. They kept shouting at the Marker to let go of the bone, but he resisted like a ram. The Templars watched everything that was happening and thought that all the guys would die senselessly. Yu-ha overheard this conversation and said that she didn't want to go out of her way to save Stephen, but it seemed she had no other choice. The warriors began to stop her. They said that they needed to put buffs on her first, but the girl replied that there was no need for that. And without thinking twice, Chon Yu-ha went to help her warriors. The beauty was in a great hurry. Vice Prime Minister of the branch, Lvov flew to help the head, who watched everything with clenched teeth. Something out of the ordinary happened. Stephen Marker and the bone began to fly in different directions. Yu-ha landed on the ground and announced that the rescue of the lion branch leader had been successful. A few minutes later, he landed right in the water, and his relic, which he couldn't tear himself away from, fell next to him. Stephen Marker emerged from the water and began spitting out the water that had gotten into his mouth. The young man was feeling great when suddenly someone jumped right on his face. The people who stood nearby and watched everything that was happening were shocked. Chan quickly closed the distance and cut off the monster's tentacles with one swing, while Marker screamed at her to get off him. The warriors joyfully shouted that the leader of the lions was finally saved, and it was time for them to rush into battle. They ran so fast that dust flew, because they didn't want the lions to take all the glory for themselves. Someone shouted to cut off the tentacles, because they were in the way. Others commanded to aim for weak spots. Some warriors shouted that the one who was pulling had already moderated his ardor, while others insisted that they had to continue pressing. Then, something out of the ordinary and unplanned happened. The warriors began to run away. It was a tsunami that disrupted all the warriors' plans. Screams were heard from different sides. For everyone present, this was all very unexpected, but they quickly gathered and began to block the wave. The Taurus Branch Templars quickly used the impenetrable wall skill. The warriors of the Taurus Branch asked each other if this was really a volcanic eruption. But the answer to the question never came. Someone shouted for everyone to look forward. A monster appeared in front of them. The warriors couldn't understand what the hell was going on, because they had only dealt with one monster. In front of them appeared the titanic, misfortune-bringing 10,000 paws. It also belonged to the Red Hazard class. The Templars began to discuss where this monster came from. The head of the Capricorn branch stood near the tent. He looked at the monster and could not say anything clear. He recovered from the shock a little and said that since such a creature had appeared, there was no other choice. Someone asked Sergeyevich what he was holding, and he noted that it was a detonator. He had prepared Mormont missiles in advance to strike the coastline. The old man turned around to see who he was talking to, but there was no one nearby. He was very surprised. The head of the Capricorn branch began to look around. He was very scared. Just then, the detonator that was in his hand suddenly exploded and shattered into pieces. The old man looked at his hand and could not understand what was happening, as a slime began to approach him very imperceptibly. Literally a few seconds later, it swallowed up Ivan Sergeyevich Vasiliev and stopped on the shore. Someone nearby said that Sebastian, aka Sergeyevich, is a real headache. He knows about it. The guy said he understood that those kids were just splashing around in the water, unable to kill the octopus, but he didn't think that destroying them along with the monsters was too much. Li Gang advised Sergeyevich to sit still on his ass and added that this was the first lesson in the last 20 years, and he would show him how to properly cut meat into sashimi. Chon Yu-ha ran to fight the monsters. She thought that the main forces were already exhausted after the first skirmish with the 1000 Paw. The girl looked at the monsters and understood that the smaller monsters could be dealt with later, but first, the strongest one should be eliminated. And she used the Lotus Walk skill, Swift. Yuha thought that she had watched the recording of Uncle Gan's battle with Thousand Paw enough times to remember everything. Chan thought that Lee had defeated a huge number of monsters in the past, and among the many recordings, one stood out, which everyone admired, including envious people and haters, and it was the raid on the Thousand Pawed. The girl remembered a scene from the video where Gan was breaking through the smaller tentacles as quickly as possible. Yuha did everything the same way as Lee did. The girl was calm and focused. Gan's next step in that fight was to cut through those tentacles that could not be dodged with one blow. And the beauty got down to business. She was so diligent that the tentacles flew in different directions. Literally a few minutes later, Deputy Prime Minister Lovov found herself on the body of the monster. The girl thought that immediately after successfully reducing the distance, she should plunge the weapon straight between the monster's eyes. Chon Yuha saw the monster's eyes. They were very close and began to swing her spear. But the monster saw the girl and pushed her so hard that the girl flew several meters up. Yuha got scared, screamed, then pulled herself together and used her Lotus Flash skill. This skill was effective, and the monster seemed to have been struck by several lightning bolts. What the girl saw shocked her. She certainly didn't expect such a turn of events. The monster's tentacle held her spear, and Yuha thought about how he had blocked it so easily. Chan tried to free her weapon from the tentacle of the monster, but she couldn't do anything. The girl only became exhausted. Yuka began to gradually sink under the water. Her strength left her. She was not ready to fight such a strong monster. But on the shore, they were watching the girl, and so one of the guys rushed to her aid. It was the head of the Lvov branch. He pulled the girl out of the water, and she began to gasp for air. The monster was very angry and began to beat on the surface of the water to destroy its enemies. The young men held on with all their might, gritting their teeth as the monster dealt powerful blows. The warriors who were also fighting the monsters saw everything that was happening to the chief and vice chief. They were very scared. Some were cursing, while others were shouting for the Templars to continue fighting and not to retreat under any circumstances. The fight was very difficult, so people called for help here and there, and at that time, Yuka thought about what her uncle would do in her place. Chan realized that Li Gang would have flown upward with a two-handed sword, and this guess made the girl very happy. The girl raised her head, and what she saw shocked the beauty. She opened her eyes and mouth wide in surprise. There in the distance, she saw Uncle Li Gan, who was not going to leave her in trouble. The guy was rushing towards adventure. He was armed and dangerous, but at the same time there was a sly smile on his face. The young man didn't think for long. He immediately used a skill called Mountain Crusher. Li Gang understood very well that he couldn't hesitate under any circumstances because the monster was very angry. The guy immediately attacked the monster and it flew away several meters. After a couple of minutes, there was no trace of it. They watched what was happening and were shocked by what they saw. They could not understand how Gan was able to destroy the thousand-pawed one in an instant. What was left of the monster was washed away from the shore by the waves, and the monster no longer posed any danger. The warriors looked at its carcass and thought that this was truly incredible. The Templars discussed among themselves how Li managed to jump to the monster from the very shore. Those who did not see it said that the other warriors were joking. Gan appeared behind the warriors and said that he thought he had overdone it a bit. The Templars did not expect him to appear, so they screamed in fear. The man asked the warriors why they were staring at him, and then noted that the Templars themselves could not do anything, so he was forced to teach them a lesson. One of the warriors told Li to shut up, so how he appeared out of nowhere and simply finished off the monster. The second supported his friend and said that they themselves dealt with that temptation. The monster captured Gan with its tentacles. He could not understand what was happening, and the warriors who had just argued with him were shocked. Li looked at them and understood perfectly well that they would not come to his aid under any circumstances. And the monster held Yuhi's weapon in one tentacle, and the guy in the other. It was a terrifying sight. Chan began to look into the distance and realized that her uncle had been captured. She screamed very loudly. Beads of sweat appeared on her face from worry. The warriors were also able to see this picture. They began to stutter and ask each other what they should do. The Templars couldn't imagine how they would even fight something like this. The monster had no intention of retreating. His eyes were burning with red fire, and he was clicking his huge teeth. How everything suddenly brightened up. One of the warriors used the Lotus of Disaster skill. The warriors opened their mouths and began to talk among themselves about how this was the vice chief's ultimate technique. The Templars' voices trembled with fear. They opened their mouths in surprise, and someone even said that this could not be. Li Gang emerged from the water, holding a weapon in his hands and shouting very loudly. The man was very angry, and he began to attack the monster with all his might, which began to scream very loudly. But Gan continued to attack. He couldn't stop. The young man was very angry. After a few minutes, he decided to use a skill called Dark Baptism. The warriors who were watching all this opened their mouths in surprise, and their pupils narrowed very much. And Gan stood on the monster and said that he loved huge enemies because they could be chopped into small pieces. The guy smiled through his teeth and said, "Even if these monsters had 1,000 or 10,000 legs, they are still the same pathetic octopuses." Li was tired but pleased with himself. He said he had cut them into perfect bite-sized pieces and added that dinner was served. The beaten monster was floating in the water and no longer posed any danger to anyone. The Templars were talking among themselves about how Li had actually been able to kill that monster, and that the stories about his exploits were not fiction. A systemic message appeared before Gan that people were looking at him with awe and respect. They were beginning to revere him. The reporter fell to the ground and stuttered as she said that the audience had seen everything for themselves, and added that an event had taken place that would soon become the main topic of discussion throughout the world. People were standing under a huge building, on the screen of which the news was broadcast, which reported that the returning hero Li Gang had destroyed the one who was attracting 10,000 paws. This news made everyone happy without exception. They began to laugh, jump, and dance. Messages appeared before Gan informing him that people began to respect and honor him after his exciting stories and memorable feats. The Ophiuchus Bible was created, and the exploits will be recorded in it. The man said that the book wants him to increase his influence by making his Templars read it. The guy was distracted from his thoughts by some shout. He looked ahead, and on the other bank they were waving their hands and calling to him. It was Yuka. She was very happy to see her uncle and smiled at him. The man also greeted the girl. Literally a few minutes later, Li was next to Chan and immediately asked her if the beauty was hurt. She replied that everything was fine. The man looked at his niece in surprise and asked in surprise what she was hiding behind her back. Li began to ask Yuha if she had decided to take the domino for herself, and she replied that she did not understand what her uncle was talking about. Gan asked if the girl also had a bone fetish, and all Leos were obsessed with them. She replied that it was just a trophy. The guy handed her a piece of something. He extended his hand to her and said that it was her spear, but it had broken during the battle, and then promised that he would soon make a replacement for it. The girl's jaw dropped when she realized that her uncle was forging a weapon for her. She was incredibly happy. Stephen Marker ran up to them, his eyes wide and wild, and shouted that it sounded wonderful. Li asked the jock if he was crazy. Why was he suddenly yelling so much? He looked at his fist and said that it was great news. Stephen said that he was the head of the Lev branch, and Yuka was his direct subordinate. And just when Gan suggested that she forge a new weapon, the girl covered her ears with her hands. And Marker's eyes widened, and he said that this meant that Li would do something for him too, and then he said how could he not be happy about the new weapon. The head of the Lvov branch said that 20 years ago, it was Gan who was responsible for making equipment for all the saints. Marker said that Li destroyed the relic he bought, which is why he is entitled to something as compensation. These words made Gan very angry, and Stephen continued to speak. He told Yuha that he forgives her for landing on his head and even throwing away the bone. The young man could no longer control himself, so he called the head of the Lvov branch a thick-headed sack of shit. Suddenly there was a very strong explosion, after which it became very quiet, but not for long. Stephen said in surprise that it was very surprising that Li could cause explosions with his screams, and the young man replied that it was not him. The warriors began to scream after they came to their senses a little. Many of the Templars needed help. One of the soldiers noted that the explosion covered everyone who stood on the front line. The warrior looked ahead, saw a toothy monster with huge claws, and asked what was going on. The man was very scared. The wolf's eyes were glowing with a mad fire. He was grimacing, and drooling was dripping from his mouth. It is unclear for what reason the people of the Leo branch began to go crazy. It was a terrifying sight. Chan said that the Lion Strike Force suddenly attacked the Taurus branch. She couldn't understand what it was. A voice was heard saying that it was a flare from Mormoth that he had planted, but due to its small size, the explosion was not that big. The young people heard some noise to the side. They turned their heads, and what they saw shocked them greatly. Vladimirov Ivan Sergeyevich, a.k.a. Sebastian, a.k.a. the head of the Capricorn branch, was heading towards them. In his robotic hand was a slime called Ghana, whose appearance left much to be desired. Lee got very angry. He asked what Sebastian did with the slime, and Stephen asked what Mormor meant, and asked Sergeyevich if he really installed a dangerous bomb in the area where his people were supposed to fight. The Capricorn branch leader told Marker to calm down and noted that he hadn't even started yet, and that the explosion was just a cannon salute before the main show. Lee asked the old man if the madness of the people on the front lines was also his doing. Stephen was surprised when he heard this question. Sebastian laughed and replied that Lee Gang, as expected, was very quick to grasp everything, and decided to show them something more interesting. The old man took out some kind of tube and blew into it, but what happened next was amazing. A breeze blew and a bright greenish glow appeared behind the elderly man. It attracted the attention of some warriors. They looked at it with fascination, and then they began to attack representatives of other branches with increased aggression. They could not understand what was really going on. The warriors who stood on the shore were very frightened. They shouted that the representatives of the Lion branch were running towards them and asking them to stop. Stephen Marker watched everything that was happening. He shouted to his men to finally come to their senses, but they did not hear him. The monsters attacked Chong Yuha. They knocked the girl to the ground, and she quietly called her uncle for help. He would have gladly helped her, but he himself began to be attacked by the maddened representatives of the Leo branch. Sebastian was incredibly pleased with himself, and noted that they hardly had any strength left after the fierce fight with the draggers. Lee Gang was lying face down in the sand. The maddened representatives of the Lion branch were able to knock him down, and the old man was happy. He told the young man that it was nice to see him face down on the ground, and that it was even better than he expected. Stephen Marker clenched his fist and screamed at what the hell the old man had done to his men, and why they weren't responding to his commands. The old man said that neither he nor Yuha had drunk the potion, and then added that his men were excited due to the combination of the potions they had drunk and the influence of Mormoth, and could hear the commands of his whistle. The head of the Lvov branch began to shout for Sebastian to return his people to normal, and he asked him to be quieter, and said that if he wanted his subordinates returned to him, he needed to listen to him carefully. An unusual weapon appeared in front of Stephen, and he looked at it in surprise. He asked with surprise in his voice if this sword belonged to Gon, and the old man replied that it really did, and the boy forged it with his own hands. Sergeyevich said that he had an offer for Marker that he definitely couldn't refuse, and told the jock to use the sword. The old man then added that the weapon should be used to kill Lee Gun. Stephen folded his arms and asked if Sebastian wanted him to finish Lee off, then asked why he would listen to the old man. He calmly replied that the head of the Lev branch had no other choice. Otherwise, he would lose his people forever. The old man said that everything was fine and they should understand each other perfectly. He then noted that they had something in common, and that was a huge envy of Lee Gang. Stephen Marker said that this was complete nonsense, and Sebastian asked how the guy would then explain his obsession with the artifacts created by Lee Gang. The old man added that the muscle man was trying his best to get rid of his inferiority complex, and seeing Lee Gang's strength was like running into an insurmountable wall. Sebastian noted that this also applied to his skills in creating various artifacts. The old man noted that the harder they try to overcome that very wall, the bigger and stronger it becomes. It is impossible to destroy or jump over it. Sergeyevich, foaming at the mouth, shouted that such a chance only comes once in a lifetime and it should not be missed. And then he added that he was not as petty as Lee Gang and this was not a one-sided proposal. The old man smiled slyly and said that he would create for Marker the most powerful weapon in the history of mankind. He also noted that if they joined forces, they would be able to get rid of Gon, and then they would very quickly become the most influential saints. He handed the sword to Marker and told him to take it and kill Lee Gon as quickly as possible. Stephen didn't think for very long. He took the weapon from the hands of the head of the Capricorn branch. Yuka screamed with all her might that the chief shouldn't, because it was an obvious trap, and this old man was too slippery to be trusted. Stevenson looked towards Lee Gang, and Chung continued to scream, the girl asking if Marker could hear her or not. Yuka screamed at the top of her lungs that she would never forgive him if he harmed Uncle Gon. Marker came very close to Lee, who was being held by his enraged charges. holding a sword a few centimeters from his face. The jock frowned, raised his sword, and said that he had the most powerful weapon in his hands. The head of the Capricorn branch frowned, and in an unctuous voice began to tell Stephen to finish off Gan. And the young man pointed the weapon, but not at Lee, but straight at Sebastian. Yuka, who was lying on the ground, crushed by the members of her branch, opened her mouth in surprise. The old man began to call Marker a cretin because he decided to give up his only opportunity. But Stephen shouted at Sergeyevich to shut up and tell him why he should be trusted, considering what he had done to his people. The guy added that he put all his efforts into surpassing Ligan, so he has no time for any complexes. Marker screamed that he would not kill Gan in such a cowardly way. He was very angry. The guy continued to lie on the sand. He was held very tightly so that he could not break free. He listened as Stephen talked about how he had already surpassed him, and all he needed was a worthy weapon. The head of the Lvov branch began to beat his chest with his fist. He told the old man not to compare him to him. He shouted at Sebastian at the top of his lungs that he was promising to create the strongest weapon, but at the same time, he admitted that he was not capable of surpassing Ligan. The marker noted that with such an attitude he would never create anything worthwhile. The elderly man only responded to his opponent that he was behaving very impudently. The head of the Capricorn branch came to his senses a little and told Stephen that he would regret it very much. It would seem that the guy did not hear him or did not want to hear him. He began to attack the old man, but he defended himself in advance. The marker hit the metal armor the old man was wearing with all his might, and he screamed furiously for the guy not to overestimate himself. Literally a few minutes later, Sebastian used the rocket launch skill, firing from all guns. Explosions were heard. Columns of dust rose up, and nothing could be seen because of it. The old man began to laugh. He said that even the great Leo could not withstand the onslaught of his little ones. He looked ahead and saw a huge, terrifying beast gnawing on ammunition, its eyes burning with fire. It was Marker. He was gnawing and thinking about how 20 years ago, as the old man had said, he had been drowning in his own inferiority complex, but had gotten up from his horse again and again. And he was able to overcome his own limits to simply surpass Li Gang, who was his role model. The head of the Lvov branch used his unique skill, Thousand Claws, against the old man. He tirelessly scratched even the metal armor of his opponent. The marker called the old man names and noted that, admittedly, he really did have a nice suit. And the head of the Lvov branch put his foot on Sebastian, who clenched his teeth and could barely breathe. The jock continued to hit the old man one after another. He was very angry. The marker screamed like a madman that even the cowardly Aquarius fights without armor. The head of the Capricorn branch wrinkled his forehead, clenched his teeth, and began to beg Stephen to stop, but he was as if he had gone deaf. Lee furrowed his brow, took a deep breath, then exhaled through his teeth and asked if the boys were going to stop fighting. The men stopped arguing with each other and looked in the direction from which the voice came. They opened their eyes wide and their mouths were so surprised, and the guy looked at them calmly. Sergeyevich asked how he ended up here. The young man said that he allowed himself to be captured to find out what Sebastian had in mind, but they were dragging it out too long. He got tired of falling over, and then he noticed that the beastmen were very weak, and Yuha was smiling contentedly. The men replied that it was impossible, and Lee kicked Stephen and told him to get out of there. The boy smiled at the old man and told him that he wanted to ask a few questions. The Capricorn branch leader furrowed his brow, beads of sweat appearing on his face from fear, and Gan invited him to chat. Lee was being held back by the beastmen, and he heard about Marker talking to the old man, about how he would give him the strongest weapon. The subordinates of the head of the branch, Leo, were drooling. The guy was yawning to such an extent that he was bored. After a while, the guy said that he was going to die of boredom, and the beastmen bared their huge teeth. The young man very quickly freed himself from the Templars of the Lion branch and noted that it was very difficult to call it a fight. The beastmen lay aside, and the guy said that it was too early to wait for Marker and Sebastian to finish talking. They both needed to be knocked out and finished with it. The young man walked forward, and behind him the beastmen bared their teeth and shone with evil eyes. The guy dealt with them without any problems and went to Sebastian and Stephen. Lee wasn't hurt at all, and he asked the men how much longer they intended to continue this meaningless conversation. Then Marker and Sergeyevich looked at the young man in surprise. No one thought that he would defeat so many beastmen. 20 years ago, just before the Demon Tower raid, a man propped his head in his hands and said that the tower would become Ligan's grave. Stevenson asked in surprise if this prophecy was conveyed to Hugo Otis by the sacred entity. The man noted that those words were nothing more than a prediction. He smiled wickedly, clasped his hands in front of him, and said that he was talking about a plan that they would put into action. The head of the Capricorn branch seemed to be struck by electricity, and the reason why the man approached him did not bother him. He thought that Li Gang would die, and that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, because not only would they destroy him, but they would then extract all the potential from his body for their own benefit. Gan was very angry. He said that he didn't need their flashbacks and demanded that Sergeyevich simply say what kind of scumbag stuck a knife in his back. The guy noted that he didn't care about his past. The old man replied that he would tell him everything, but in return he demanded that the boy guarantee his safety. The guy grabbed Sebastian by the neck. He began to wheeze. He did not expect such a trick from Lee. And Gan asked the old man if he understood the situation he was in, and noted that he was not in a position to bargain. The guy told his opponent that if he started talking nonsense again, he would immediately rip out his jaw along with his tongue, and asked again who had stabbed him in the back. The old man began to shake very much from fear, he stuttered. Since the boy's finger was under his tongue, he noted that it was the Virgin. Gan let him go, narrowed his eyes, and thought about Sebastian's words. But the purple witch said the same thing. The young man recalled past events and thought that it was the Virgin who was behind everything. The guy thought about going to see Jin Man again so that he could examine the dagger that had stabbed him. Lee never let the old man go. He told him that he thought that was enough, and noted that it was time for him to return his thing, and emphasized that the hammer of understanding was his. The old man was surprised by such a request, since he did not want to give up the weapon, but the guy asked if Sebastian had any problems, and he immediately said that he would immediately return the hammer of understanding. And the holy sign of Capricorn Sebastian handed over the relic of the hammer of understanding. Gan held it in his hands and was very happy. Vladimirov Ivan Sergeyevich was very nervous about losing his hammer. He was definitely not prepared for this. Lee asked Sebastian why he made such a sour face, whether he was upset about something, and then told the three brothers to come out to him. They immediately showed up. Jan ordered them to take the old man to their world, and if he resisted, to break a couple of his limbs. The brothers agreed, and Sebastian asked the guy in surprise if the avatars really served him. The old man shouted that the young man had become not a saint, but the god of a new constellation. Gan told him to think about his behavior, and then noted that this did not mean that he would forgive him later. The beastmen slowly began to come to their senses. They could not understand what had happened earlier. Many complained that they had headaches, and they also could not understand how they ended up there. Yuha was pleased to note that the members of the Lev branch were beginning to come to their senses, and Stephen was also pleased. Members of other branches said that the lions would no longer attack them. The members of the Capricorn branch asked what they should do, since the leader had been taken away from here by force, and the bishop replied that everything was obvious. The man was very angry. He opened some device and began to change the settings. Members of other branches began to fall. They could not understand what was happening to their armor. And the bishop was incredibly happy. He asked the Templars if they had forgotten that their branch had conjured up the equipment, and then noted that these explosions would send them straight to hell. One of the branch members advised not to provoke them, and the bishop ordered the Mormouth shells to be launched. The warrior immediately carried out the order, and the missile flew a few centimeters above Ligan's head. The guy noticed that everyone was scaring him with another toy called Mormouth, and then he said that he could show his own, and began to use the hammer relic. Achievements. Gan smiled and began to select a target. A system message notified that he could improve or modify the target if the conditions were met. The young man decided that the hammer's target attainments will Mormouth. He successfully modified his target, and the Mormouth projectile was modified into the Mormouth firework. The Bishop of Capricorn widened his eyes and said that Lee had turned the projectile into a firework and called him a crazy bastard. But their ardor was quickly curbed. The beastmen told them that they were the only madmen here. The Leo branch members came closer and asked how they dared to take advantage of their trust. The Capricorn Templars were surprised that they were all safe. Stephen Marker gritted his teeth, widened his eyes, and replied that they, the animals, were not so easy to take. They did not have a scratch from such a small explosion. The members of the Capricorn branch began to run away somewhere, and Stephen Marker shouted at them to wait until he finished. He told Gan that they couldn't just let them escape and asked if he had anything fancy, big, and strong, and he asked why Stephen was asking him again. The head of the Lvov branch was very angry, and Lee thought that it was big, strong, impressive, and easy to swing. He smiled slyly and remarked that he had something, and Marker stuttered and asked why he was looking at him like that. Stephen calmed down a little and said that if the guy had such an item, then let him give it to him. But before he could even finish his sentence, something happened, and the huge man began to scream in a voice that wasn't his own. Gan grabbed Marker by the leg and dragged him somewhere. There was a crazy smile on the young man's face. Without thinking twice, Lee swung with all his might and threw the Marker after the dying members of the Capricorn branch. He watched as the warriors began to scatter in different directions and said that it would be nice to go bowling later. The young man took Stephen by the leg and asked him what he had to say about it. The Marker was so shocked that he couldn't even say a word. The guy dragged him a few more meters, and then he let go of the leg and said that it was uncomfortable for him to hold it, and he would not do it anymore. The action takes place under the protective dome of a European nation. This is the Red Zone. Jane, captain of the Virgo branch search party, thought that the stench was unbearable and that the lures could attack at any moment, so she needed to be prepared. The warriors asked each other if they had heard the news that Lee Gang had killed a huge monster in the Philippines. The girl said she watched the video and noticed that the monster didn't have a chance, while the second noted that the official raiding parties were unnecessary baggage. Someone said that the big losses were also caused by the fact that the Leo branching intertwined with the Capricorn branching. The guy replied that it was to their advantage, because the weaker the opponent, the better. Captain, she ordered everyone to be quiet and asked since when protocol allowed whispering during a mission, and the girls asked her for forgiveness. Jane said that they were not here for fun and advised them not to forget that they were tasked with finding their man, who had disappeared into the outskirts of the dome. The captain noted that the search was already problematic due to the fog, so there was no need to complicate the task. Jane wanted to say something else, but she heard a scream from the side. Someone was calling for help. The girls stopped, but the cry for help did not stop. The captain of the search party noticed that the man was ahead. Jane said she would lead and ordered her branch members to keep up. And there in the distance, someone was begging for help. A man was shouting if there was anyone there, and a search party went forward. Jane wondered if the screams sounded like they were echoing throughout the city, and if her ears were deceiving her. The captain ran forward and thought about how it felt like these were artificial repetitions, like some kind of recording. Jane slammed on her brakes, turned around and shouted for everyone to stop. The captain of the search party looked ahead and thought that something was wrong here. She began to ask where everyone had disappeared to, asking for an answer, but no one answered her. The girl found herself in a place unknown to her, and now she asked to be saved. In Hugo Otus's house, the television was on, from which one could hear the news that several days had passed since Ligan's victory over the enticed 10,000 paws and 1,000 pawed. The young man read a book about his achievements while sipping a cold drink, and the reporter continued to talk about how they were in the Philippines, and how they were trying to move the bodies of those bringing misfortune with the help of a huge crane. Gan looked up from his book at the TV screen, where they were talking about how amazing he was for single-handedly dealing with the threat, making the combined mission seem pointless. The guy said that wherever you look, you see the same news, and he didn't understand why everyone was so surprised by the cutting up of a couple of octopuses. He then noted that at least the news was being told in a positive light. Interestingly, the news was also broadcast on the streets of the city, and people were interested to see that the returning hero Lee Gang had destroyed the one who was luring 10,000 paws. The guy looked at the screen and read in the Bible that the main point of it is to perform actions that can attract attention. After a few minutes, he closed it, thinking that was enough and would deal with the to-do list later. Lee Gang received a new notification. He was asked to check the trials or upgraded skills. He noticed that it was stressing him out. The guy chose the tests. He was interested in looking there first. Several messages appeared in front of him. He thought that this semblance of a quest appeared after his battle with the sacred essence of the twins. The young man regretted that he would not be able to resort to his fighting instinct. But if he met a sacred entity or a huge attractor, then it would not be critical, because this was his specialty. And Lee's two quests seemed quite problematic, because he needed a registrar, and to find his own Templar he decided to deal with them later. He decided to check out the improved skills, and a message informed him that God's gaze had been improved and new additional functionality was available to him. Hugo's assistant was holding a stuffed bunny, which was screaming furiously for her to let it go because it was clean. Gan stood up from his seat and shouted very loudly for them all to freeze in place. He used a skill to test the person's loyalty level. Yoon Yerin, holding the toy in her hands, froze in place with the yellow bunny in her hands, and Lee could see their level of devotion. From the system message, he was able to understand that the Templar's loyalty should be the 100th. If it is less, then the branching power will weaken. The guy understood that he needs to be careful. He thought about Otis, Jung Yuha, and Song Jae and was confident that they would become his followers without any problem. The guy asked Yoon Yerin where Hugo and his children were, because he wanted to take on this case while he was here, but the assistant replied that they left early in the morning. Lee sighed heavily and said that he would have to try it later. Erin was very surprised. She could not understand what he was talking about. The young man's mobile phone rang. It was Jin Man. The guy was very happy about this call. Something unimaginable was happening. Someone was screaming that they didn't want to die. Others were asking for help because they were trapped under the rubble. The woman asked Song Jae to listen to her carefully. She said that the boy should hide and wait for her in the car until his father arrived. The child was very scared. Tears were rolling down his face. And the woman said that they were just playing hide and seek. Son had to hide well so that he wouldn't be found, and Dad would show up and deal with the monster. She smiled and asked her son to promise that he would be brave and obedient. The red-haired guy opened his mouth and eyes wide. Their pupils narrowed very much, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. The now grown-up young man sat in the car and could not understand where he was and what was happening. Yuha took her brother by the hand and told him that everything was fine. He just had a bad dream. The guy rubbed his forehead with his hand and said that he was probably overexcited, since this was the first time he had met his mother in a long time. Jong said that these could be side effects of the holy punishment, so he should be careful about himself. Song replied that everything was fine. He was just a little tired. The girl started looking for something in the bag. She said that she forgot something, but since her brother woke up, she wanted to give him something. Yuka handed her brother a small thing. He looked at it with surprise and said that it was a birthday present. The girl said that she was able to get the thing that her brother asked for, and he was very surprised. Chan said that she remembered how her brother needed a relic to store the magical power of the twins, and noted that she received it from her father, and then asked if such a gift was enough. Sun noted that with this he could fill the deposit points, and his sister was glad that he was pleased and once again congratulated her brother on his birthday. The guy was very happy. He thanked his sister, including for looking after him. Otis told Z that his mother would be upset if he walked around with a sour expression on his birthday, and recommended that he greet her with a smile. After some time, the family drove up to a huge white building. It was a hospital. They entered the building and very soon found themselves near the 808th ward, which was where Cheon-ji-woo was located. The children told their mother that Uncle Gon was able to leave a wound of the sacred essence right on his forehead, and added that he became even cooler than he was before. Yuha said that it would be great if Mom had the opportunity to meet him, and added that when she woke up, they would have a lot to discuss. The woman did not answer, because she was not just sleeping, but was in a coma. The children were standing next to her bed. Young Yuha was holding her mother's hand, and Song Jae was looking at her intently. Hugo Otis did not enter the room. He stood in the corridor. The man bowed his head and thought about something. Suddenly, a phone call distracted him from his thoughts. Otis opened his eyes and began to take out his phone. The man looked at the screen of his mobile phone. The number was unknown to him. He wondered who could be calling him. Hugo went down to the hospital courtyard to talk on the phone in peace and quiet without disturbing anyone. He told his friend that he planned to put off work, because this day was very important for him. He was surprised that the heads of the European Union needed him. He asked if the problem was only in the attraction, and noted that the headquarters of the Virgo branch was located near the dome. The man told Otis that this was not a simple case of attraction. The Virgo branch announced that they were not able to deal with the monster. Hugo asked again, did Kevin Azar really say that? On the other end, they noted that he had previously encountered that monster, the one that had appeared in Korea 10 years ago and swept through the airport. The man heard the boy tell him that the pink mist and memories had washed over him. The action takes place on the territory European Union. Belgium, in the controlled territory of the Virgo branch. It was damp, cloudy, and rainy outside. People were trying to get into a warm place as quickly as possible. Li Gang was wearing a hood, holding a cup in his hands, smiling and saying how untimely this was. He looked at his mobile phone and thought about how he had made the appointment himself for the first time in a long time, when suddenly it started to rain. Gan read a message from Songjae asking if he wanted to become his Templar, but his nephew refused because he thought it would be problematic. Although he had hoped that he would agree and realized that he didn't know much about him, Lee remembered how Hugo's assistant had said that it was Ji's birthday. The guy got really angry because he thought she should have told him about it. Yun replied that Song doesn't like to celebrate this day. Gan thought that Jae had deliberately not told him. He thought that Yeren was definitely not telling him everything, since something happened to the guy on his birthday. A man approached the guy with a question. He asked what he was thinking about and what was troubling him, and Lee was glad that he had come. It was Jin Man, the Virgo branching appraiser, who took off his hat and said he was glad to meet him. The man told Gan that he should have notified him, apologized for having to come all this way, and Lee noted that it was no big deal since he had business there. The guy told the man that he realized that this area was under the influence of the Virgo branch, and asked why their emblems were literally everywhere here. The appraiser began to talk about how, throughout history, religion has been an integral part of life in many European countries. The man said that after the appearance of the sacred entities, when the branches filled the world, Europe turned from just a part of the continent into one huge believing nation. Jin noted that it is impossible not to believe when you see the dome protecting you every day. Lee smiled and replied that considering how much pride was in Man's voice, his faith had weakened greatly. Gan scanned the man and realized that his faith was weakening due to him feeling betrayed by his branch. The guy realized that something very serious had happened. The young man told Manu that he thought he wanted to talk about his branching. The appraiser lowered his head and replied that he knew perfectly well that he should not be surprised that it was impossible to hide anything from Lee. Gan began to use the soundproof barrier skill he rented from the Aquarius branch, which prevented any sounds from leaving the selected area using water magic. Jin started taking something out of his briefcase and told the guy that it was time to get to the main thing, to talk about the blade. He took it out and said that it was this weapon that was stabbed into Gan's back 20 years ago. Information about it was erased by sinister forces. The guy listened carefully, and the appraiser said that he managed to partially see the blade's memories. He analyzed them and realized that the one who attacked Gan in the Demon Tower was the holy sign of Virgo, the branch of which he is a member of, and that is Kevin Azar. The events take place in the house of the holy sign of Sagittarius Hugo Otis, where Li Gang has already returned. The guy was talking about how Lily Quinn and Song Jae had turned down his offer to become Templars and decided to remain part of the Gemini branch. Lee thought about how this was all despite what the red-haired boy had to go through. The man began to understand that all this was not just like that and that there was some reason behind it. Yi Gang gave Lily a task to find out why Song Jae joined the Gemini branch and also find out everything about his past. He noted that he needs any information. The girl decided to ask Yang Wei or Heiji about the registrar position later and started writing a message to Jie. Suddenly, the guy came to Lily and said that he had a request for her. She was very surprised. Quinn smiled and thought that she was lucky. The guy showed up just in time and asked what happened. Sun asked Lily to get into the secret archive of the magical library of the Gemini branch. The girl was very surprised. The Gemini branch magic library contained books on magic, collected from all over the world, including the Gemini branch territories. Deep within the building, there is a secret archive containing forbidden books, which only high-ranking Templars have access to. Sun said that he had thrown away his badge, so he couldn't even enter the library, not to mention that with his rank, he couldn't get into the secret archive. He bowed to Quinn and said that he needed to get there. The girl looked at him in surprise. Lily used her skills and told the boy that sending him to the magic library wasn't that difficult. The young man frowned and watched everything that was happening. He didn't think that everything was so easy for Quinn. The girl told him that the secret archive was full of secret, dangerous, and forbidden magic, and asked what the guy needed there. Sun was silent for a moment, and then said that he wanted to find a skill with which he could summon a creature from another world. Soul call. Gan sat on the bench, his head down, thinking about the words the appraiser had told him. After all, he had looked through the records of the last few years. The man realized that several blades similar to that one had been sold at auctions. They were personally assessed by his predecessor, and it seems that he also sensed the ominous energy that emanated from the weapons. He tried to track down the original, and it turned out to be the Virgo's forking blade. Jin showed Lee the screen of his mobile phone and said that the blade was from the Virgo branch weapon storage, and it also contained a large number of weapons with similar energy. The appraiser said the guns were not put up for auction because they were gradually being scrapped. Gan asked the man if his predecessor had told him anything. Man replied that no, he never heard anything from him, since he was killed while he was investigating. Ironically, it was done by the very blade he was looking for. Jin pointed his finger at the weapon and pointed out the place where there were signs of interference, and noticed that the blade was emanating an ominous energy. Someone had hidden all possible traces. The appraiser added that the blade was cursed with a powerful curse that he had not encountered before, and Lee noted that he thought that this curse was manas. Tried to neutralize. The guy noticed that a strong, sinister creature had intervened here. Everything was not so simple. Gan thought that that creature could harm not only the holy sign, but also the sacred essence. The young man understood that curses were Moran's specialty, but his curses did not work on sacred entities. This sinister energy definitely doesn't belong to any of the gods. Even the energy of cancer is nothing compared to this blade's energy, Lee thought. He came to the conclusion that whoever attacked him must be closely connected with the mysterious civilization. The guy grabbed his head and realized that he needed to first deal with the test, because it had a time limit. Li Gang understood that only after this would it be possible to return to the questions concerning the Virgin. The young man was delighted because he heard the announcer announce that his train was arriving at the station. A few minutes later, a train arrived on the platform, which it announced with a long whistle. The doors opened and passengers gradually began to leave their carriages. There were a lot of them. Gan continued to sit on the bench. A smile appeared on the guy's face. He was glad that they were already here. He was delighted by the arrival of the elite squad of the holy archer Hugo Otis. There were a lot of warriors. They arrived very quickly, as it was necessary to resolve an important issue as quickly as possible. One of the warriors said that it was necessary to get rid of the attractions in this area today. The warrior approached the vines that were on the ground, touched them with his foot and asked what they were because they were getting in the way. Gan said it was a coincidence. He didn't think they had any business in the Virgo branch territory, and asked what brought them here. The young man frowned and reported that the Sagittarius branch had received an order. He noticed that their branch had a special squad that was engaged in the extermination of the attractors. They were something like mercenaries who solved problems. The guy told Lee that their leader had gone to clarify all the details with members of the European Union. Gan asked in surprise if they had really taken up the job without really knowing anything, and the warrior replied that the chief had accepted the order anyway. He said that the purpose of this task is to bring misfortune, which has some history associated with it. And the guy asked Li Gan if he had heard about the monster that strives for the power of the gods, the Bloody Mist. The action takes place in the European Union Parliament, where a headquarters for the extermination of those who bring misfortune has gathered. The man said that the Blood Mist is a monster that releases mist, which is why it is named that way. It sucks out the soul and life force of nearby creatures. He added that the attractor had appeared about 10 days ago. Hugo asked why they had not gathered an army of people from different branches and dealt with it, but had reacted so late. He replied that the monster was officially considered defeated and should not surface again. Otis asked in surprise that everything was hidden despite the fact that the attracting one had already managed to absorb 5,000 people. The man lowered his head and replied that it had been decades since the branches had worried about losses. Hugo asked what about the Virgo branching. He asked why the head Kevin Azar was not doing anything. The guy replied that they had already tried. The man reported that they had repeatedly sent troops there, which consisted of high-ranking Templars. He noted that they all failed because this attractor releases a red mist that causes a powerful status effect. A representative of the EU Parliament noted that the fog is most dangerous for people of the Virgo branch, who specialize in close combat. Also, the Virgo Saint sign went on an expedition to the North Sea to deal with an enticer of the same class as the Bloody Mist, so they can't return anytime soon. That's why the EU Parliament decided to break with tradition and turn to another branch. The man noted that they had studied all the branches and settled on them because the mercenary branch was relatively free of power struggles between the others. He noted that Otis also works with Sir Li Gang. He was very impressed when he saw his actions in the Philippines, and they would be very grateful to them. Hugo listened to the man very carefully. He frowned and came to the conclusion that it was all a lie. And the representative of the European Union Parliament stood in front of him and smiled. His smile was sarcastic. Otis thought that Kevin was too proud to let someone deal with something that was tempting on his territory for reasons like that. The man thought that the bastards from the Virgo branch wanted to get rid of the weapon, and them with the help of the bloody fog. Hugo saw through their plan, but the man still had some doubts. Otis sat in a chair and thought about something. A representative of the European Union Parliament sat opposite him, and there was silence. The man with glasses recalled how he and Kevin discussed whether it would be okay if they used Ligan and Sagittarius. The head of the Virgo branch said that everything was fine. The man should say that Bloody Mist had returned, and Hugo would not be able to refuse if he heard that name. The warrior of the Sagittarius branch told that Otis lost his mistress to the Bloody Mist several years ago. Li Gang asked again and noted that the guy could only call one person that. The guy said that Mrs. Cheon-ji Woo, the wife of the head of the Sagittarius branch, and the mother of Yu Hee and Sung Jae, they met after Gan was imprisoned in the Demon Tower. The warrior said that Lee had never crossed paths with her, then told her that the lady had tried to protect her son from the Bloody Mist, and that the monster had defeated the First Templar and the Bishop of Branching. Gan clarified that it was not Lee Jae-won by chance, and the warrior clarified whether the man knew him. The guy replied that he had carried his and Otis's things 20 years ago. Lee lowered his head, recalled the conversations with his comrade, and thought that his poor friend had been right to avoid talking about family and the past. He had been through so much. The man asked the warriors what Bloody Mist was, and noticed that his comrade was not at all the same as he had been before. He had become unreliable and weak. Lee said he knew his friend's level of preparation better than anyone else because he taught him. And he added that when Hugo was in his prime, he trusted only him with his rear. So he cannot believe that he could not overcome the one who attracts, whom he has not even heard of. Gan thought that in the past, his friend was one of the strongest among all the saints. That's why Lee turned to the warriors and asked them to explain to him what the hell had happened to him. One of the warriors replied that it was a rather difficult story, but since Li Gang was asking about it, he would tell it. The guy said that this horrific event happened 10 years ago on Song Jae's 7th birthday. The boy sat sleepily, and his mother spoke on the phone about how she had already landed, since 2 years had passed since her last visit. She said that she needed to work on the prototypes of the anti-giant attractor weapon, all thanks to Li Gan's data and the weapon that Hugo got for her. Cheon-ji Woo stroked her son's hair, and said that their son met her at the airport so early. She was so touched that she almost cried. And Otis asked how he got to the airport. Ji said that Jae-won worked hard. The guy laughed and noted that Song Jae himself really wanted to see his mother. The boy began to yawn, and then said that he was hungry, and Bishop Sagittarius looked at him with fear. Ji asked if Song was hungry, asked him about hamburgers, and Jae-won asked the woman to stay with the young master. He would buy everything himself. Cheon thanked him for his help. The guy sat in the chair and heard the men in front arguing. One told the other why he let him out, since he told him to keep him with him, and the second made excuses that he didn't know that something like this could happen. One of the men noted that they needed to think about how to get out of here, otherwise they would die. Song looked at the men running away in confusion. His mother came up and said that Uncle Jae-won would buy them burgers and suggested that they wait. Suddenly the lights went out at the airport, and it became very dark in the waiting room. The boy was very scared. People who were at the airport could not understand what was happening, and how they could turn off the lights if it was so dark outside. Son asked his mother why the lights went out, but the woman herself did not have an answer to this question. Jae-won bought burgers and was walking back. He thought about why the lights went out so suddenly. The guy saw something. He frowned. His mouth opened in fear and beads of sweat appeared on his face. Cheon-ji Woo covered her son's eyes with her hand, and Wan-woo told him that they had problems. Woo-ji's bag of food fell from his hands and fell to the floor, scattering all over the airport floor. The monster attacked the woman and child, and the bishop of the Scorpion branch immediately rushed to their aid. Cheon-ji Woo was very scared, her son too, because he broke free and saw the monster, and Jae-won began to push them away from the epicenter of the incident. The monster opened its mouth wide, and the young man was drawn to it as if by a magnet. The woman and child were very frightened. They were crying in horror, and the boy was calling for Uncle Vaughn. The guy stood in the monster's mouth. He smiled cheerfully and raised the fingers of both hands up. Chan covered her son's eyes with her hand. He was crying in horror and told him not to look. The monster closed its mouth, from which several streams of saliva began to flow. People who were at the airport started shouting that it was a bad luck charm and that it had just eaten a person. One of the airport security guards ordered another to contact the branch immediately. The woman hugged her son and told him not to let go of her hand, no matter what happened. And she began to run forward as fast as she could, and here and there cries for help could be heard. People were screaming that they didn't want to die. Someone was begging for help because he was crushed under debris. Chan went outside. She told her son to listen to her carefully. He needed to hide in the car and sit there until his dad came. The child was very scared, but she told him to imagine that it was hide and seek, and he needed to hide better than anyone else so that the monster would not find him, and his dad would easily deal with him. She smiled and asked her son to promise her that he would be brave and strong. The boy was left alone in the car. He was very scared and he called his mother very loudly. But he so wanted to see his mother early, so that they could gather for the first time in a long time. He so wanted to tell them so many things. Songjay was sobbing, smearing tears, snot and drool across his face with his fists, and whispering that it was all because of him. The baby was asking for forgiveness. Meanwhile, the monster's tentacles were slowly approaching the car in which the boy was located. Suddenly something flashed and illuminated everything around with an orange-yellow glow. She hit the tentacles that were getting closer and closer to the car. Everything was on fire. Hugo Otis stood next to the car and asked his son if he was okay. The boy looked out the window and saw his father. He called him very loudly. He was very scared. The man turned his head towards his tearful son and asked if he was hurt. Songjay could only say the name of the Episcopal branch of Sagittarius J1 and shout Mama. The man began to guess what might have happened, so his whole body began to shake. Otis put his hand on the car and said he understood what had happened here. The man stood in a circle of fire, and the monster stretched out its long, vile tentacles towards him. The head of the Sagittarius branch was very angry. He gritted his teeth and began to scream, "How dare the monster do such a thing?" He began to look at the monster and thought that the people he had captured were entwined with the branches of a huge tree on his back. The man began to look closely and saw that his wife was also entwined with branches. He called her by name. Otis took a deep breath, then exhaled and thought that he needed to calm down, because he had to save her, and thought about ripping her out of there by force. Qianji Wu watched from above what her husband was doing down there, and he had some kind of plan. He began to push the monster's branches aside with his hands and told his wife that he would save her. She just needed to wait another second. The monster understood perfectly well that something was happening. He froze, and his eyes became bloodshot with anger. The young man gritted his teeth and tried with all his might to remove the branches. It was very difficult for him. Hugo frowned. The pupils of his eyes became like dots, and he began to shout very loudly so that they would not disturb him. Other people who were captured by the monster saw him saving the woman and also began to pray for help. He began to look with pity at the people who were asking to be saved. He felt very sorry for them. This was the young man's huge mistake. The monster began to attack the guy. A few minutes later, the young man was tied hand and foot, and the monster, baring his teeth, said that he had the power of a god and that this power was delicious. The monster tormented Hugo and happily said that it would eat him very soon. The boy, who continued to sit in the car, began to sob loudly and call for his dad. And the monster walked forward, opened its huge mouth very wide, and made heart-rending sounds. After some time, Hugo Otis managed to free himself from the monster's shackles, and they let him go. Some people also managed to escape the clutches of the monster. They were in protective capsules. Songjay saw his father standing above the car and heard a voice saying that it was a pitiful sight. The girl said that she pulled out everyone who was entangled in branches with the help of a protective spell. After some time, she said that it was time to deal with the attraction. Otis woke up. He was lying on the ground, shaking either from fear or from pain, and asked in surprise if they were really here. Haley, the Scorpio saint sign, asked if Hugo Otis was okay. He was surprised that she was there too, and like the other saint signs, she came to help. The girl helped the guy get up and said that she called everyone she could as soon as she heard about the occurrence of a strong attraction, and they decided to help. After all, none of the holy signs want such a monster to appear on their territory. The holy signs decided not to delay, but to finish off the monster with one blow. They all gathered, and Stephen Marker gritted his teeth and happily replied that he liked the plan. All the holy signs went on the attack against the monster, shouting that they needed to show him all their power. The three of them got together and began to use their powers, but something extraordinary happened. Stephen Marker gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred. He said that the monster simply went and devoured their powers. The holy signs also began to observe how the monster began to heal its wounds very quickly. They looked at the monster, who was very angry, his eyes burning with hatred. He wanted to attack the holy signs. As Marker shouted for Haiji to put up a barrier, the girl replied that she knew everything herself. She immediately began to use her unique skill called Magic Curtain. The monster was very angry. His eyes were burning with red fire. He opened his huge mouth wide and stretched out his branch tentacles. The holy sign of Gemini looked very tired and exhausted. She understood perfectly well that the barrier would not last long. That is why another sacred sign decided to use her special skill called the Golden Rule Vine. The girl asked the other sacred signs what they were doing now, because they were holy. She said not to let things like that confuse them. It was Giselle Lawrence, the holy sign of Libra. Otis asked Haley if she even called her, but the holy sign of Scorpio replied that she turned to those three for help. But the monster still wouldn't calm down. It made a face and bared its huge teeth. Giselle turned to the holy sign of Gemini with a request to move this attractant somewhere using teleportation. Haiji couldn't understand what they wanted from her, and Lawrence told her that the monster had absorbed all their powers. They wouldn't be able to defeat it now, otherwise they would lose theirs, just like the sign of Sagittarius. The girl said that she could send him wherever she wanted, even into the depths of the ocean, even into the seething magma, and noted that this was a wonderful way out. The holy sign of Gemini said angrily that the monster would then appear again after some time. Giselle asked what was wrong with that, because it didn't matter. They needed to get rid of the monster here and now. Otis said that this cannot be done, because the attractor has absorbed the souls of people, and those whom they saved are empty shells. They must finish him off and get their souls.